Welcome everybody to part 4 of the 50-hour cavalcade of flat Earth destruction. I hope you're ready. I will be debating in a short time with on modern day debate. It's going to be a moon landing debate with Kyle Adams and Rossa the Nut Doctor. So I got a little prep to do, and I will be partnered with Peter Markley. So let's see here. I need to check. I probably have a Zoom link already. Nope, not yet. Don't have it just yet. But I will be on modern day debate. All right. I already said that. You already know that. If you haven't already, then please do, if you're able. See if you can find, where is it? There it is. See if you can help. I'd love it if you did. And if you can't, then find a rich person that you know that can help. There's a good plan. Icy Spin says, bruh, do you even bruh? And then DJ Nug says, best 1 month celebration ever. Did you purposefully line up the marathon just for me? I did, DJ Nugs. How did you know? Lord Illuminous Pooh says, dis though even hoist, brother mine. Don't know what that means. Hold on, I gotta grab something. I knocked that down. Modern day debate is always a mess when Kyle Adams is around involved. Modern day debate, everything is always a mess when Kyle Adams is around. That's one of Kyle's special skills. So, all right, I need to get going here. All right. Let's see. I gotta make sure. Yep. Okay. Okay. So I got that. I need, Binge Thinker. My goodness. Let me read that right now. Binge Thinker says, want to help my favorite flat Earth debater get to Antarctica. Thanks, man. Bruh. Nathan Thompson. Why did he pull up his shirt and say Nathan Thompson? I have no idea. But thank you very much, Binge Thinker. I'll save you from that view. I really, man, I'm getting excited. I'm really anxiously excited about going. I should update the tally here. So just a second. I'll do that quick while we're going. DJ Nug says, I've already donated, but what's the preferred method? So CashApp has the least fees as far as I can tell, but both, well, actually the absolute best is if anybody really wanted to send something kind of large to avoid all fees, you can do a transfer directly to ALE. That's the most efficient, but the one that doesn't have any fees is CashApp, which you may or may not have available to you. So what was I doing? I'm gonna get the recent one here. Oh, it's moved up again. Excited for that. All right. And then I'll check PayPal. I don't know about you. I'm excited. I'm giddy. I'm working on the new tally right now. Oh, he's mimicking Nathan. Oh, I see. Because Nathan something always wants to take his clothes off when he's going to fight. Oh, Sergio Garcia Lovato. Thank you for that. I see that there. Look at this, 524. Okay. New tally coming up. was at 17,276, and now we're at 17,516. Awesome. Moving up, moving up. Rick gifted 5 memberships. I mean, everything's flowing right now. So, all right. So now let me check to see. Nothing yet. No Zoom link yet from I don't even know who's moderating. But let me pull up. I'm doing it'll be a little familiar, the presentation that I'm doing. There we go. There we go. And then so I set things up in I have for this one I have a presentation in Google Slides, and then I go over to my incognito window and I just present it from there. So Blasphemer says, if it's modern day debate, then no one is really moderating. Well, I have to say, I have really thought that Ryan has done a better job. I think he's improved the quality of the moderating. So I don't think it's an issue as much if he's there. So anyway, nothing yet from them. Anyway, did you? I don't know if you've noticed or not, but I change the shirt like every time I get up. So, what are the PayPal fees? So the PayPal fees vary. I think it depends on, like, sometimes it's 3%, sometimes it's 0. I don't know why it's 0. Sometimes it's 4 point. Actually, in my spreadsheet, I have a thing where it's tracking the fee percent. So 4.49 is another percent. And I think it's from people that are not in America. That have that. So CashApp is the best. And like I said, Bitcoin is another way. I don't know if anybody has sent any via Bitcoin. Let me see if gotta log into that. Oh, that's great. I won't say anything, Peter. That was hilarious. Okay. Logging in there. Yeah, nothing, no Bitcoin activity, which, I mean, I'm not pushing that, but yeah, if you have Bitcoin, it's in the description too. Or on the page. So the link on the page in the description is a link to the master page for this whole marathon. It includes how you can participate and assist, including a link to the both my Bitcoin address and then just a QR code for it. So Ark says, I was watching an old debate with you and a Religiflurf, and Ryan did a good job modding. He kicked the Flurf after his idiotic speech using the P word. Was that Ryan? That was well, there've been at least 2. I don't know what that is. Dave Lister responds to Bidge Thinker saying, I can hear Craig crying from here. So Craig is sleeping because he's coming on at 1 a.m. my time, which is 7 a.m. his time, to play the new game show. It's all the rage, D or P. There's even, it would have been Matthew Hakeem. But there was another, it was that Dustin Nemos was the other one. So, oh my gosh, Peter Markley. Absolutely. I can't say anything until it happens. That's funny. All right. So far, Peter, I don't have any. Oh, there we go. Cash App came in. I don't. The problem with Cash App is I don't know if you want me to say your name. Like in general, because like if you tell me, I have two columns. I have name that Cash App gives me and name that you want, or name for all of them. So if there's something other than what whoever just sent that in, just let me know. Just say that was me. Call me this. So there you go. There it is. Okay. Yeah, Nemos is absolutely disgusting. The people that like have to go there, right? Like they don't know what to do, and so they just say everybody they don't like is a, whatever. It's it's instant loss in any sort of a interaction, of course. So, oh yeah, I want to get the modern day debate chat up. So, all right, there's that. Yeah, the placard is just me and Kyle. Apparently, Rossa doesn't rate, and neither does Peter. I don't quite get why he likes to do the 2v2 so much. He's like, well, it's to get more draw. Okay, I get that, I guess. But I don't know. Anyway, see, it's going to be Zoom. Going to be there. So I will not have my live chat. I will instead have Modern Day Debate live chat on screen. So there we go. Modern Day Debate live chat. All right, so that looks good. There we go. So is that it? Is that, no, it's not. I need to get the correct one. So, all right. I'm just waiting at this point for the I don't know where to go. There it is. Just waiting for, there's what it's going to look like right there. For them to say it. Let's check your PayPal again. Oh, okay, hold on. All transactions. Reload. The current is not Java TP from England. He was terrible. Like, as far as flat Earth debaters go, he was not on the quality list for sure. So, all right, I see that from Mark W. Thank you very much. Very generous for that Mark. Where'd my spreadsheet go? There it is. That'll make a big change in the number. That. All right. And then I'll check here as long as I'm at it. Make sure there's no email. No email yet. I don't know when they're going to start. Check Discord DMs for a funny Peter clip. All right. Hold on. All right. That 749. Okay. All right. New number. New tally. coming up right now. It was 17,516, and now we're at 17,708. Sorry, I pasted too much. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm excited. It's moving along. A Lord of Luminous Poo, I love this. Says Doritos implies the existence of a large Doro. Because you see, Ito is Spanish for small, so you put Ito on the end. That's how it works. All right. So when when is that coming? Normally Ryan is pretty good. He'll usually have a link out 10 to 15 minutes before, and we're about 4 minutes out. I don't know. Is it going to happen? Probably. Let me check the Discord from IC Spin.
It's a panoramic video of Southern California from up in the hills. It shows.
All right. I'll play this. It seems like it'll be good. I tell you, what's his name? Matthew Hakeem is not a smart guy. But I mean, not being smart is a mandatory aspect of a flat earther. So what are you gonna do? It's SOP, right? Okay. All right, I had to re-render it because when I use Chrome won't play an MOV file. So I'm using Handbrake to quick re-render that MOV into an MKV, or sorry, an MP4. Almost done. All done. All right. Here we go. Here we go. For real this time.
It's a panoramic video.
All right. Did you hear that a little bit? All right.
Of Southern California from up in the hills. It shows. It's a panoramic video of Southern California from up in the hills. It shows that it is flat. I watched it on my big screen TV at home, and I used a piece of yarn. I paused it, and I put a piece of yarn along the TV. It's perfectly flat. So that's evidence right there. Okay?
Wow. A piece of yarn. That's amazing, Matthew Hakeem. A piece of yarn. Here we go. This one's from James. From James, not from Ryan. All right. And here we go. Let's see. Host is joined. We'll let them know you're here. So it's we're just waiting for it. Yeah, they do it from low elevation, and they're like, but what's the globe predict? They never get the globe prediction. I mean, that is the very fundamental part of every single flat earther's brain, is they cannot actually predict what the globe is going to do. So, Lord of Luminous Pooh says, "Oh no, I was just watching the stream and I just hit a kid carrying symbols." But I'm sorry, people. I'm sorry for saying that out loud. Lord of Luminous Pooh made me do it. Blame Lord Illuminous Pooh. Dr. Nimrod says, I do hope you get to go to Antarctica so badly. It would be interesting if you had to share a tent with Witless. I won't be, that won't be happening. Hello.
Hello.
All right.
MCToon, is that you?
Allegedly.
Oh my goodness. Oh my lucky stars. I'm so happy to see you. I don't know if you're alarmed, but it says Mike on the screen. I don't want to dox you. People don't know your real name is Melvin.
Only you know my real name is Melvin, James.
Melvin.
Yeah.
I'm almost at 2 moments. Thanks for your patience.
All right.
Is the C like a middle initial? I have literally heard people pronounce your username MCToon.
Yeah, I never correct flat earthers when they say that because it's a way that they self-identify. So here's my idea. Nobody in public has ever been like, hey, I think I know you. But I have a plan. If they say, hey, are you MCToon? Then I go, you're a flat earther. And if they say, hey, you're MikeToon or MCToon or Toon, then I say, you're a normal person.
Well, in fairness to them, I think I might have once or twice, at least in private, accidentally called you MCToon.
Oh, that's okay.
But I think it's because I heard a flat earther call you that before I heard your
It tells me that you've
name.
listened to their echo chambers more than you want to admit.
Well, I did start out on TikTok debating flat earthers.
Well, there you go.
I don't know. I have no other excuse, really.
It's okay. It's okay. I can't believe Nathan Thompson is on there, and every time I see him, I just comment. I say, "You're too scared to debate me on Modern Day Debate." That's what I say.
You wish, Melvin.
I wish. All right. Yeah, are we getting a visitor from China soon?
He was on here a minute ago.
He's joining back in. He apparently got disconnected or something.
Okay, there he is.
All right.
Really, Rossa, you're in China?
Yeah, I just woke up. Sorry.
Wow. Well, thanks for being here with us. Is it early? It must be early in the morning. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be tremendous. What we'll do is, for the format, maybe this will make it a little bit easier to hear me.
There you go.
We will have 12 minutes per team for the openings, and then we'll have that's split either way you want. So it could be 6 minutes and 6 or 9 and 3, whatever. Then we'll have open dialogue. Then we'll have Q&A. My goal is to get you out of here in about 2 hours and 40 minutes at the longest. So we'll make sure not get carried away with keeping you here too long. So let me just really quick adjust. Wow. Okay, this looks great. So all the little pictures here are really close. I need to swap a couple things. Let's see. Let me just move Kyle and MCToon. I'm going to swap these. There we go. Okay. Wow. Oh, I can't believe how easy that is. Okay. Any last questions before we do go live?
Not for me.
Nope.
Okay. Cool. And let's see. I'm just going to adjust a little bit. There, that looks better. So, okay, cool. Thanks for your patience. And okay, there we go. That looks good. Let's see. If you're able to maybe are you able to tilt your camera just slightly down, Brother Rossa?
Okay.
Just a bit. There you go. There you go. Okay, it's a little better. And then I feel like there's like a subtle static. Does anybody hear a subtle static?
Oh, yeah.
Better.
Now I think it's gone. Okay, cool. And then we're almost set. Let's see. I'm always trying to, the expression on your face, Peter, I'm always trying to tell what it is. What's the word I'm looking for? The word, it's not coming to mind. There's always a particular expression that commonly I think you have, and I can't tell. I can't read you. Okay, cool. Thanks for your patience. One last little, okay, cool. That looks great. All right, so what I'm going to do first is just do the stream, make sure that the connection is good, which it should. I'm going to just, this is my first time streaming in this new place. 2 seconds. There, I hear the static again. Did anybody just unmute themselves?
I think it's Rossa.
I'm using a really crummy microphone. I don't hear any static in here though.
Then it's you.
It's like a.
I can mute. I can try to mute myself here.
It's a super subtle hiss. It sounds. There it goes.
Sounds
Looks like crickets.
Yeah.
Like but yeah, I suppose if you're. I know it sounds like a chore, but the audience will eat me alive otherwise. If you're able to keep
I'll mute myself when I'm not talking.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It actually looks good. So I'm going to start streaming. I'm very excited for this, you guys. This is going to be so fun. And let me see if I can fix this. There we go. Cool. Okay. I am pumped. So who would like to go first? Usually, people were saying, yes, it's the real deal. So MCToon and Peter, are you cool with going first?
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. All right. Which one of you would like to go first? MCToon, are you okay with me kicking it to you first?
I'll go first.
Cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Melvin. And I'm going to go in with cold open once I just see the screen. Let me just check that everything's going smooth. I hope you guys have had a good Saturday. I'm so excited. This puts me in such a good mood. I honestly just love being here. So thanks for being here. And here I go in 3, 2, 1. Ready, set. Hey, everybody. Tonight we're debating whether or not the moon landing was a hoax. And we are starting right now with the non-hoax side going first. Thanks for being with us. MCToon, the floor is all yours.
All right. Well, I'm sharing my screen. As soon as you're ready, let me know as soon as you see
everybody. Tonight we're debating whether or not the moon landing was a hoax, and let's see.
All right.
I'm going to just quick zoom in. All right, perfect. We're ready for you, MCToon.
All right, excellent. Well, this is Apollo 15 did a live to TV presentation where they dropped a hammer and a feather on the moon. And so I'm going to test to see whether or not the what they experienced there was what is predicted for the moon, and whether or not it would be possible on the Earth.
Thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon? And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens to be appropriately a falcon feather for our falcon. And I'll drop the 2 of them here, and hopefully they'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that?
All right, so I did some analysis on it. They both felt the same rate, which tells us that it has to be in extremely low pressure, so either on the moon or in a vacuum chamber. And then, but what was the rate of acceleration down? And so I did some analysis on that. I counted the frames. The frame rate is 29.97 frames per second. How many frames did it take to fall? And
They'll hit the ground at the same time.
All right,
How about that? They'll hit the ground at the same time.
Let's see. All right, so I'll walk through. It's 36 frames. Just let you see how I counted them. There you go.
How about that?
So with 36 frames, now we know. We can do the analysis. How long did it take? Well, 36 frames at 29.97 frames per second is 1.2 seconds. And the height of the drop is approximately 4 feet or 1.22 meters. I checked that by holding my arms in the same position as he was. He's 1 inch taller than I am, so it's right in that vicinity there. Use the kinematic equation to determine the downward acceleration. There's the kinematic equations on hyperphysics. I used equation number 3 there because I know displacement time and initial velocity. Run through there. V sub 0 or V naught is 0. Initial velocity is 0. So that first term V naught t is 0. So we just are left with x equals 1/2 at squared, giving an acceleration of 1.69 meters per second squared. I missed the squared on that the slide here. So the measured drop rate on the moon is 1.69 meters per second squared. The predicted drop rate of the moon, I won't go through the math of that, but we predict 1.63 meters per second squared as the acceleration on the moon. So we're accurate to 2 significant figures. The gravity on Earth is 9.8 meters per second squared, dramatically different. So it could not have happened on the Earth. So it happened on, it confirmed that it happened on the moon. The conclusion, the hammer and feather demonstration must have taken place in a vacuum and at a rate of downward acceleration of the moon's magnitude. Could they have been in a vacuum chamber and recorded normally, then slowed down to make the drop time match? Well, no, there would not be enough frames in the final video. Could they record it at a faster rate than slow it down? What frame rate would be necessary to do it? I did the math here. They would have to the hammer and feather would have to drop at 0.49 seconds. And how many frames, what frame rate would that be? It's a ratio of 2.45. So I have I increased the recording there to show what it would look like. This is the, they slowed down the footage. Answer, this is what it would have to look like when they filmed it for real. Watch him hopping around. Is this normal movement? There you go. That's a little sample of what they would have to have recorded it at and then slowed it down to make it look right. So it's not possible using the original speed, wearing those bulky suits, and other necessary manipulation to simulate 1/6 gravity. So a fast frame rate recording then slowed down hypothesis is falsified. There you go. All right, Peter.
All right. My turn?
Yep.
I'm going to share my screen as well. Can you guys see this?
Yes.
All right. So I've seen MCToon's analysis of the Apollo 15 hammer and feather drop, and I love the simplicity and power of that argument. However, the evidence from the Apollo program is like a buffet. You can pick anything you want in the data, and if your analysis is adequate and fair, you will find authenticity because it's the real thing. They really walked on the moon. One thing I thought would be really interesting and fun was biomechanics. This is basically the physics of how living things move. For example, humans. And it's one of those subjects where the average person is very ignorant in a way because the topic is not too foreign, but too familiar. Almost everybody learns how to walk when they're a baby, then spends the rest of their life doing it every day. With all that personal experience, we each know what walking looks like, how it feels, and how it works. Or do we? Let's start with the obvious. Our legs support us by pushing against the ground. This counteracts the weight of our bodies pulling downward. Well, what happens if that weight is significantly less, like on the moon? If we push with the same force that we're used to, we'll overcompensate and leave the ground. So a lunar astronaut's legs have to push much more gently to stay on the ground. Now, what happens if he tries to walk? Simple, he just uses less force and it cancels out to the same thing, right? Wrong. Walking works by allowing our center of gravity to tilt forward so that our legs can push not just downward, but also backward, propelling us horizontally. So now you've got two dimensions in play, one with a force to fight against, your weight, that differs between Earth and Moon, and the other with basically nothing except the lateral component of that force vector between your foot and the ground, supplied by friction. This lateral dimension would not be substantially different. I'd repeat, not different between Earth and Moon. The effect of one dimension being the same but another dimension being different has a result sort of like changing the aspect ratio of the physics. If we conceptualize each stride as a classical parabolic arc, the arc is going to be shaped differently on the moon. This shape either makes it shallower or longer. There's no other natural option. And this absolutely does make a human gait look and feel different on the moon. I've seen a lot of video games portray environments with exotic gravity, but I've never seen a single one get it right. Not ever. That's either because the game designers don't know better, or they don't want to spend the resources because the audience doesn't know better. Here's a few examples. Can you guys see this? This Starbound from Chucklefish, Mario Odyssey from Nintendo, and Starfield from Bethesda. For each one, I put a clip from normal G on the left and lower G on the right. And all of them are wrong. Do you see why? No? Let's clip just the walk cycles. See it now? There's no difference between them. The normal G and lower G are identical. The games account for low G physics only when you jump. As long as you're walking with feet on the ground, the two scenarios are identical. That's because these are games for entertainment and nobody cares if they're accurate. When NASA went to the moon, it was not entertainment. It was an effort by the top scientists and engineers in the world, and they not only considered the physics, but made an explicit study of it. They allocated time during the first moonwalk in history, while the entire world watched, for Buzz Aldrin to practice just running back and forth to see how it felt, trying different ways of moving and giving a verbal report. Because no one had ever done this before, and accuracy mattered. Now, if you want to say this is fake, you have to somehow explain these strange ways of moving. Yes, NASA had underwater training facilities because they were trying to cover a training shortfall that caused problems in the Gemini program, and they needed a higher fidelity option for simulating gravity. However, the immense drag from the surrounding fluid was a huge factor. This introduces yet a third variable in our discussion of physics, which makes a neutral buoyancy pool differ from both the moon and dry land on Earth. Here, downward acceleration matches that of the moon, but all muscular movements are slower and stiffer. Because of this, there are actually things the astronauts could do on the moon that they couldn't in the tank. Don't believe me? See for yourself. Here are some closely comparable movements in the water versus on the moon. Look especially at this pinwheel motion of the feet, which is a powerful reflex we have to catch ourselves when falling. Charlie Duke on this Apollo 16 moonwalk was able to pump his feet almost twice as fast as Neil Armstrong in the water, and yet still failed to catch himself because he was moving laterally with no drag. And don't say wires unless you're prepared to say this rock Charlie Duke fumbled was also on wires. I did an analysis on this very similar to the one MCToon just did, which gave results consistent with moon gravity. Okay, let's say in your denialism, you imagine they put wires on a random rock, even though the rock was tumbling as it floated. What about the clouds of dust kicked up by their feet? Oh yes, I did the same analysis on the dust. And yes, you better bet it shows moon gravity. So tell me, how did they put a wire harness on a cloud of dust? Changing the speed of the footage doesn't help you either because, as MCToon showed, the physics just don't line up. No matter what story you invent to say this is fake, you land in a heap of trouble with the scientific evidence. The conclusion is clear. The Apollo moon landings were absolutely real. Thank you. I think you're muted, James.
Thank you very much. We're going to kick it over to the hoax side as well. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being with us. Kyle Adams, I'll kick it over to you. The floor is all yours for your opening statement.
Okay, I'll try and keep this nice and simple. In the past, I think I've thrown too many points out there all at once, and so I'm going to simplify it and not present quite so many today. Now, in order for the moon landing to happen, you're going to need solid materials like aluminum. If you don't have any aluminum, which is a big primary component of what the lunar lander was supposed to be made out of, you don't have any moon landing. Now, something has been kind of picking at my brain for a little while now, and that has been this whole concept of how water boils in a vacuum and how at higher elevations, water doesn't need as much temperature to boil. And so in a vacuum, you can get water to boil at room temperature. And I was thinking like, how about with aluminum? Would that same concept apply to aluminum? And it turns out if you put liquid aluminum in a vacuum, it's true. You don't need as high of a temperature to get aluminum to boil. It's still, you have to melt it down though, in order to get it to boil. But so melting temperature remains constant, no matter what vacuum you put it into. But that doesn't mean it's not going to vaporize. Okay. And so when you go from a solid state to a gas state, it's called sublimation, and you get this kind of effect with dry ice. And so I got to wondering, okay, at what point, what pressure is required to make aluminum subliminate at room temperature? Just at room temperature, what pressure is required to do that, to just vaporize aluminum? And it'll do this here on Earth, normal, like at sea level, a minuscule amount. But I'm talking just like, I want that thing to be vaporized, okay? And so I'm not very good at math, okay? I'm not like a math whiz, but computers are. And so I had a computer go ahead and crunch the numbers for me. And I was told the answer would be to get aluminum to just utterly vaporize, okay, sublimate from the solid state to the gas state. A required vacuum pressure is 10 to the -6 atmospheres or lower. Okay. 10 to the -6 atmospheres or lower. Okay. So what is the pressure of the moon? The pressure of cislunar space, at least so we're told, is 10 to the -12 atmospheres or lower. And between that and 10 to the -9, both of which are well past the threshold to just make the aluminum just vaporize. I think that's pretty convicting right there. So I know MCToon over there, at least in the past, he claimed that science never proves anything. And so I would like to really know if his mind has been changed on that matter, or if he's going to say that it's impossible to score any kind of goals in hockey. Because, if he's still to that claim, then I don't know what he's doing here. But, yeah, I'll hear from my sidekick over here. I'm turning the ball over to you.
Thank you. So nice to meet you guys. Actually, I've never met you before, Kyle and Peter. Nice to meet you guys. And nice to see you again, MCToon. Yep. And also, I think, James, I've actually never met you before, but nice to meet you. So, first of all, I wanted to say thank you to Modern Day Debates for having me on. And especially, I want to say thank you because a few months ago, you guys did a debate between Israel, Palestine. And I feel that's a subject which really needs to be talked about more. You know, all this stuff about 9/11, JFK, moon landings, it pales in comparison to the debates we need to be having. So, and I'm very proud to be here on a channel which would host such a debate. I would personally love to participate in such a debate myself. And speaking about debates I would like to participate in, I wanted to ask Kyle a question. Kyle, did you hear about this suppression of free energy, supposedly going back to Tesla? They've been hiding free energy technology.
Absolutely.
So this is another debate which I think that I would particularly like to participate in. I have friends with firsthand experience of the suppression of free energy. And I also have a friend who works at NASA who has admitted to me that there's some sticky, tricky stuff going on there. But let's come back to the moon landings. I wanted to begin with a quote from Alan Alda. You know Alan Alda, the famous actor. You're familiar with Alan Alda, actor? Okay, anyway, very famous actor. So he came on, it was Good Morning America or some talk show like that. And they asked him, they said, Alan, did you hear about these flat earthers who believe the earth is flat? And Alan said, the most beautiful words. He said, yeah, but we shouldn't criticize them. There's something we can learn from everybody. So in that spirit, I want to mention, what did we learn from flat Earth? For example, back in 1838, Samuel Robathan invented an experiment where he had like a telescope and he could see the boat going away on the river, and there was a light on the end of the boat. So for 32 years, scientists did not have an answer for this question. It wasn't until 1870, when Alfred Russel Wallace presented the theory of atmospheric refraction and how it's creating, like a mirage. So we owe it to the flat Earth for our understanding of atmospheric refraction. We couldn't answer the question for 32 years, So definitely there's a lot we can learn from everybody. And speaking of which, I learned a lot from MCToon. Last time we debated, I made a false...
Just to remind you, pardon my interruption, but just to remind you, given that there's limited time for the introductions, this is a great time to make your case that the moon landing was a hoax.
Okay. I didn't know how much time I had. So if you want me to jump into one little share screen, if you don't mind.
Ready for you. If you have a slide to show, go for it. It'll just be usually there's a green share button.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. So since my time is limited, I want to just reply to one thing MCToon and I were discussing last time. So this is a NASA image. It's called the red print. This is one of the original prints. So you can see this image was sold at the Heritage auctions. They sold for a lot of money. Someone paid for an original NASA print, right? So I'm going to walk us through a little fun thing here. Last time I mentioned we can use this lasso tool, and this lasso tool can be used to catch certain sections of the image, right? And so we can just kind of go down with our lasso tool and come up, go over. Yes. So now don't forget, you have to just copy paste that so it comes out as a separate layer. And then once you've done that, you can then adjust your image levels, brightness, contrast. Okay, ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, it did work. Okay. So, wow, ta-da! The moon landings were real. So you can see how they did that. They got rid of the spotlight effect. So what I'm saying is that any image which has come out since 2010 has been photoshopped garbage, and if you can get the real images from before then, you can see exactly how NASA photoshopped these images to hide the spotlighting effect on the ground.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening. We are going to jump into the open dialogue. Couple of quick housekeeping things. First, folks, if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button as we have many more debates coming up. But also, as you can see at the bottom right of your screen, folks, you don't want to miss this. If you were anywhere near the University of South Carolina, Destiny and Owen Schroyer will be debating this coming Monday at 8 p.m. at the University of South Carolina. Get tickets below. It's linked in the description box. There is an option for free tickets, free debate. Come on out. It's going to be a great time at the University of South Carolina this Monday, October 14th at 8 p.m. We'll see you there. With that, thank you very much, MCToon and Kyle Adams, Brother R, and Peter. Thanks very much. The floor is all yours for open dialogue.
All right, Kyle, when you looked up the sublimation temperature, the sublimation pressure of aluminum, did you get a temperature on that?
I specifically asked the computer to figure out the temperature at which it would just sublimate at room temperature. Okay, that was it. Room temperature was the target temperature, and so that would be like 70 degrees.
Okay, and what's the sublimation rate?
What's the sublimation
Yeah,
rate?
how quickly will it sublimate at 10 to the negative 6?
I don't know. I just asked it to go like completely.
Yeah. So,
were you using an AI for this conversation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, did you notice at the bottom where it says Chat GPT can make mistakes?
Oh yes, I've caught Chat GPT making a lot of mistakes in the past.
Yeah, so have I.
Why? Well, okay, I trust them when it comes to computing math.
Oh no, you can't do that.
It's terrible.
The math is almost one of its weakest areas.
Math is one of its weakest areas.
It's an AI. It's
a
an
language
automated
model.
neural network.
Yeah, not a math
that's
model.
Not an algorithm. When you have math that works well on computers, that's people plugging in algorithms, programming algorithms. It's very different with an automated neural network.
Yeah, but
very different.
It wasn't doing math though. To support Kyle at least a little bit here, you didn't ask it to do math. There's no math involved in that. You were asking it for a fact. What is the sublimation? Will it sublimate at 10 to the negative 6 atmospheres at room temperature? The answer is yes, but you didn't get the important details. At what rate? How long would it take to sublimate a hunk of aluminum? It does sublimate. How much? How fast? How long does it take? You didn't do that. You'd have to do that.
It's not that hard to ask again, but yeah, I specifically, it was saying that it already sublimates, at a very low rate just here on Earth and at sea level. Very low rate there, minuscule amount, but at this one, it's a much greater amount.
Oh, how much greater? Can you give us the quantification of that?
Significant. It was significantly greater.
All right. Thanks, Kyle.
It's already doing that.
Thanks,
Do you agree
Kyle.
that it does sublimate at a much greater vacuum? Do you agree with that concept?
I need to know the rate, Kyle. The rate.
So you don't.
So your assertion is if you take a hunk of aluminum, you put it on the moon, it'll just sublimate, just fly off into space like that. How fast? You don't know.
together in a
You
vacuum.
don't know. You don't know how long it would take for a pressurized vessel on the moon to sublimate away.
I'd also like to point out it is definitely not room temperature on the moon.
I know. Which tells you that if it is higher, if the sun just happens to be shining, it's going to sublimate at an even faster rate.
What is that rate?
I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah.
then your entire point is
really significant.
is pointless, Kyle. You didn't actually bring. You asked ChatGPT to tell you an answer. You didn't get the actual citation. You didn't go to the material safety data sheet or NIST information on the triple point of aluminum or something like that to see, and then to check what's the rate at which it will sublimate. You just say it'll sublimate fast. How fast? You don't know. Would it sublimate over the course of a day? Over the course of 100 years? You don't know.
It's going to vaporize instantly. That was the whole thing. That's why
Instantly.
I asked you
Instantly.
Yeah.
No, it won't.
You don't agree that it will just
No, that's laughable. Absolutely
pretty much,
ridiculous.
Exploding. Yeah.
What do you think they make vacuum chambers out of sometimes?
We've never
on the
been
Earth?
able to create a vacuum chamber of that magnitude.
Do you think that the sublimation rate at 10 to the negative 6 torr is that much different than 10 to the negative 5 torr? Or 4? Or 3? They're actually not. There's a very small
10 to the
difference
negative
between those.
6 is significantly different than 10 to the negative 12th. It's like twice.
No, it's not. It's not twice. Oh my gosh.
When it comes to negative powers.
Oh my gosh. All right.
That's
let me do your homework for you, Kyle. You go ahead, Peter.
1 billion times smaller.
Oh my gosh.
Negative 6 and negative 12 to the power. I know it's significantly bigger. Okay.
Jeez. Hold on. All right. I'll share my.
You're making MCToon age faster here. with this.
This is hilarious. Okay, so there I've switched. There is. Can you read that there? Okay, so let's turn these into a percentage, right? So here's 1 atmosphere. That's 100% of atmospheric pressure, right there. Okay, now let's turn this into a percentage, right? We move the decimal point 2 spots, so it's from 10 to the negative 6 to 10 to the negative 4%. Okay, so that's right now. What's the difference between 10 to the negative 6 torr and 10 to the negative 7 torr? Well, we need to also move it, not 7, that was 12, right? So we're going to be at from 12 to 10, so I need 10 zeros, or 10 sig fig here. Okay, so what is the difference between these two? That's what we're looking at. So when you're like, that's a significant difference between them, what's the difference between these two? Well, it's approximately this much percent, because you're lost in the sig fig there. So the difference is approximately 0.001%. That's the difference between 10 to the negative 6 torr and 10 to the negative 12 torr. 0.0001%. There you go.
Okay. And that has to do with
you said it was
6th power to the negative 12th power.
You said it was a big difference. It's not. It's a very small difference.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you that. Okay, because we're talking about like negative powers, but it's what I mean by big. I mean significant.
No,
significant difference.
Very insignificant. 0.0001% difference. Very insignificant.
Very insignificant.
Very insignificant difference in pressure. Both of them are so small that you could treat them as the same.
There's also a difference between factors and quantities. MCToon's talking about quantities, and you seem to be kind of focused on the factor.
That's a good way to put it.
Although I'm not sure that you know that you're focused on that.
I'm kind of like thinking here about MCToon and him trying to say like the difference between like normal atmospheric pressure versus like a 10 to the atmospheric pressure on the moon is pretty much the same. It's an insignificant difference.
It's the difference between 10 to the negative 6 and 10 to the negative 12 is so insignificantly small that unless you're actually doing something that requires that sort of a precision, you can treat them as both the same.
And he's not including normal atmospheric pressure in that.
Yeah.
He's not saying normal atmospheric pressure is the same as atmospheric pressure on the moon. That's not what he said. He's comparing
10 to the -6 and 10 to the -12th, the same, is like treating atmospheric pressure of just normal room as the same as 10 to the -6th.
No, it's like if you went to the beach and you came home with some sand in your shoe, and you were arguing with someone about whether you had 1 grain of sand in your shoe or 10 grains of sand in your shoe, and how much of the beach you brought home. That's what it's like.
There you go.
Do you agree that you would die if you were in a vacuum chamber of 10 to the -6th?
Has nothing to do with this at all.
Yeah, we're not comparing normal atmospheric pressure versus moon atmospheric pressure right now. We're comparing what in your conversation with ChatGPT you arrived at as the necessary pressure to instantly sublimate a moon lander. We're comparing that abstract pressure to the pressure of the moon, the atmospheric pressure on the moon. That's what we're comparing. Not real Earth atmospheric pressure versus atmospheric pressure on the moon. We're comparing the atmospheric pressure you said to atmospheric pressure on the moon.
The atmospheric, okay, 10 to the -6 atmosphere is the required amount of pressure to get aluminum to just vaporize.
No.
At room temperature. That was...
I don't know. I have like zero confidence that when you were asking ChatGPT about an aluminum object instantly vaporizing, that it truly understood what you were asking. I have like zero confidence in that.
This is the crux of the matter here. ChatGPT answers are not evidence. Any more than you could use it in a court of law. You're not going to use it as scientific evidence. You're going to have to provide a citation.
Because in all reality, ChatGPT understands nothing. It is not a brain. It is not a person. It is not an intelligence. It is basically a glorified search engine, a text processing predictor. It doesn't know or understand anything. Yeah. And that's why it makes so many mistakes. It has data. And when you ask it questions, it shoves data at you that it thinks is relevant.
It's trying to give you an answer that looks like what you've asked it to give it.
Yeah.
Can I respond to Kyle's question here?
Go for it.
Yeah, so have you seen these videos where they take a balloon and a camera on it and they let it fly up? You've seen these videos before, right? So you have a balloon, and when you put air into the balloon, you can't fill it all the way up, because as the balloon rises, the atmospheric level decreases and the balloon starts expanding, right? So this is the atmospheric difference between Earth, what you call sea level, and a space, right? Is that is the change in atmospheric pressure, right? You're going from the sea level atmospheric pressure to 0 atmospheric pressure, right? So that's the change. So if you compare that,
astronaut suit should inflate.
So if you compare that to you've seen on Earth, we have this cooking, you cook with propane at home or something, you buy a cooking gas can, right? You've seen those big cans. So this is a 5 PSI tank, right? Normally they put 5 PSI, and that is what the Apollo mission capsules were supposedly filled to, is a 5 PSI tank. Now, the question is, here on Earth, if you put 5 PSI of gas into your tank, it's not going to explode. It's going to hold that pressure. And then if you somehow threw that up into space, then the atmospheric pressure will go down, and that will cause more tension on the sides of the shell, but the shell would still be able to hold that 5 psi inside. Am I right in thinking this?
I don't know. It's between you two. It's between
Peter, audit. What do you think? Would you agree here, or would you disagree?
Oh, I think Rossa is mostly correct in what he's saying. I just think maybe he didn't quite bring it home to be relevant to what was being said in a clear way.
The tanks should explode if they're put under enough pressure, like from a external vacuum pressure. And if you've got like a certain amount of pressure on the inside, the greater the difference between the internal pressure and the external pressure, that tank is going to give at some point. I think that's what he's trying to say, is that those tanks should explode at that under pressures like that.
Okay, well, that is an incorrect statement. I didn't hear him saying that, but that would be an incorrect statement.
Yeah, it all depends on the structure of the vessel. Can it withstand that pressure here on sea level, or can it withstand that pressure when it actually reaches the 0 atmospherics? When it reaches the 0, it'll go ahead.
I was going to say, just calling it an incorrect statement, it's just hand waving it and saying, nah.
Well, the reason it's incorrect is because of what Rossa is saying. The difference in pressure from inside to outside has to overcome the tension in the material that the container is made of, which is what Rossa mentioned. He mentioned the tension of the sides of the container. That's what keeps it from exploding. That's when they build containers for the purpose of going to the moon, they're going to build them strong enough because these are scientists and they know what they're doing.
They just happened to build it strong enough. And
they didn't just happen to. They designed them strong enough because they knew the physics and they knew the math.
Okay, if they don't know exactly how strong of a vacuum they're preparing for, then how do they know what they're...
They did know.
They did know. How did they know?
Well, I don't know all of the details of the history, but I'm sure that they figured out by the mass of the moon and the observations of, atmosphere on the moon. They had many unmanned missions to the moon before the manned mission to the moon, so they could have measured during that time.
Yeah, they had been in orbit around the Earth at for years before that, and the pressure in orbit around the Earth is as a percentage essentially the same as on the moon.
Okay, so they could observe the moon landing, they could observe the atmosphere on the moon from the Earth before the moon landing happened. Is that what you said?
In many ways, yes.
How did they observe the atmosphere on the moon before the moon landing happened?
Telescopes.
Well, as I just mentioned,
lasers, radar.
They did send unmanned missions there before they sent men there. So those unmanned missions were able to directly sample the medium they were flying through.
But it doesn't matter. They can say, let's treat it as if the pressure is 0 and design the things as if the pressure is 0. That's all they have to do.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. And when it's 10 to the negative 6 torr versus truly 0, the percentage is minusculely different.
Because if you bring 10 grains of sand home in your shoe instead of 1, you have not reduced the size of the beach.
Or 0. Yeah, how much did the beach reduce by bringing 10 grains or 0 grains home? The same? Not exactly the same, but close enough to the same that if you're building a structure on the beach, it doesn't matter.
Except for when it's a life and death matter.
Well, if you're building a structure on the beach, 10 grains of sand missing won't make a difference.
Okay, this is a little different than that when it comes to just talking about whether or not the thing explodes or just vaporizes instantly or not.
Anyway, so Kyle, I asked ChatGPT while we're talking here to give me the sublimation rate of aluminum on the moon. We've got 4.87 times 10 to the negative 18 kilograms per millisecond.
Per millisecond. A millisecond is very small.
Yeah, but so is 10 to the negative
10 to the
18.
negative 18 kilograms is even smaller. So I would say we're pretty safe for good long while. Plus, they have photographs of them 50 years later, so we're good.
And that might help explain why in those photographs 50 years later, the equipment looks a little more worse for the wear.
Well, the photographs we have don't give us enough clarity to tell whether or not there's any degradation. They're from low moon orbit, which is still high enough that the resolution of the photos is enough to see.
There was a mission where they saw some equipment they had left there, and then during another moonwalk, they saw that equipment again.
Apollo is 11 or 12. Rossa knows it, and it was Voyager. Was it Voyager? We talked about this last time, Rossa, where they
That's
walked.
where I learned it, actually.
Yeah, they walked over to. They intentionally landed right near it. I think it's a 12.
Surveyor 3.
Surveyor 3. Yeah, they brought back a chunk of it. Yeah.
Okay. And also, we can also look. Apparently, the lunar environment isn't so bad if you can still see footprints on the surface after all these years.
There's no wind.
Well, what's something we do when we want to preserve something here on Earth? We vacuum seal it, right? Having no air there goes a long way to making things. Also, no life. So it's not going to grow mold or it's not going to be trampled by a wild animal.
What about the wild moondabeasts?
Extreme environments do tend to remain static for longer than, lush environments that are filled with life.
I think you're getting the moon confused with Mars. It's Mars that's the one that has the crabs showing up in their images.
I don't know what you're talking about, Kyle.
You haven't heard about the crab on Mars.
There's no crabs on Mars.
Yeah.
I thought it was a lemming.
I agree, but that's not what NASA says or shows.
I thought
NASA does not say.
NASA says there is no life found on Mars yet.
Except for when you actually go to the NASA website and look at their images of Mars and you zoom in on them and you see a crab.
But Kyle, you claimed they said.
Sorry.
You take it back. It's fine.
Photos.
Yeah, okay. So pareidolia.
Yeah,
it's
okay.
pareidolia.
So Kyle, have you heard of pareidolia is what I was
Awesome.
It's not. So
moon crabs. All right. Dude.
Same reason that people look up at the moon and they see a face.
Yeah.
Or a bunny
warning
from Japan.
Warning to people, if you're going to be going out clubbing tonight, do not catch a case of moon crabs.
Oh boy.
Or sorry, Mars crabs. Mars crabs. All right.
So are you now under the impression that science proves things?
You wanted to have a philosophical debate on whether or not science can prove things? I think it might be a great topic for James to book for a future date.
Well, I think this kind of shows the relevancy of your whole statements here.
I think I just proved that ChatGPT is not a good source for checking whether or not aluminum will sublimate in a low pressure environment.
Proved. Okay, that's
I'm using your word for you, Kyle, just for you.
Okay, you believe that in proof now. That's a huge difference.
Kyle, I'm using your word. I'm being hyperbolic, Kyle.
You can't win this debate with semantics, Kyle. That's not going to happen.
Semantics doesn't change reality.
Okay. If you don't know what my word is, then how can you say, I don't know. It's kind of interesting for you to say that.
How about you guys address some of our evidence? How about that?
Yeah, let me say one more time. I was being hyperbolic. But yes, we both did put some actual effort into our presentations. It'd be nice if somebody has responded to it.
I am enjoying the casual vibe here, but
okay. So you want me to address your evidence? I can totally do that. Okay. So a lot of your thing had to do with like the photos and imagery and video footage from the moon, right? And so I just kind of look at that and I got to ask, how did that footage get from the moon to Earth? Like when it comes to signal wise, okay, they're talking about like broadcasting. It's live footage for everyone to see, but we know that Gus Grissom, before he was murdered, said, if we can't communicate between two buildings, how are we going to communicate with the spacecraft 240,000 miles away?
That was not a signal issue. That was a interpersonal issue.
Yeah.
There was too much chatter going on, and they couldn't get ideas across between people. There was no technical issue about getting signals between buildings. That was not what he was referring to.
Did you really
so
just think that they were struggling to be able to send electronic messages between buildings, Kyle? That's adorable.
All right. We know
Seriously, that's adorable.
We know that there's more to this, okay? To effectively broadcast television signal over a distance of 1,000 miles, you typically need a transmitter in the range of 10 kilowatts to 100 kilowatts. And Apollo, they were up there operating around 20 watts. Humongous difference. Okay.
Yeah, there's more than just that in the differences between those two scenarios.
All right.
Did you consider the other factors that were different?
Just saying. Can I take this, Peter?
Yeah, go ahead.
I do have a little bit of a background. This was the book I actually used at university when I studied electromagnetism. I don't have the book that I used for my antennas class, but I took an antennas and class that dealt with that. So you talked about this broadcast for TV, a different TV system than they used, and you used a system that was probably an isotropic distributor of the radio frequencies versus a dish that was on the moon where they had a very narrow beam, and then on the Earth where they had a really, really large dish, multi-meter diameter dish to receive the signals. So although it was a rather low power signal coming from the moon, it was focused and it was picked up by a very large dish on the Earth. So if you think it's a problem, it sounds to me like you don't know what they did, but the burden would be on you to say that, to maybe perform the EIRP analysis to show that it's not good enough, that it wouldn't have enough power, something like that.
So you're saying not everyone on Earth could hear that signal that they were broadcasting from the moon. It was a very focused signal to one place, and then that one place shared it out to other places.
Kyle, the signal was being picked up by an official NASA partner. I think it was the one in Australia, right, Mike?
It depended on what time of day it was, but hold on a second. Kyle,
for the original moonwalk with Neil Armstrong.
Kyle, did you think that from the moon they broadcasted directly to people's televisions?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going off of the thing. It was your guys' claim that everyone could hear it, right? They're sharing this with all the world.
It's even more adorable, Kyle.
Is that not what you claimed?
It was not being broadcast directly from the moon to people's televisions. No, that is not what we claimed.
Clarify your claim.
It was being picked up by a special receiver, and then that signal was being forwarded, rebroadcast to all of these different television stations that people were already accustomed to tuning into, and some of the broadcasting was like augmented, like in the case of, for example, Apollo 11, the first time they landed on the moon, there was no cameraman standing outside on the surface of the moon to catch the landing itself. So some of the TV broadcasts substituted a few seconds of animation to stand in for that moment during the mission.
It was labeled animation too.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that conspiracists have latched onto, because later one of the astronauts joked on a talk show about, no, you didn't see it because it was animation. Well, he was referring to those few seconds, and then it switched over to the actual footage. And so, there was a whole process here, a complex process to get that television signal out to the whole world onto everyone's television sets. It was not just directly from the moon landing equipment to the television sets.
Okay, so Russia would not have intercepted. Oh my goodness, they were actually on the moon. In order for Russia to even claim that or to be under any kind of impression, they'd have to be watching American TV because
they have their own dishes.
And we're rebroadcasting the signal over there to Russia.
They have their own dishes, Kyle. They have their own dishes.
They have their own dishes.
Yeah,
and
they could eavesdrop on the same conversations as it came directly from the moon.
Being broadcasted to the whole world
from the moon to the Earth. With a low power, a high gain antenna to the Earth, so the entire it's not really low power. It's the appropriate amount of power. The people doing this knew what they were doing. They knew how high the power needed to be in order to receive it. Anyway, so we had. If you're going to talk inverse square law, I will absolutely be delighted to see you get out your pencil and paper and run through the inverse square law of the EIRP analysis for those antennas at power rates. Don't talk inverse square law if you're not ready to do that, okay? Because I'll follow along if you're going to do the EIRP analysis of it. I'm ready for it, Kyle. I don't think you are.
Well, yeah, math isn't my forte. I'm not going to.
We know this.
I'd rather have a computer go ahead and just calculate that for me and just do that.
You mean ChatGPT?
Yeah, next time, don't use ChatGPT.
Oh, gosh. All right. So back to the actual evidence that Peter had that you didn't yet address because you wanted to talk about how it was transmitted, which really you should have some background information on these things before you enter into this kind of debate. I don't know what you're thinking. But anyway, Peter had some amazing evidence, some analysis of the movement. What do you say about that?
About the movement? There's a lot of ways to fake movement, like tons of different ways to fake movement.
Can you name one that actually works in this situation?
Okay. So when it comes to just taking a photo, okay, please tell me.
I was talking about video.
Okay, you can take a video of a video. There's different ways to manipulate movement and frame rates because a lot of this came down to frame rates.
No, a lot of it did not come down to frame rates, Kyle. I explicitly explained why that was not the case because the physics don't line up.
Okay, MCToon was the one who was over there, like literally counting the frame rates.
Yes, I was counting frames too.
Okay, and you can make the frames wherever you want them to be.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
You can slow down and speed up footage, but you can't change the physics that's portrayed in those frames unless all of the imagery is like fake somehow. And they didn't have CGI in 1969 or any time throughout the 70s.
They did, actually.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
Who had CGI in the 1970s?
Yeah, it's interesting kind of looking into the history of it. I don't have it all on the tip of my fingers right now, but yeah, I've looked into it in the past, and it's interesting to find out kind of like...
You want to see what CGI they had in the 1970s?
I'm aware of like what the public thing looked like.
Peter's got it.
I just think about like Game Boy games and like the digital cameras, and it's not all about digital cameras.
All of that was decades later.
I am aware of that.
I think you have your history a little wrong, and I'm going to give you a little reality check here because...
I'm aware when it comes to like computer generated graphics and when it comes to the technology of digital cameras themselves. And my point I was trying to say was the Game Boy camera being a digital camera, being very low quality, distributed to the masses. I get that. And it was long decades after the moon landing claim. And so I understand that, but that doesn't mean, CGI isn't the same age as...
Peter, do you have that you had a couple videos of that?
Yes, well, I have a 90-second visual effects demo reel from the 1970s. I did a demo reel of visual effects from the 1970s. You guys want to see it?
I'd love it.
Okay, do you acknowledge practical effects?
That's exactly what I'm about to show you because that's all they had. That is not CGI. Practical effects does not equal CGI. Those are two different things.
Okay.
Here. Let me share my screen. Make this a little bigger. You guys ready? Oh, I probably don't have audio for this, do I? But you can just sort of observe.
Looks like Star Wars.
No, it's a 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Oh, okay.
It says on the screen. Can you not see that?
I said it looks like Star Wars. Okay.
Okay, well, we'll get to Star Wars. This is 1968.
Uh-huh.
There you go, Star Wars.
Yep.
Notice this is
Decade later.
almost 10 years after the moon landing.
We need some color commentary.
There's
Doctor
also some low budget British television that I grew up watching.
I love Doctor Who.
Oh, wow. He's being murdered by the Daleks.
Just invert the screen.
All right. So you did not just now see any CGI. None of that was CGI.
Okay.
All of that was practical effects. Miniature models, 2D compositing, rotoscoping, in some cases, stop motion animation. That's what you saw. And it's very limiting. You know, I've spent my life studying visual effects. This is the career I wanted to be in. So there's things that a filmmaker just couldn't show with practical effects, and they had to use creative storytelling to get the idea across, and it worked because the audience wanted to be fooled. It was entertainment.
So when do you think CGI was invented?
It was invented in the 1980s.
No, it wasn't. Just Google it. I just Googled it now. When was CGI invented? 1950s.
Let's see some
Can you provide the source?
Let's see some 1950s CGI.
Actually,
I can't even laugh. I can't even ask with a serious face, Kyle, because I know what it will look like.
Hey, you're the one claiming that CGI was
You're the
invented
one
much-
that has to claim that it was CGI. Then you need to show that the CGI of the era was capable of doing stuff that looked like that. That's your
I was just
burden.
simply claiming that CGI was invented a lot earlier than you claim it was. That was all my claim was. Okay.
Can I ask
Okay,
Peter?
so you're trying to one-up us on trivia, but the point is that CGI was not even commercially viable until the 1980s. That's why I said 1980s.
Can I ask Peter?
Yeah.
Peter, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Because you studied this. I think on YouTube there's a video. I can't tell you the title right now, but it's something like NASA was invested in using computers to manipulate video images. I think it was between Apollo 16 and Apollo 17. They hired a computer company to help them. You can search. There is a video on YouTube where NASA did invest in only for Apollo 17. I think. Are you familiar with this?
No, but it doesn't impress me because they still weren't faking the images. It wasn't physically possible at the time. If they were investing in new technology for whatever reason, who cares? It wasn't viable yet.
I just asking because you said you're a history buff in that, and I haven't.
No, not a history
I know that
buff.
video.
I just know a lot about visual effects. That's all.
But that's pretty important to know that NASA did invest in the visual effects between Apollo 16 and Apollo 17.
Is it though? Is it really that important to know?
Well, if your specialty is video effects, then I would think that's pretty important that NASA.
My specialty is how to make visual effects and how to tell the difference between one kind of visual effects technology and another. That's what my specialty is.
Anyway, it would be worth searching that. It's a good YouTube video. I'm not saying that's proof of anything, but it is something to learn about.
All right, so we're still sitting here without actually having addressed the content of Peter's analysis or my analysis.
I did address that.
You said it could be fake without proving that it was faked. Using your word for proof there.
So, yeah, I went and brought up the whole signal broadcasting, and they just didn't have the power to do that. And
you didn't.
Say, yeah, they did. And
you did not provide the EIRP analysis showing that they didn't have that power.
Yeah, and you didn't provide it saying that they could.
Not my burden.
An impasse, and so you want to.
Burden of proof is on you. You're the one that made the claim, not me. I don't have the burden. You do.
Okay, you're the one claiming it happened. I'm the one saying, no, I didn't.
No, Kyle, you are denying the universal consensus of history and calling a huge number of upstanding professionals liars and con men. And so the burden of proof is on you, not on us. But besides, we did meet our burden of proof, and you just are basically
you won't even talk about
barking at the moon, to pardon the phrase.
Wait, you're claiming that was proof?
Yes.
Scientific
what
proof.
MCToon and I just provided were proof.
With scientific proof. Well, I congratulate you at disagreeing with the mainstream masses that say there's no such thing as scientific proof.
You're not going to win on semantics. Stop trying that.
Yeah, I congratulate you for thinking of that.
Oh, he goes back to semantics. Adorable.
Is that like your security blanket? You have to run back into that every time we.
Well, I just really applaud people for having the brave. All
right.
This
so can you be done applauding and get back to the point?
Okay. This might be an opportunity. Are there any points from MCToon or Peter that you especially disagree with, where you're just like, no, I can't even. Let's say we just call it strong evidence, where you'd say, well, because even if you admitted it's strong evidence, that seems like it'd be a challenge, Kyle. So my guess is that you would say, well, no, I won't even grant them strong evidence. Okay. Are there any points from their case that you'd say, no, not strong evidence?
The entire moon landing itself for me is just immediately dismissible when I know that the Earth is flat. And so they want to point at like the pictures of the moon itself, or sorry, not the moon. If they want to point at pictures of the Earth and it shows a globe, then immediately after that, I'm just going to say, sorry, the Earth is flat. That's a whole other argument. I get it. But yeah, for me, that's when it comes to...
This is the personal incredulity fallacy card.
It's not personal incredulity.
I suppose what we'll do...
It's based on a foundation elsewhere.
It sounds like... Oh, I don't want to interrupt you, Kyle. Go ahead. I'll give you a chance to respond to MCToon, and then I want to redirect us.
Okay, so it's credulity in the flat Earth that just makes the moon landing hold no water.
Everybody, let's say we went back to, okay, so I think you said like nothing they would say could make you think that what they've said is strong evidence, because you're so convinced of the arguments for the moon landing being a hoax. I suppose then, of course, we have to ask, what would be, let's say, one of those, or even the best, the strongest argument, Kyle? That way MCToon and Peter can engage with your strongest argument for the moon landing being a hoax. Because it sounds like you're saying that's the main reason why you can't grant that their arguments are strong evidence. So it kind of brings the burden back to you in the sense that they're going to want you to unpack that.
Okay, so for me, like, the entire moon landing itself falls apart because my foundation in the moon landing being a hoax is actually built in flat Earth, and saying, so long as the Earth is flat, the moon landing could not have happened.
Okay, but that's not going to be convincing to an audience if you can't even explain all of the steps of that logical process in yourself. Like you're describing for yourself what is or is not convincing without sharing enough of it that we or the audience can follow along with you. That's not how you debate. That's how you share, like in a group therapy session or something. So
you want me to expound on why the Earth is flat?
I want you to debate. That's what I want you to do, because that's what I thought we were here to do.
Yeah. So that's what we're doing.
Oh, cool.
Debating.
You have the burden of proof for your claims.
The burden
of proof for your claims.
Yes, and you can say the same thing. You've got the burden of proof also. I'm glad you believe in proof. Thank you.
We met our burden.
Met your burden.
Yes, it's your turn to meet yours or to falsify ours.
Where is your proof exactly? What specific thing do you claim was proof?
The analysis that MCToon did on the hammer and feather drop,
That was
or
proof.
the analysis that I did on the biomechanics evident in a wide range of videos from the moon landing,
So
from various moon landings.
Your absolute claim is that there is zero possibility that that was faked.
Unless you can show any plausible
You have the burden
possibility
if
that it was faked.
Yeah, if it's going to be your claim that that's fake, you have the burden that it's fake.
I just have to say that there's a possibility that it is fake.
That's not how it works.
That-
That's
no.
not how it works.
Okay.
That's waving the white flag. So for reference, if this were like a Lincoln Douglas debate or a Mace or Oxford style debate, when you make a claim, you have certain things that you're obliged to do. And the judging panel, Lincoln Douglas are judged on points. You would get points or not points for them. So you saying, "Nuh-uh, it could possibly be faked," would get you 0 points as your response for that, and would just give us that entire interaction, just hand it over to us. Which is what you've done. So I appreciate that, Kyle.
Well, that's what you're doing too.
Complete-
Saying, nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh to what? What am I saying nuh-uh to?
Okay, it said nuh-uh when it comes to the whole thing with the signal being not strong enough. You
Sure.
said nuh-uh to that.
What evidence did you
also said
present?
nuh-uh to the whole
Right,
vaporization.
perfect. Right to that one. What evidence did you present in that interaction there? Well, recall for us the evidence you presented.
Okay, that solid objects will actually sublime in a vacuum.
It's not sublime.
Sublime is not a word.
It's not a band.
Not a verb for that.
It's not a band.
Solid objects will sublimate in a vacuum.
There you go. Okay.
When you get
That's a claim. So far, you've made the claim,
vacuum-
Kyle. You've made the claim that they will sublimate. Now, the next step would be to provide the supporting evidence for it. So it'd be a citation to something that's not ChatGPT, to maybe some material data sheet from NIST, for example, showing the rate at which aluminum would sublimate at that pressure. You haven't done that. I used your same tool and determined that the rate at which it would sublimate is exceedingly small. So it's not looking too well for you. I used your same tool and it said it's not going to sublimate fast enough to make a difference.
Okay, and I went through, actually it was deep AI, deepai.org. So that was mine.
Okay,
Should I
doesn't
go
matter.
to
It's
Deep
pretty
AI and
obvious.
ask the same damn question, Kyle? It's not going to give a different answer. It's seriously.
You're saying ChatGPT, so I'm just kind of correcting you on that.
Oh my gosh, Kyle.
It's evident that whichever one you used, the AI did not understand what you meant by instantly vaporized.
this
so
horse-
it gave you the wrong answer.
This horse is dead. This horse is so dead. All right. The other one you presented was you talked about the transmission. You compared a TV transmission rate. You didn't cite anything specific of how a television tower does an isotropic transmission to small antennas in people's houses. And somehow you tried to say that was analogous to a high gain, narrow focused antenna on the moon pointing to a multiple meter diameter dish on the Earth. Completely non-analogous at all.
You're going back to the whole thing on it pointing at one dish in particular, and so if it's pointing at one dish
It
in particular,
wasn't pointing at one dish,
only in
Kyle.
that place will they be able to?
It
receive
wasn't
that
pointing at one dish,
therefore
Kyle.
The
It
Russians
was
would not be able to intercept that transition.
It was not pointing at one dish, Kyle. It was pointing at the entire Earth. Gosh.
It was pointing at the entire Earth, and so now you're kind of
gosh,
going
Kyle.
back and forth.
No, I'm not, Kyle.
One dish was in particular picking up the signal while it was pointed at the entire Earth, which is a very narrow beam from the moon because the moon is 250,000 miles away.
Yeah. What's the width of a look at the beam divergence.
Okay.
my gosh.
It's either focused or it's not focused.
No, that's not how it works.
The entire Earth there.
Oh my gosh. You think it's a pencil? Do you think that it actually sends like a pencil thin beam?
I'm not the one making the claim here. This is you.
You're the one misunderstanding.
You are the
claim,
one
apparently.
asserting. Yeah, you're the one asserting things about how it happened when that's not how it happened.
Okay. You're talking about hitting a satellite dish, and so it's focused in on that satellite dish. And so I'm kind of
no, it's
under
not.
your impression here if that it's going to be within the range of that satellite dish, kind of give or take the size of that dish. And so, but you're talking about it's much larger than that. So now the Russians can intercept it, and so it doesn't tell me the same kind of focus. And so when you're just saying it's focused, you're kind of losing.
Kyle, if you're going to come into a debate on this topic and you're going to make claims about the radio transmission, you need to have a background in the radio transmission. You would need to know the hardware and the circumstances that they used to transmit from the moon. You would need to know the hardware and the circumstances that they used to receive it on the Earth. You're completely unaware of all of those things. And you're trying to make some sort of an assertion about how it worked when you don't know any of the very most basic aspects of what was happening.
Okay, so why don't we all just use their technology, and so we don't have to spend, the 10 kilowatts or whatever it was. Okay. Yeah, 10 to 100 kilowatts. Okay, why don't we all just use that to broadcast our radio signals here on Earth?
That's not the situation. It's not applicable unless you're trying to send a signal from one location to one other location. That's not how television broadcasting works. They're trying to broadcast to as large an audience as possible, which is why it's isotropic.
Do you know what isotropic means, Kyle?
You want to explain it?
If you don't know, then you're not tall enough to ride.
Okay, so you're asking me
if you don't know what it means, you're not tall enough to ride the ride.
Okay, so you're just trying to demean me now? Is that it? Or what?
It has a manifestly practical reality in this conversation. The fact that you don't understand these things. He's not just trying to demean you. He's trying to point out you are unqualified to be making the statements you're making.
This conversation is not a conversation you have the background to communicate, to participate in. That's not demeaning. That's, you should know your what lane you're in. This is not your lane.
We keep throwing stuff and you keep missing them.
I can give you whatever reasons I have for not believing in the moon landing. To win a debate, you have to convince someone. Me telling you the reasons why I don't believe in the moon landing, those are all reasons. And so those are reasons that you've got to kind of overcome.
Okay, so there might be a misunderstanding here in what you just said might show a misunderstanding. You said to win a debate, you have to convince someone. Okay, that's not quite accurate. To win a debate, you have to convince a reasonable third party, the audience. Okay, the audience has to be able to follow what you're saying to the logical conclusion that you're trying to assert. You are never going to be convinced because you've already made up your mind. That's not what we're here to do. We don't win the debate by convincing you.
Okay, so the audience, there is no survey that says where the audience stood beforehand versus afterhand. This isn't Intelligence Squared where they actually do that. Okay?
This isn't Oxford or Mace, yes.
Okay, the only people that we can actually see here interacting is us. There's me, there's my partner, and there's you guys. And so you guys are the only people I know where you stand on the matter.
Yeah, you're right. So it's the matter of who wins or who loses in a debate.
I'm still talking now. Okay? There is no judge on the audience where they're saying, this is my stance. I changed my stance. They are not really there. We can't gauge the audience. There's no rating there. Okay? The only people here is us and you.
Yeah, so you're right if you're trying to say that the matter of who wins the debate is subjective. Technically, that is correct. There will be varying opinions on who won the debate, because if there are people in the audience who are biased toward denialism or conspiracy theories, they're going to think that you and Rossa won the debate, typically. Or if there are people who are not biased toward those things, then they're going to think that MCToon and I won the debate. That's how it usually works. You're right.
So the only qualifying factor for me to be here is just for me to have an opinion. And you've got to change my opinion if you want to win the debate.
No, that's not our goal.
Between us. Between us. Yeah,
not even a little.
If I want to win the debate with you, I've got to change your opinion.
Well then everyone today is going to lose. By that standard, everyone is going to lose.
It's called an impasse, okay? It's a draw. That's what happens. If
all right.
That's not, oh my gosh, adorable.
If no one changes their mind, it's an impasse.
Except that I think you are going to end up looking very foolish here, because the reason for the impasse is just you sitting there going, nuh-uh. You know, it's you're not presenting arguments based in logic or evidence. You're presenting denialism. No. We are presenting arguments based in logic and evidence. It shows that our reasoning is more objective than yours, that you're the one with the greater bias. That's what it shows.
Okay, you're just saying we're logical and you're not. That's not how it works.
No, I'm making an observation about what's happening right now. You are dismissing evidence and not presenting any counter evidence. You're dismissing logic and not presenting any counter logic.
I dismissed it and gave you my reasoning why.
This might be an opportunity.
That's my logic.
We haven't talked about the social aspects yet, which are interesting, because if one takes the position that the moon landing was a hoax, some might ask, why is it that nobody has blown the whistle? Nobody that's involved with the project and knew that it was fake. Some people might ask that. That by itself is really interesting and fun. And maybe, though, Kyle, I'm not trying to speak for you. So maybe you take the position that there are whistleblowers. So this is a good chance that we can explore that, because that's obviously what the other side would say, namely your side, Kyle. Or Brother R. Either of you, if you have any thoughts on whether or not there are kind of social arguments for the moon landing not being a hoax, namely, why aren't there any whistleblowers?
So my statement on am I going first or?
Brother R, we haven't heard from you in so long. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. So there has been a few whistleblowers. Bill Casing was the first one. He was involved with Rocketdyne. And since that time, there's been a few more. And I happen to be one of them, means that I have been given access to classified information, and I blew the whistle. I decided to reveal that information. And I'm not the only one, of course. Just recently, there was another whistleblower, sort of a whistleblower. His name is Professor Yang Yu Guang of the International Astronautical Federation. So he is obviously a scientist from China, and he was chosen to represent China in the International Astronautical Federation because he can speak English very well. You know, most of the scientists here in China don't speak English very well. So he was chosen to be representative of China. And on the recent Chang'e 6 launch, you know, China just launched back in May. China launched the Chang'e 6 to go collect samples from the backside of the moon. And on that launch, Professor Yang Yu Guang made a statement, and I'm going to quote from him. He says, quote, "Many people doubt whether the Apollo missions were real or not. Myself personally, I find it almost unbelievable that they could have conducted a lunar orbit rendezvous with the 1960s technology." So this is also, there's been other examples of whistleblowers, but this is one of the most recent ones as well.
So how is that a whistleblower if all he did was communicate his incredulity?
This is a Chinese style of whistleblowing. We call it whistleblowing without actually whistleblowing.
No, that's fundamentally different because he expressed his opinion about history. That's not him having classified information that he revealed, like you said about yourself.
Of course, he's not revealing any classified information.
Then he's not a whistleblower. He's just a denialist.
He's hinting at becoming a whistleblower.
Oh, so you're counting your eggs before they hatch.
Our biggest whistleblower is still Buzz Aldrin himself.
No, that's not correct, Kyle.
You could say that.
Show me any clip of him denying the moon landing.
We didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Misquoting somebody is lying, Kyle.
It's not misquoting. That's actually like...
Yeah, you are misquoting, misattributing what he was saying. That's lying.
Stop.
It goes against your religion, Kyle. Why are you doing that? That's kind of gross. That's really gross.
Yeah. They also called it staged. Yeah, I got that one too. And what was the scariest thing that happened? Scariest? It didn't happen.
He wasn't scared, is what he was saying, Kyle. You're misrepresenting him. That's a sin, Kyle. Why are you doing that? Kyle, it's disgusting when people do that.
Okay, no. Yeah, he said it. Yeah, it was quite clear.
And for you to pretend like you have some sort of a religious background and then misrepresent what he said, it's really gross.
It's not misrepresenting him.
Yes, it is, Kyle.
100%. It's disgusting.
Okay, it's not misrepresenting him at all.
Yes, it is. Show the evidence.
All right.
What about Neil Armstrong? What about Neil Armstrong's quote? He said that there's many unsolved mysteries hidden behind truth's protective layers.
That sounds very philosophical.
Yeah, waxing eloquent. Wow.
That's not a denial of the moon landing.
It's a hint.
No, it's not.
No.
Hints are not evidence. My gosh.
Any other alleged whistleblowers, anybody that came out and said, listen, I know you think that we went to the moon, but I was a part of the project. I was one of the video editors or the CGI people or anybody like that.
So Rossa claimed Bill Casing. I think that's worth mentioning. Bill Casing worked at Rocketdyne and left Rocketdyne well before they had done anything with Apollo stuff in magnitude. So he couldn't have been a whistleblower. He wasn't in a position to have the type of information necessary.
Okay. When it comes to whistleblowers, it's really important to remember that just because you haven't heard of any whistleblowers out there, that doesn't mean they aren't out there. It just means that there's poor media coverage on the matter. Okay? Yeah, but that's the start. I'm not done. Okay? All right. The other thing is, just because, even if there weren't any whistleblowers out there, okay, even if there weren't, that doesn't invalidate it and saying, because not every secret that the CIA keeps gets blown. Okay, so just because no whistleblowers have ever been out there on certain secrets when it comes to the CIA, that doesn't mean it's still not a secret. So you can speak now.
Yeah, so again, you've got the wrong standard of how a debate is supposed to work. This is not a conversation to convince you. This is a conversation to show that you are right to the audience. You are not presenting arguments or evidence. You're just saying things that you think are true. Or, as MCToon was showing, personal incredulity. That's not effective in a debate. It doesn't show people that your position is valid. It just shows that your position is strongly held. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, I know the difference between validity and just being strongly held. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're showing a strongly held belief, not a valid belief. You're not showing that it's valid. You're only showing that you're saying it could be possible. That doesn't show that it's valid or that it's true. It doesn't
say that it happened.
As long as it's possible, it's not proven.
It's not science's goal.
Okay,
it's not
Kyle, there is...
But now you're kind of going back there to MCToon. You said it
Kyle,
was proof.
I was using your word proof to mock you.
Okay, so you
Okay,
don't believe in
get
proof,
that
and therefore
straight, Kyle.
everything
I
you
was
said is
mocking
non-valid.
you, Kyle. Science does not prove. I was mocking you when I used your word.
Okay.
And the reason science doesn't prove is because of what you just said, Kyle, that if you can imagine any way that it's possible to not be true, then it's not proof. By that definition of proof, yes, science doesn't prove anything, because you could say we're in the Matrix. You could say nothing your eyes see is real. Anything you can imagine could be true, technically, because it can't be 100% proven. That's why there's something called Occam's razor. Have you heard of Occam's razor?
Yes, I have heard of Occam's razor.
Okay, well, you don't seem to use it very much. I think you should use it more.
Yeah, I don't agree with Occam's razor entirely.
Okay, that probably explains a lot.
Okay, just because it's simple doesn't mean it's correct.
Well,
No,
Occam's razor isn't, this is the right one. Occam's razor is a guide for which one you should investigate.
And it's not always true.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay, we agree on that. And you've also both said that what you presented is not proof. Therefore, you've invalidated your entire statement.
yeah, and
No.
in the same sense that what you see before your very eyes right now is not proof against simulation theory. I don't believe in simulation theory, and I would hope you don't either, because it's stupid. But that doesn't mean that we can prove it's wrong. The argument we have that simulation theory is stupid or wrong is that there's no evidence for it. And therefore, by Occam's razor, the more reasonable position is that what we see with our eyes is real. That's how logic works. That's how science works.
Yeah. So you've both gone ahead and said that you don't have any proof that the moon landing happened.
Oh,
Invalidating.
man, is that your only life raft?
Kyle, your partner's laughing at you.
I think
Seriously.
I don't know. Let's let him speak for himself. Who are you laughing at?
No, I mean, I'm not really laughing. The whole thing is quite actually sad for me. But I do have some proof of a moon landing hoax, if you guys are interested in seeing it.
Oh, I wish you had shown that at the beginning.
Yeah,
So-
Rossa, you've got to figure out the structure for a debate. You get your evidence at the beginning, then we talk about it later. Dude.
We want to see it so bad we can taste it. Roll the footage, Dr. R.
All right, thank you. Can I share screen?
Yes.
All right. Give me a second.
Don't tell me you've lost it. We need this. This could be it. This could change the world.
This is the one.
Don't tease us, Rossa.
Okay, it's coming. Hopefully. Okay, let me
If you haven't yet, folks, we appreciate you hitting that like button. If you enjoy these debates, I know I sure do. I told these guys before we started that I enjoy this so much. And so, by the way, folks, in addition to hitting like, you can find all of our guests linked below. We appreciate these guys are tremendous. Holy smokes, here's the footage. We're ready for you.
Well, it's a
Thank
JPEG.
you.
I don't think that's footage, but
Yeah, it's just a picture, some pictures. So this is a Surveyor 3 scooper arm. Okay. So everybody's familiar with the Surveyor 3 craft. That's the unmanned craft that they sent in 1967. And it had this scooper arm on it, which could reach out and scoop the moon dirt. So we talked about this last time. This scissor arm has a third band underneath it. So I'm going to show you a couple pictures of this. So there's the scooper arm, and here's the band underneath it. I'll show you a few more. So these are actually pictures the Surveyor 3 craft took of itself. There's the band as it attaches to the bottom of a scooper arm. Here's another picture. This one you can see the shadow of this. This is the scooper arm and this is the band on the bottom. Here again, this It's like a scissor arm. Okay.
I think we get the point.
Yeah. All right. So now I want to pay special attention to this one. You can see how the band attaches here to the bottom of the scooper arm. This is the band that attaches here to the bottom of the scooper arm. So pay special attention to that one. So here's a few more of it took of itself. You can see the band here. Okay, now we're getting into, so this is the Apollo 12 images. Okay, so let me try to zoom in. Oh boy. Oops. So, sorry, that didn't work. So, what I'm trying to get at here is another share screen. Oh, can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, this is the scooper arm, and you can see the band here on the bottom. So, I'm going to zoom in. Okay, you can see how the band splits here. You have, instead of one solid band, you have two bands coming into the bottom of this scooper arm. So what's happening here, there's several images of this, where on this one, on the Apollo 12, the band is splitting, and on the actual Surveyor 3 craft, we have a single solid band. Let me just pull up one more share screen so you can see that side by side. All right. So you can see here, this is the bottom band I'm talking about. Here, the bottom band has split into a left and a right side, and here on the actual Surveyor 3 craft, you can see it come in to the bottom of the scooper arm as one solid band.
That doesn't look like a left and right to me. That looks like an up and down.
See an up and down.
Okay, either way, I'm seeing a left and right. You can look at the higher resolution on your own things, but what I'm seeing here on the Surveyor 3 is a single strand which is coming into the back of the scooper arm.
That's because you're viewing it from the top.
Yeah.
Or because it didn't split yet. Maybe the split is degradation. I don't know.
I'm seeing it's the camera angle.
But yeah, that's definitely not a left and right split. That's an up and down split.
Well, you'll see it when you look at a higher resolution on your own.
No, I can see it. I can see it plainly here. I mean,
okay. So, but what you're claiming is that might have been due to degradation,
or that it's simply the camera angle. I don't know.
Okay. Well, when you get a chance to look at this more clearly on your own computer, then you'll see that they really screwed up here. This is not degradation. They made a big mistake when they made their fake Surveyor 3 craft for the Apollo 12 missions. When they filming this in this film studio, they screwed up and they put the wrong Surveyor 3 in their studio set, and you can tell here because the wire splits. So you go ahead and you look at that at home when you got
you just leapt to a conclusion so majestically it was like a gazelle.
Yeah, I have them up on my screen here.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't look any different on the high res here. I see the camera angle is from above. I don't know if I can post it into your chat, James. I'll see if I can. Looks like it did.
Good.
There you go. There's a link of I don't know if this is the same source as you have, but
yeah. If you need my sources, I can send them.
Yeah, could you?
In a brief summary for any of us who are watching and trying to figure out, could you give us in one sentence how this shows that MCToon and Peter's precious moon landing. That's
Precious
right.
Moon landing.
Thank you, Brother R. The precious moon landing. Can you explain how your photo is debunked their precious moon landing?
So it's quite so. Last time we debated, I showed several different discrepancies between the Surveyor 3 craft, the real Surveyor 3 craft, and the fake Surveyor 3 craft used on the Apollo 12 missions. There's several discrepancies, and last debate, MCToon said that these were due to the debris, degradation, moon dust might have collected on it, and
because you were talking about color, right?
Right. Back then we were talking about color, but I found something which cannot be explained by degradation. This is a goof up, a big goof up. They've used the wrong.
I did not even see a discrepancy, Rossa.
Okay.
You did not show a discrepancy.
There's a single band and a double band. Okay.
Yeah, you didn't show that. You didn't show a discrepancy.
I didn't show that.
No,
Okay,
you didn't show that. When I pointed out that was not what we were seeing, you simply claimed that it was more clear on your screen because you had the higher resolution photo.
No,
that's not you showing evidence. You didn't show a discrepancy.
Should I show it again? To me, it's very clearly it's split.
Okay, but
wire.
if you're just gonna say it looks left and right instead of up and down,
it doesn't
and not
matter.
show anything different, then we're gonna keep going in circles because that was obviously up and down to my eyes.
Up and down, left, right doesn't matter. What we're talking about.
It does matter because it's a camera angle.
Okay, so there's a split. There's other images of this. I'm just telling you to research this more when you're at home, because there's several images. I'm just showing you one here.
Yeah,
where you can see this.
Yeah, and
split into two different.
Yeah, I see top and bottom, but can I say there are 4 lights?
4 lights.
Yeah, yeah. Continue.
So Rossa, zoom in again. Do you see that the band, when it's a single band, you can see the top of the band is a dark, not in the lower picture, in the top picture.
The top picture is a double band. The
yes,
bottom
I'm talking. No, I'm talking about toward the corner of the picture where it converges to a single band. Not the other picture.
Here, right.
Yes,
okay,
right there. Right there. So look at that. You see the top of the band is dark and the side of the band is light. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, now follow the band toward the divergent point, the point of divergence. Do you see how the light-colored side of the band overlaps the top of the right-hand portion for the entire time that they are diverging until it's no longer overlapping, and then you can see the full top of the other band. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay. Yes.
That shows it is not splitting left to right, it's splitting top to bottom.
Okay, and how does that explain what we're seeing down here?
Camera angle. You're looking down on both of them. The one is hidden under the other.
It's hidden under the other.
Yes. Not 100%. I even think I see a tiny portion of it peeking out.
You're talking
right
about
next
here?
to that black dot there. Yeah.
That's
okay.
Because okay.
So I see what you're saying. It's a good point. However, I think that you have to do this research at home and you look at this more clearly, because what I'm seeing is not up and a down and one.
I think you're just seeing what you want to see, Rossa.
Yeah.
Well, you're seeing what you want to see also.
There are 3 lights.
That doesn't matter. You haven't shown a discrepancy. You're just nitpicking something about the image that you think is a discrepancy, but you haven't shown a discrepancy.
Okay, so he's saying that he has shown a discrepancy. You're saying, no, it's not a discrepancy. And so right now you're just kind of looking at an impasse.
How is it evidence for his position if he hasn't shown anything objective? If it's
what he's showing. So, yeah, you're saying it's not a discrepancy. He's saying this is a discrepancy. So you're just.
If evidence is to be persuasive, it has to be objective.
It's impasse. Okay?
No, it's not an impasse. It's a failure because if evidence. If evidence is to be persuasive, it has to be objective. Objective evidence.
It's objective. You're the one saying it's not objective, so it's just an impasse there.
Do you know what objective means?
Yes, I do. It's observable. Okay. And he's saying he's trying to show you this. This is very observable. That's why he's showing you pictures.
Observable with a connotation of not arguable. I literally just dismantled piece by piece the argument that he was giving. That means it was arguable. That means it was subjective, not objective.
So this is kind of like, it's pareidolia, right? That's what you're kind of going for. It's kind of like the whole crabs on Mars. It's pareidolia. I'm like, no, this is objective.
When you present evidence that is not objective, then that is a failure. And yes, that is another example of exactly that. Yes.
So yeah, this is just button heads on this impasse.
It's a failure, not an impasse.
Not a failure.
It's a failure. It's a failure for me to convince you.
It's a failure to present objective evidence.
According to what you think is objective. So, well, all I'm saying is that people should research this at home. Go download the NASA original images. Look at these images carefully yourself.
MCToon, should we make a T-shirt that says "According to what you think is objective"? I think that would make a good T-shirt.
James, can I share something quick, please?
Please do.
Go ahead.
Hold on a second. I need
That's a beautiful sentence.
So long as you don't believe in proof, okay, that is disbelief in anything being ever truly objective.
No.
Are you running back into the semantic?
It's the same thing.
You got your Huggy blanket going?
You don't believe in anything being objective, so don't go there.
That's not what that means, Kyle. You're just
Proof and objectivity are kind of the same thing there. I'm sorry. It's kind of
All right. Here we go.
Just showing that you don't understand what we're saying. That's all you're showing.
Really watch a hockey puck go right into the goal, and they're the kinds of people who are saying, "No,
Kyle.
I'm sorry, that's not proof of anything.
Cool.
There's no such thing."
No hockey puck has gone into
I'll
your
address
goal.
it. I'll address that in a second here. Hold on. So here is another site here. This is a diagram of the super arm there.
How wide that is when viewed from the side.
Yeah, it diverges top and bottom here.
So clearly not a result of degradation, since that's in a diagram before it was sent, right?
Yeah, top and bottom. So, all right, let me address this hockey puck thing. So, Kyle, you did a video about hockey pucks, trying to, go about scientific proof. Of course, did you post that on Facebook?
Yeah. They talked about how
where I can't see it because you blocked me on Facebook. Super brave, Kyle. Super brave. Anyway, so hockey puck, a hockey goal. All right, so people at a hockey game, you've got maybe a camera that is trained on the goal, and then you see the hockey puck, and maybe you play it back frame by frame as the hockey puck goes from the ice, maybe lifts up a little bit, flies through the air, breaks the plane of the goal, continues, hits the net in the back, the net moves back, and we see the results of the net moving because of that, right? You do the analysis of that whole thing, and then there are witnesses. There are people that were there and also were there. The guy that shot the goal, he's like, I saw the net move, boom, proof that the goal happened, right? Your words. I'm using your words. Similarly, I showed I'm not done. I showed analysis of hammer and feather drop on the moon. Did frame by frame analysis of how long it took to fall. Did the analysis of how fast it was accelerating. And compared side by side the hammer and the feather to ensure that they were both going at the same rate, so that they were in a zero pressure or nearly zero pressure environment. Similar, and there were witnesses. So by the same metric, proof that they were on the moon. There you go. Using your terminology, Kyle.
Yeah, you're saying that you can prove things now, even though you just said you were only saying that to make fun of me.
Once again, I'm mocking you, Kyle. I'm mockingly using your terminology
now by saying that.
No, Kyle, do you understand that words can have different connotations?
No,
most words in the English dictionary have 10 or more definitions. So, yeah, I'm aware of that. Yeah,
so the word proof has different connotations. Whenever you're talking about us proving something, you try to change the word proof to mean there is no room for doubt ever in anyone's mind ever. If someone can imagine a way it's false, that's not proof. That's what you try to change the word proof to mean when you're talking about our proof. But when you're talking about your proof, you're just talking about, oh, to a reasonable person, it would be a certain matter. Like it would be sure. It would be definite. That's what you're trying to say. So you're changing the word proof to be more difficult when we're using it, but then easier when you're using it. So that's not showing that we're being inconsistent. That's just you being inconsistent.
You're saying I'm changing the definition when I gave no sign or indication that I'm changing the definition. So
you did give a sign and indication of it. It's in how you talk about the word proof and how you're trying to turn it into a gotcha whenever we use the word. If there are two different connotations that the word can carry in a scientific.
Like you're the one changing the definition and saying that we can use the word proof, but whenever we use the word proof, we're not referring to that kind of proof. It's referring to a different definition of proof. When I'm continually using proof by the same.
No, you're not. That's what I'm saying. You are the one changing definitions.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm the one who has the authority to define the words I'm using when I'm using. I am authoritatively telling you that my definition of proof remains constant.
And I am observing that that's not the case.
Okay, well you're wrong. So that's it.
Anyway, but by your metric, I'm Kyle.
Authorship can tell you that.
Kyle, I'm using your metric. That's why I'm using your word, because I'm using your metric. I don't take this to be my metric. It's your metric. So by your metric. So put all of this underneath that umbrella. The hockey goal is your metric proof, and the analysis I did of the Apollo 15 moon and feather drop, or hammer and feather drop, proof.
Okay, define it. If you're going to say that it's my definition, then you define it, and I can tell you whether or not it's
what I did is I used an analogous. You used a hockey goal analogy. I used that, and then whatever it is that you use for your definition of proof, don't care, right? I used your analogy and I applied that same thing to the evidence that I brought. So now here's the next step now, Kyle, isn't to bicker about the definition of proof, but it's to actually address what I presented.
And I did that.
No, you didn't. Not at all.
Yes, I did.
You talked about...
Never did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about practical effects and we talked about different possibilities.
Yeah, our discussion of practical effects had the result that you had no leg to stand on because CGI did not exist in any viable form at the time. And every other rescuing device you tried to bring up was also invalid, like the radio signals or the pressure. Like you just didn't.
Hand-wave missing it. That's it. That's all you've done is hand-wave dismissing.
No, that's literally what you are doing. That is what you are doing.
Okay. You have not convinced me on the matter whatsoever.
We're not trying to convince
that's
you.
Not the standard.
Shining a spotlight on your inability to address the topic. That's what I'm doing. That's my goal, and I've accomplished it.
Yeah, I did address the topic, and I told you like why.
And by the way, if you are authoritatively telling me that you are using the word proof with the same definition every time, then what that does is it makes 90% of your statements that contained the word incorrect or incoherent statements. So good job.
Okay, you're just saying that doesn't convince me of it. Okay.
All right, too bad.
Lying to me about my position isn't going to change my mind about my position.
We are not trying to change your mind, Kyle.
You keep missing that.
If that happened, that would be great.
You keep missing that, Kyle.
We did not
shining a spotlight on your failure, Kyle. That's what I'm doing.
Here with any realistic hope of changing your mind. That's not a thing that usually happens.
For the wrong reasons, okay? You've automatically forfeited.
There are 5 spotlights.
That's not what happened.
There are 5 spotlights.
That's how you win a debate. Is by changing someone's mind.
The debate does not only exist in your brain, Kyle. It exists in a conversation between us.
Yeah, and
in the observers watching.
No one changes their mind.
The observers watching.
You can't just shrivel up into your own brain as the completely defensible fortress of against all logic and reason and evidence and say that you won the debate. That's not how it works.
I don't claim that. Okay, I don't.
That is what you're claiming.
Until someone changes their mind. If no one changes their mind, then no one wins. That's it.
No, what you're doing is you're turning your brain into an impenetrable fortress against all logic and reason and evidence.
That's not at all what I'm doing.
That is exactly what you're doing.
People can
This
change
is
their
an
mind.
opportunity.
It's very open. Okay, people can change my mind. I wasn't always a flat earther. I used to believe in the moon landing.
All right, so you have a direction to the bias.
Okay, you can change me back. Okay.
Oh no! I don't think anyone can change your
not our
mind
goal.
back.
Not our goal.
Right, because I think the Earth has been proven is provably flat, and so long as the Earth is provably flat, the moon landing did not happen.
This is an opportunity to go into the Q&A. I want to say thank you very much to our guests. Folks, they are linked in the description. If you haven't already checked out their links, this is a great opportunity. Even if you disagree, there's a value to hearing it straight from the horse's mouth, not what people in your group say the other side says, but you can go and read it yourself, or I should say listen to it. Want to say thank you very much. We're going to jump into these questions. This first one coming in from, do appreciate it. By the way, I've got a new screen set up here. So if I'm looking up, I am looking at a screen. Mal Moria says, question for the hoaxers. Do you think we ever have landed ever or will ever land on the moon? Also, how do you feel about satellites? Think they mean like, are they real? I'm not sure. What do you guys think?
All right, satellites are balloons.
Okay. Do you think we ever landed at all or ever will land on the
Rossa.
moon?
Yes, we definitely have been sending unmanned crafts to the moon, and we are eventually going to be able to send humans to the moons. I'm actually myself working with the people here in China who are trying to send the first humans to the moon.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Luke the Thug says, okay, but did Neil Armstrong use the lasso tool? This one from Kango44 says, the moon landing was supposedly faked using a technique called lunar sublimation mapping. This process, aided by, quote, gravitational dampering arrays, unquote, mimicked low gravity conditions and atmospheric subdiffusion. Thanks, GPT.
Sounds like a bunch of word salad.
That was comedy.
That's no problem. Mal Moria says, well, I'll give you a chance to respond if anybody wants to.
I think it was just making a joke.
Mal Moria says, did NASA fake the Earth landing? Thanks for that. I know that one's a joke.
The Earth
From
landing.
Dr. Mantis says, question for Kyle. Are you still trying to claim Bob the Science Guy said the Big Bang is a religion? And then said, can Toon or Peter correct him after, please?
He said so. I've got it on video footage, and you can watch the entire hour-long, or I don't remember exactly how long it was. It was a long interview I had, and word for word, it was live. And so he said what he said.
Mike, is that a case of first law of Flurf? Sounds like it to me.
I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I really can't comment on it.
Okay.
It doesn't seem in character to me that Bob the Science Guy would say that the Big Bang is a religious position. Though my guess is that Kyle is probably, like other things, misinterpreting a position that Bob probably said something to, like the inability to directly observe it because you can't go back in time, things like that.
Or he might have been talking about secular humanism. There's atheists who say that's a religion, but I don't know.
This from Digital Wilderness says the feather in MCToon's space cartoon could have been made of lead.
It certainly it could have been a weighted feather, but that doesn't change a whole lot because the other things that happened in that clip and other clips, you can see dust moving as Peter showed, and the dust doesn't do the things that dust would do in an air environment. So the feather falling at that rate is about being in a vacuum, and there's other things that confirm that there's a vacuum other than just the feather. So, but really it's about the amount of time that it took to fall, because the acceleration due to gravity on the moon is very different than on the Earth, and so they would have had to dramatically change the filming. And as I played, it isn't a viable option.
It's so sad when we consider giant steelman arguments of the denialist position in preparation for the debate, and then during the debate they never touch them.
They won't even touch the evidence.
No, like
instant win. Just hand us the win.
The steelman would have been, it was on a parabolic plane or something that could have actually reduced the acceleration due to gravity,
which I was ready for.
We were ready for that, but nope.
Go ahead, Brother R.
Yeah, thank you. I did want to address the two issues. There are two proofs. First of all, as he mentioned with this hammer and feather thing, yes, it could have been a weighted feather. Now, regarding his other points about that, I want to direct you to the movie Capricorn 1. So in the movie Capricorn 1, they're getting ready to fake the Mars landing, and then as he's jumping down out of the craft, they tell him, okay, go to slow-mo, and then he slowly falls down. So if you actually watch this hammer and feather drop very carefully, there actually is a place just before he drops it where they do manipulate the film speed temporarily. So if you watch it, you'll be able to see that there are places where they have manipulated the film speed. Now, regarding the hammer and feather. Regarding the dust question, that also depends on what type of dust it is. So, for example, if it was like quick dry cement, which is very light and kind of floats in the air, it will also give that kind of hyperbolic arc. So this was how they faked all these things.
How do you like them apples, MCToon?
Yeah, well, interesting claims. I would say he's going to need to provide some evidence for it other than to just say, like Kyle had said, it's possible. You need to...
Kyle, what are your thoughts?
I've seen the movie Pete's Dragon before, and the way that works is you can
it's
literally
adorable.
cut these things into it. And so if you wanted to, you could put those, you could just copy and paste the hammer and feather manually and then have them go. That's a practical effect, right?
Have you guys ever done any special effects?
No.
I've done special effects. Have you ever done any special effects?
I'm a YouTube creator. I do special effects all the time.
No, editing a video for uploading on YouTube doesn't count. Have you done any special effects?
Define special effects if that doesn't count.
Using image editing technology to make it look like something is happening on the screen that did not happen.
And you'd have to limit yourself to, late 60s, early 70s, I think would be appropriate.
When I was, what was I? Junior high, I put a photo into a competition, If You Were Small, where I took a picture of myself and made it look like I was like 3 inches tall.
Okay, good job. Yeah. I do that for
special effects.
I have done it for a living, and I'm telling you that what you're saying is nonsense. There is no way the moon landing was fake.
It does not convince you. Okay, but
this one from Exposing Ma's Tricks says your 12-year-old bro says he can dunk a basketball. 5 years later, he can't. Do you believe he really dunked when he was 12?
Not comparable, because the reason NASA stopped going to the moon was, number one, it was a desolate rock. There was nothing there for us unless we can start colonizing, which we were not prepared to do in the 70s. And number two, Congress decided there were more important things to do with the NASA budget.
Congress took away their money.
Good idea. Abolish NASA.
No, the more important things were the space shuttle program.
Yeah, they sent it elsewhere.
Barbar Jenks says, to the moon landing deniers, if NASA faked the moon landing, what else have they faked? Are they also lying about the shape of the Earth, for instance?
Absolutely.
Just hand a softball to Kyle. Perfect.
Can I?
Does Rossa have anything to say?
Yeah,
about
Rossa,
that?
take it, Rossa.
Yeah, they faked 9 missions. That would be Apollo 8, 10, and then 11 through 17. because they cannot send human beings beyond low Earth orbit. We can send unmanned crafts to the moon, but
Kyle, are you going to take that standing?
Yeah, Kyle. Kyle, don't take that. Don't take that, Kyle.
He just mentioned a whole bunch of other things that they also faked. And I'll add to that and say NASA also claims that stars are formed by gas clumping together in the vacuum of space.
That's correct.
But
That's what
nowhere
happens.
do we ever observe gas clumping in a vacuum. Gas expands in a vacuum.
Oh,
This one from
yeah.
Bredimus, 118 IQ, says, cheers, chat, watching the Super Soys defend a cartoon wasn't on my weekend plans. Oh my goodness, MCToon, are you going to take that? Being called a Super Soy?
I'm pretty sure that was directed at Kyle and Rossa.
Kyle.
Ouch.
I am a vegetarian, so yeah.
Ooh.
Oh man. Okay.
I'm a meatitarian.
Kyle, is that because you think NASA's lying about the animals?
It
No,
is.
it's
It must be.
actually like
It's gotta be.
I'm just ribbing you, Kyle.
This one from LJ says, if the moon is bright enough light to be seen 238,000 miles away per the current globe model, then how did the astronauts not get blinded when, quote, landing on it?
He's like 100% of the light of the moon was reflected right at them while they're at the moon. No, the moon is big. They were only on a very small portion of it. So only the portion they were on, in their vicinity, was reflecting light at them, not the entirety of the moon. My goodness.
It's the same reason you don't get blinded when you walk outside on a sunny day.
Oh,
It happens on the Earth just like it happens on the moon. The sun shines on both celestial bodies.
This one from Kango44 says, Kyle, you are willfully ignorant for this topic. Before trying to debate a subject, maybe learn something about it.
there's a banter. That's all he's got.
I like James's intonation in that.
Tango44, you can hear the resentment in Tango44. I'm just transferring it. They say, I find it amazing, almost unbelievable that people manage to build the pyramids. I'm a pyramid whistleblower. ADHD Projects says, Kyle, source, what is the source for Buzz saying that it was staged? Don't run.
I've got a link to it. I don't. I could probably pull it up for you if you really want to see it.
They desperately want to see it.
I predict it is disgusting misinformation where it took him out of context.
Is this
On
like a
purpose.
website you made, Kyle? Come on, be honest.
I've got my database where.
Well, it wouldn't have to be him because there is a overflowing glut of misinformation about this on all of these
Really?
astronauts. Yes.
Are there some that say Buzz? Oh, do they actually quote him?
Yeah, they take clips and they literally edit the clips to make it sound like they're saying something they aren't.
Yeah.
Kyle, are you doing that?
Yes.
No, he's just believing it when they say that, when they do that.
I think it was in that one interview.
Like official sources. Otherwise, if it's not from an official source, it kind of loses its power. So when he says it like on like neutral platform, then it's a lot more powerful.
Except that it's taken out of context and twisted.
No.
Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah. You saying that isn't going to change my mind on it matters.
So that people can search it up, maybe you can explain what you can from memory so that they can search for it.
Okay. Brian meets Buzz in the Science Museum, and that's the one where he says it was staged.
Was it literally what I explained earlier, where he said that, like he said we saw the moon land, you didn't. It was animated.
No,
because
that
he was
was
referring to those few seconds.
that was a talk show. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the interview with Conan O'Brien. This one, this quote comes from Professor Brian Buzz Aldrin at the Science Museum. You can find it on YouTube, and yeah, I've got a link to it.
I think what he's talking about here is he was talking about the training sessions, actually. I think that's what you mean with taking it out of context.
Yeah, he goes on and says it so well staged. If you pull up the transcript, you can find the spot immediately.
This one from Atlas6355. Thank you very much for your kind words. And John Lambert says, Brother R, if there are higher resolution pictures, why didn't you share them? And how can you draw your conclusion when you are looking at different angles of the arm?
Okay, so I didn't say there's higher resolutions. I just said it's more clear when you look at it on your own computer. So, but I'm willing to admit they did offer a very good solution to the problem I was posing. And this is not the first time that I've been wrong. You know, last time there's been a couple times where I offered could come up with explanations.
Well, thank you for admitting that, Rossa.
Yeah, thanks.
We got to share screen. Who just shared their screen of this?
That's Kyle. Yeah.
That's me.
I've read the transcript. He's talking about the framing of the photograph. So
It's
he used
so
the
well
word.
staged.
Yeah, he used the word staged when he could have used the word framed, but he's not a photographer.
He called it staged.
So that's not an admission that it was all staged. That's you misinterpreting intentionally what he said. A very dishonest
So
position.
exactly what I said.
Yeah.
It's twisted out of context.
It's not twisted out of
Kyle,
context.
your
Well,
holy
it is.
Kyle, your holy underwear is upset at you.
No, it's not. So
This one from I Killed Earl says, there have been 6 moon landings by humans. Are they all lies? And what about the color images and video of the most recent moon landing by the U.S. in February 2024?
There was more than 6 lies. There was 9 lies. Don't forget about Apollo 8, 10, and 13, where they also claimed to have gone around the moon. There was 9 times they lied, not 6.
Okay.
There were 0
so
times
you're
they
saying
lied.
you're upping the ante. And they say, what's their motive? I think they're saying, why is it, Brother R? What do they get out of this lie? How are they getting ahead by lying to everybody?
That's a very good question. And actually, I think, so most people, that is a good question. Why didn't they just admit it? We can't do it, you know? JFK put the thing out there, do it by the 1969, and they decided to fake it rather than make it. But they could have just easily admitted, we can't do it. And the answer to this question has to do with the Freemasonic New World Order. It has about bringing about the Freemasonic New World Order.
Nixon also wanted people to like him. And so that was like one of the first things he did in office. We got a man on the moon. Okay, there's a lot of political turmoil going on in the world in the day with Vietnam and all these other stuff. They needed a win. That was their goal for a win, to try and get people to like him.
Wait a minute. Do you guys have 2 different motives? I'm not saying that they're not compatible. I guess you could
They're
have
not
2 different
compatible.
motives.
No.
There's also a lot of money involved. But yeah.
So
Are you using that,
MCToon
Mike?
doesn't sound
There's
convinced.
multiple motives. It's not just a single motive. There's
This
a lot
is
of
my
different.
this is my
Especially when you
1
got
gallon Freemason jar.
I was just gonna say.
There's a lot of different motives involved with a lot of different people. And yeah, when
It'd be
go up
cool,
and-
Peter, is if I could hand it off screen and then you would have it on yours and you'd take it. That'd be great.
People would start conspiracy theories
I
that
know.
we're somehow
I'm sorry.
somehow more connected than we are because
I'm sorry, Kyle. I was interrupting your nonsense. I'll stop.
If there's no questions, I also have another thing to present.
We're
There are
done
more
with that
questions.
part.
If
We're
you-
done
if
with that
it's
part,
relevant-
Rossa. We're
If it's
way
relevant,
Going.
I'll give you an
Yeah,
outline
we're
next time,
landing.
Rossa. Here's where you present evidence. Here's where we talk about it. Here's where you answer questions from the audience.
I can present evidence for years if you want, but if you want, I can present.
Now he's starting from here forward for years. Now's your chance. MCToon.
Oh, Rossa, you're the best. You're the best, Rossa.
Rossa does things on his own time. Rossa will give you if you have something you want to show really quick, and then we've got
really quick.
Oh my gosh.
Real quick. So let me know when you can see that. Huh? Yeah.
Now
So last time we discussed the shadow lengths, and MCToon made the comment that if it was a stage light, then the person standing closer to the stage light would have a shorter shadow. And normally he's right. But if you shine the stage light through a lens, as I just did, and you have one astronaut standing closer to the lens, then the astronaut standing closer to the stage light will have a
Those
longer
are really
shadow.
cute little toys. Are those Legos?
Yeah.
Are they
Okay,
not?
so how do they have a
they're knockoff
how do they have a
Legos.
collimating lens that was as large as the soundstage or whatever that was visible in the photographs?
Yeah, it would have to been a really large lens, but I'm sure NASA could have pulled that off.
It would have
I mean,
been.
that lens I just showed you cost me $5, so how much do you think NASA could make a giant lens to focus those light beams?
A 200-foot wide Fresnel lens.
Doesn't have to be 200.
Also,
It doesn't
there's
have to be 200.
chromatic aberration that would result.
Yeah.
The only chromatic aberration visible in the Apollo stuff, depending on which camera you're talking about, there was one camera where they had a red, green, and blue, like the red, green, and blue channels were imaged like separately by a disc that was spinning
in
really,
the
really
video.
fast. And so you get like chromatic shearing in motion, but not like not chromatic aberration that would result from a lens like that. No.
Right. So anyway, what I did was MCToon said it would be impossible to create that effect using stage light, and I just did it with, $5 lens.
And Legos.
You could create it at a small scale, a tabletop scale, but not at
I could also, you could make it large enough lens that it would do that on a human subject as well. I'm sure NASA could get a lens that large if they wanted.
I have to admit, Rossa, this argument is impressively higher level than what I get from flat earthers most of the time.
Yeah.
A collimating lens. Good job. I'm impressed. To recognize that was a problem and to think of a solution that almost works and theoretically.
It theoretically works. They could have done it that way.
Almost. I don't think it quite works, but almost.
It surely wasn't sunlight. That I can guarantee you, because the shadow lengths would not have worked under sunlight. It would have had to have been what I just showed you.
Okay, that makes no sense. I don't know why you're saying that.
This one from I Killed Earl also asked, I think that earlier satellites were said to be balloons. I Killed Earl says, what about the International Space Station? Is this some sort of blimp, Kyle?
The United States has a lot of different classified flying machines. Exactly what the ISS is, I don't know. But I can just point to all of the different footage of astronauts and wires and the weird fake stuff going on in said ISS. And I think that raises a lot of suspicion. And so if they claim to be up there, there's something amiss here.
Are you talking about like the footage of that just got like compression artifacts from the video transfer and stuff like that?
That's part of it, but I think it's more where they'll take like a couple seconds of some ISS footage. Often is a copy of a copy of a copy instead of going to the source. And then they'll only look at that little segment of it instead of the entire sequence. So for example, there's the one where there's a blow up Earth in a beach ball kind of thing. And he's holding it under his arm and he squeezes it out. It goes down and it bounces down. And then they stop. They're like, oh, it fell in gravity where everything else in the frame is floating around. And then if they didn't pause it, a couple seconds later, that blow up beach ball starts floating up in front of the frame again, slowly.
Okay, I'm talking about like doing a somersault and then everyone kind of looking at, oh, look at the wires. Now we got to grab the wires and move them and kind of while smiling at the camera like nothing's going on.
Oh, you mean the people that are too close to be on wires because they'd be cutting each other?
So I could show you, I can pull up the footage of ISS fakery if you really want me to.
Is there any Chinese fakery? The Chinese space station? I'd be really sad if that's a fake.
You're going to break Rossa's heart here.
The collaboration with the United States on the ISS back in the day.
Ooh, that's news.
Now, but it wasn't always the case where they're totally independent. They used to be total collaborators, and yeah, there's some.
I'm going to need to see that documentation.
Fight.
We'll jump into the next one. This one from John Malaya. Says, scooper arm, in all caps, never let go. Thank you for that. This one from LJ says, it's 2024. Why don't we have a camera on the moon yet?
They do. They do.
This one from Lil Drill. It's not a live stream, is it? That would be awesome.
No.
I don't think they have a live stream.
No, because
the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is taking photos constantly.
That's orbiting it, yeah.
If it only requires 12 watts, why not?
So it's a bit of a ridiculous ask to put a camera on the moon because there's better ways to do it. But if you wanted to put it on the moon, you'd have to have it run off a battery for 2 weeks and then have the solar panels charge up the battery plus run for 2 weeks. The logistics of that is a bit more complicated than just putting something in orbit, because you also have to land.
So there was a camera on the moon already.
There have been cameras on the moon. They are not currently functioning.
Oh, okay.
But there is the LRO is currently orbiting the moon. It's not pointed at the Earth, but there are other satellites that are taking photographs and video of the Earth. And why are they any different than if it was sitting on the moon? It wouldn't be any significantly different view, because if it was a camera on the moon pointing at the Earth, it just looked like it's a camera pointing at the Earth, and you wouldn't know that it was on the moon at all.
There's also a satellite orbiting the Lagrange point between Earth and Sun called the Discover satellite, and it's taking photographs of the Earth on an hourly basis. And you could just Google Epic Discover and see the latest one, and then flip through the calendar. There's tons of them.
Go look at some hurricanes on there.
So they can't just leave it on live setting.
They do.
Somehow need to be there. Like if you're leaving all your equipment there, why not just flip it on live and just leave it going?
They did, and then it ran out because it was running on battery.
Running on battery.
Brother R, do you have anything to add?
No, I'm just saying that China has rovers on the moon with cameras right now in operation. So
this one from Lil.
There you go.
Lil Drill says, how are we able to pass through the Van Allen belts back then with less efficient technology, but we aren't able to pass through today?
We can pass through today. That was easy. Wow. Maybe that whoever asked that should do a little more of their own research, but typically I think Rossa has a little better handle on this than Kyle. Definitely. But the primary... What's that?
Who's currently going out and past the Van Allen radiation belts?
Cool. Kyle, you're disagreeing. Awesome. Kyle, what is the radiation?
Against other people saying we can't go past low Earth orbit.
Kyle, what is the radiation? What type of radiation is in the Van Allen belts?
Okay. Why is Don Panetta saying we can't go past low Earth orbit?
He didn't. We can.
We're getting this from like the official sources saying we can't.
No,
we can't.
Because Kyle,
I've never heard any official source say that.
Kyle, you are not understanding the context. The context was they were sending new hardware through. When you send new hardware, when you have new hardware that's going to be human rated, you have to certify it by sending it without humans first. And so this is new hardware using new computers that have not been certified to go through that yet, so they need to certify that first. That's what it was about. So again, it's a misappropriation of the context. But Kyle, back to the question: what is the type of radiation in the Van Allen radiation belts?
I don't know. So
Okay.
I just know it's
Not tall
deadly,
enough to ride.
hazardous radiation. NASA goes and talks about it. It's deadly. You want to know the type of radiation?
Not tall enough
It's
to ride.
deadly.
Rossa, you can set him straight.
Okay.
Actually, I'm just wondering, you said, is it possible to go to low Earth orbit at all? I'm asking Kyle here.
Is that possible to go? NASA says it's deadly. We can't go there.
Low Earth orbit.
No, I mean, I'm not beyond. I know the Van Allen belts are deadly, but is it possible to stay below?
I don't think
Earth?
Kyle knows the difference between those things.
No.
Is it possible to stay below Earth orbit? We're all below Earth orbit, so yes, we can.
No, we're not in low Earth orbit.
Is it possible to
we are
stay
below
below?
Earth orbit.
Are we below? Is it possible to stay below the Van Allen belts? Is what I mean.
We are all below the Van Allen belt, so yes, it is possible to stay below them.
I've got to go to the next one. But I do want to say, folks, we have no more time for extra super chats. So if you have any questions, I'm sorry, we can only answer the ones that we've got in this list. So please don't submit any more questions. This one coming in from Barbar Jinx says, how does Rossa feel about being compared to flat earthers? I think they want to give you a chance, Rossa. I think they know that you're not a flat earther, and they want to give you a chance to express that. I could be wrong. But Rossa, maybe you've changed those. Are you a flat earther?
No. It's not even funny that they would try to compare.
I mean, I
Rossa
think
is
it's a little funny.
insulted that you guys are comparing.
No offense.
No
I
offense,
think it's a
Kyle.
little funny.
sorry, Kyle. Okay, but nonetheless,
I also
want to
think
say, I
it's,
know we. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, they can laugh at whatever they want. When I say it's a Freemasonic New World Order, you can laugh all you want. But I have a friend who was abducted and kidnapped and used in a sexual blood ritual thanks to these Freemasons. So to me, it's not a joke,
You got it.
Well, that got dark.
Yeah, that escalated quickly.
This one coming in from one person did say, can you just give a brief explanation of the Van Allen belt? Because the question earlier said, like, hey, why is it at one point supposed to be hard to go through it and another point it's easy? Can you explain just what the Van Allen belt is for the audience in a very basic, quick way?
I can do that. So the magnetic field of the Earth interacts with the particles coming from mostly from the sun. The particles are charged particles, so they're not gamma particles. Not photons, so they're alpha and beta gamma particles, which are easily blocked by paper or a thin layer of aluminum, but they are also generally donut shaped around the Earth. So if you go through the top part of the donut or the bottom part of the donut, you have a smaller amount of exposure. So when they left the orbit of the Earth, they went generally out through those. I think one of them came back more direct through the belt instead of kind of coming in through a high angle but because they're moving really fast, it wasn't as much of an issue.
So they had to mind the Van Allen belt in the same way that we have to mind a pothole when we're driving.
You got it. This one coming in from John Malaya says, Brother R, are you helping China? Let's see. They say the scooper arm. Is this a new tech thing from China? They say, Brother R, are you aware of it? And will it have sideway or up and down bands?
Oh,
Is this supposed to be a troll? Okay. I think
it might be a troll.
This one from Double Down says, question for Brother R. You say, okay, I'm going to pitch you guys against each other as much as people want to see you guys do battle. Barbar James. Sorry, Double Down. They say, but I suppose, well, you guys do have an interesting disagreement, or maybe it's not a disagreement. You, Brother R, and I'm not being facetious when I say this, you think that it's a Freemason idea, namely this idea of the moon landing, and then Kyle, you think it's more of a NASA thing. And
NASA and Freemasonry are hand in hand.
Okay, so they maybe have some sort of like behind the scenes cooperation that you're saying. Maybe that's, you guys wouldn't necessarily disagree with each other.
Have you seen Buzz Aldrin's Freemason ring?
Yeah, MCToon, have you seen it?
I went to church with a Freemason. They're not that scary.
Yeah.
I've
certainly
seen the ring. He wears a ring, a Freemason
a
ring.
ring. Oh my gosh!
A ring. Did he turn invisible when he put it on?
The was it green, and did he have to hold a lantern in order to power it up?
Yeah.
You know
Did
what?
it reveal his position to Sauron?
Big indicator that Buzz Aldrin is a Freemason. So
He is. They don't hide that.
okay, yeah, and so there's a lot of
The burden of proof you're lacking is that they have that all of these things you have asserted that they do. You have the burden of proof to show that they're behind it, but you just like to believe it.
Barbar Jinx says, "Is Kyle just Sal on Impractical Jokers pranking us?"
Oh my gosh,
Double down.
Sal, big fan. I love it. I love you, Sal. But I don't know. I think he might have a little more of a myrrh thing going. I don't
This
know.
one from Double Down says, follow up for the hoax side. When governments can't get along at all, why wouldn't they be able to never out a competing government about these quote unquote lies?
when they've been collaborating, okay, like Russia collaborating with the United States, they can't out us without also outing themselves.
I see. RT16 says, Kyle, I Googled, quote, when was CGI invented? The articles from that search say that CGI was only able to make basic shapes until the 1970s.
Okay.
Kyle, do you agree?
I'm glad that he agrees that CGI was invented earlier.
Yeah, have you ever played an Atari game?
Yes, I played an Atari game. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not impressive graphics.
I'm not claiming they are. I'm not claiming they are. And I go with Pete's Dragon. It's you use the manual things instead of copy and pasting it digitally. You do it by hand.
Do you know the difference between practical effects and CGI?
Yes. Okay. One is not doing it by hand, and the other one is
Okay, do you know what CGI stands for?
computer generated graphics. Yes.
Graphics doesn't start with an I.
Image.
But close enough.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Information.
in order for it, there's a lot of manual work that actually goes into CGI, but the point is that you're using the computer as a tool to generate the image. Anyway, I guess.
So coming in, RT16 says, James, why do you host Kyle? Well, we have to give everybody a fair shot. And I have to say, I do appreciate Brother R and Kyle. I've even giggled at times and jabbed you guys playfully tonight. I do appreciate you guys being good sports. And as well as MCToon. I always do like to tease MCToon and Peter. You guys are good sports as well. So thank you guys. And they always ask, why do you have that MCToon on? Yeah, I know he's not perfect, but come on. All right, this one coming
What's
in
wrong
from
with Tune?
Exposing Ma's trick. Oh, we'll get into that later. I don't have enough time.
Oh, come on, guys.
We go way
Exposing
back.
Ma's tricks says, isn't rock jumping being the only industry in the history of the world to devolve enough to question Apollo? In my eyes, you are polo, if not. Is this some sort of new
Rock?
slang the kids are using?
Rock jumping?
It's not the only industry in the history of the world to regress. That's just not correct. Also, it's arguably not an example of technological regression. It's just an example of us realizing that it was pointless to continue sending people to the moon. We had learned all there was to learn there pretty much, and Congress wanted to spend their money elsewhere, namely in the shuttle program and things like that.
This one came in just Kang044 submitted it, and this is past our one, but I can't help it. They are curious. Brother are and they don't mean to. I'm not trying to in any way disrespect or even, let's see. You had mentioned, I think you said a friend, you believe, based on his testimony, that he was kidnapped by some sort of Freemason type group. And I think they're asking, you must trust them a lot, right? Because to believe that anybody got kidnapped, I don't know. I'm not sure how unlikely it is. I guess it happens all the time. But, or, you know, they say it's the Freemason type of kidnapping. I guess they're wondering, what is the reason that you believe them? Is it purely just their testimony that you trust the person?
Correct.
What was your relationship to this person, if I may ask?
He's a good friend of mine. I've known for many years.
Yeah, where did you meet him? Like, what kind of relationship did you have? Can you give any more specifics?
I'd rather not. You know, it's a friend of mine. I've known him for a long time. It's a very sad story, actually.
And now, Kyle, do you believe, as a side note, because this is interesting, if you guys Freemasons, do you think that there's any sort of like Freemasons out there that are also malevolent?
You're talking to a Latter-day Saint here? Joseph Smith was murdered by Freemasons. So
I don't know who Joseph Smith is.
Joseph Smith. He's the founder of Mormonism.
I see. Okay.
Kyle just identified as a Mormon.
Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, LDS
For some reason, I thought I heard Georgia.
Yeah.
But nonetheless,
murdered by Masons. So, yeah, there are Masons out there with malevolent intent.
Gotcha. With that, I want to say, folks, if you want more, because I got to be honest, I want more, but I got to keep the promise that we're going to wrap up. If you want more, check out our guest links. You can listen to their videos. Also, if you are like, hey, but Brother R doesn't have a link, because currently Brother R hasn't started a channel yet. Brother R does have other debates on Modern Day Debate you can find in our Science Debates playlist. Check those out. I want to say thank you very much to our guests, Kyle, Brother R, MCToon, and Peter. It's been a true pleasure to have you tonight.
I did send a link to the chat. At the beginning of the chat, I sent a link to my YouTube channel. That's all I have now.
Oh, you got it? Let's see. If you're able to, it's just that it's so hard for me to change it on the laptop that I have the Zoom chat on. Are you able to email it to me?
Yeah.
Thanks for doing that. Folks, that reminds me. Folks, as you can see at the bottom right of your screen, you don't want to miss this. It is this Monday. If you are anywhere near the University of South Carolina, Destiny versus Owen Schroyer, live debate in person, there's an option for a free ticket. Free tickets. So bring a friend. It's going to be awesome if you're anywhere near the University of South Carolina. With that, I want to say thanks to our guests. I'll be back in about 19 seconds with a quick little post-credit scene, but want to say thanks to our guests one last time. And we'll see you in that post-credit scene.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, guys. It's been a true pleasure. I'll let you get some rest for the night, but thank you for coming on.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thanks for having
us. Yeah, thank you.
Just remember, there's a lot better ways to spend tax money than trying to probe Uranus. Abolish NASA.
Yeah, MCToon, you sicko. All right, see you guys.
Keep your probes out of Uranus. All right.
Take care.
Oh, I'm so glad that you all were able to get that behind the scenes ending there of Kyle. I don't know if he thought that he was. I don't know. It was so funny. Oh my gosh, Kyle is such a nut. What a terrible debater. Like, he's the worst debater ever. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm gonna see if Peter wants to come in quick to join me here. Yeah, he says sure. Oh, hold on. Wrong link. I sent him. All right, it didn't copy correctly. All right, there it is. Okay, that was as nutty as it gets. Seriously, Like, Kyle, learn how to debate. My goodness. Warren Smith is impressed you got someone worse than the yoga doctor to be on the same debate. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Kyle's worse than Rossa by far. I mean, you kind of like Rossa. Like, I don't like that he's faking that he's got some credentials or something, but all right, coming up here. All right, Peter. That was nuts. We went into all that work to present the stuff, and they wouldn't even talk about it.
That's what always happens.
I know.
Every time.
Let's see. Jeebus says you were great, funny, and smart.
About me?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying to pull up your live so that I can see the comments. So I've just got Zoom open right now.
All right.
Gotta mute YouTube.
Nick Ann says if Kyle ever met Buzz, he'd probably get the same treatment as Cyril. I've been emailing with Charlie Duke to see if I can get him on here. So
clicked on the wrong one at first. Oh, there's my own face. Wow. All right.
Wave to yourself.
Hi.
Let's see.
Still live.
Kango 44 was your wife. Say hi, wife.
My wife?
Yeah, was that your wife you were talking to?
No.
Oh.
My dad walked into the room, so I was trying to tell him I was still live.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm visiting my parents right now.
Kango 44 says, "Can I ask Peter if he worked on any shows doing CGI?"
Oh no, nothing like that. I mean, I have always it's been like a professional interest and a hobby interest as well, but I've never actually gotten into like actual Hollywood or anything like that. Yeah, I was a graphic designer more recently than I was working in any kind of entertainment professionally.
All right. Ken G says, "Hey Peter, this is Ken G. You did really well. Of course, MCToon was outstanding."
Thank you. I agree about Toon, of course.
So seriously, Kyle, like Rossa just kind of sat there, and I'm surprised. I'm surprised that after James like signed off on his own thing, and it was just the four of us, and Kyle said that thing about Uranus, which went out on my channel here. I'm surprised Rossa in that little portion didn't say, "Hey, can I present some evidence now?"
Oh man,
it's like just those little social cues. He's like, "Hey, we're almost done. You mind if I present evidence?" Oh,
I think that might be why my wife started to say like, what if he has like some kind of actual mental illness? Like she started to feel bad about laughing at him, but then you pointed out like he claims to have a degree in physics, and it's like he's kind of a liar. So
yeah, that's the problem. Like you kind of want to like him, but then he's just, I don't know, not truthful
I wish
about
there was
his
a way to
credentials.
like reply in YouTube live comments the way that you can in Discord. Anyway, somebody asked if I use Maya or Blender. I used Maya while in art school, but I used Blender for my own projects. You can actually see a lot of Blender work on my portfolio website, petermarkley.com.
All right.
I hope you don't mind me plugging that.
Oh, of course. Let's see. I'm checking my schedule to make sure I know what's coming up next for me here. Let's see. Discord is up, and then, yep, there it is. The new game show D or P. that nobody knows about except for myself and Ashton. So yeah, it's almost, I mean, it's almost sad, but your presentation was really good. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
The vector, I hadn't think of that before, that you don't have that downward vector to get the grip when you're moving forward on the moon, when you have that less gravity. So walking just a regular gait is significantly different.
Yeah, it's really a complicated thing, and I barely scratched the surface. I am not a biomechanic physicist by any means. It was just, I'm aware of it, and so like, I think when my wife started playing Starfield when it was new, I was like looking at it and telling her like, that's not realistic, and she was like, why? And I tried to explain it to her, and so this is something that I've always noticed in video games and stuff. And anyway,
is it Mario Galaxy?
Mario Galaxy had some of that too, but I showed a clip from Mario Odyssey.
Yeah, Mario Galaxy was more, I mean, a lot of it was just running around on very small planets. So
yeah.
It wouldn't have matched your other things that you had in that animation there. So it was the ones you chose were good. So
thank you.
But I did enjoy Mario Galaxy. That was a fun one.
Oh yes. Beautiful game.
All right. I'm going to be, I got a Discord server coming up, and we're going to be talking about celestial navigation. Flat Earthers still think that they can do it, but none ever have.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest thing. This, I mean, of course, Flat Earth is reality denial, but for them to make a claim that they can own celestial navigation when they're all fully aware that not one Flat Earther has ever done celestial navigation is a very strange thing.
Well, to say they're all fully aware, we might need some nuance there, because obviously there's quite a difference between the Flurf daddies, as Bob the Science Guy likes to call them, and the rank and file ones. But yeah, it's a whole thing.
People still post Mitchell from Australia's video talking about celestial navigation. He's like, the number one proof of flat Earth, he said, is celestial navigation. And then nowhere in the video did he do celestial navigation. And people watch that and go, wow, that's proof. How do they not watch that and say, wow, that's a failure?
I don't know. It's cognitive bias. That's all I can say.
It's a strange psychological thing that they go through.
Yep.
All right. Well, I will. I'll let you go. You got family stuff. You got your wife. You got any pets?
We do. We have a little cat named Ambrose, and she is a darling.
Awesome.
We didn't name her. The cat rescue place named her, and we just liked the name. So don't complain at us that it's a boy's name.
Ambrose is a boy's name?
People tell us that.
I don't know.
There's like the monk's brother on the TV show is Ambrose, and I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
There was also Saint Ambrose. And I actually have a screenshot from Wikipedia saying that Ambrose was aware of the sphericity of the Earth. And so we claimed that for our cat. Our cat knows the Earth is a globe.
That's pretty good. Well, my pets don't have such names. Turtle, raccoon, donkey, and penguin are them. So
those are the names?
Those are the names of our cat. Two cats and two dogs.
Donkey.
No, none of them are named after their thing. But so last year for Halloween, we didn't have donkey yet, but we had raccoon, a cat, turtle, a cat, and penguin, a dog. And so we bought pet-sized costumes for each of them that were actually their thing. Yeah, so raccoon wore a raccoon costume.
Amazing.
Yeah. And so PhD Tony was asking, I know the answer, but is asking if you're a young Earth creationist.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I know that's not a very popular thing, and I'm sorry.
It's all right. Still love you, Peter.
Thank you. I try not to be like flat earthers as much as I can.
Yeah. So, Gov is wondering if you're my son. Are you or are you not my son?
I take that as a compliment, but no, my dad was just in here a minute ago, like in off screen, and that's who I said like I'm still alive to.
So
just because I'm visiting my parents right now.
Awesome. All right. Well, Peter, thank you very much. It was fun. It was good. We'll have to bank our presentations for a future one.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I look forward to being on part 6 of the Cavalcade, right?
Yes. Tomorrow afternoon.
Share what I think about robothemism with your audience.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure some of them have seen it before, or heard me use that term before, but it should be fun.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. We'll see you then.
Thanks.
All right. Bye. Okay. So we've got coming up in about 6 minutes. I'm going to be on a Discord server with the same one I was on last night. We'll see if they got anybody. 2 speakers lined up, exoplanets and cell nav, and we're going to try to get Brian Leakey to join. So if anybody knows Brian Leakey, go message him in every way possible and say you got to get on. All right, I'm going to update the tally here, see if we've got any changes, and then some super chats, and then I'm going to have to hit the bathroom before I jump into the Discord server. So, and it's been a busy day. All right. Got that. We got jump in to here. Check my email. Ooh, got another one there. 2 more Cash Apps. Awesome. Thank you for that. Man, I really was hoping Kyle would at least, put in a little bit, but he just flopped around like a fish. Like that was just such a nothing burger of a debate from him. Not that he's ever been a good debater. I mean, he's that boy ain't right. You're a fan of King of the Hill. All right, we got. There you go. Again, if you do send something, let me know if you don't want me to say your name. Right? I started saying some yesterday, but then the website logged me out, so I don't know where I left off. So I'm gonna have to do it differently, but I will acknowledge everybody in some manner that's as appropriate as I can. So, all right, there we go. Almost there. There we go. And then some. You can say my name and read the message if you want. Pat in the chat. So how do I? That's what I don't know if Pat in the chat is coming through on any of these, because everybody has not everybody. Oh, there. Cash App, Pat in the chat, $33.33. Nice. All right. Ross's deal with his friend that was, I mean, it's dark if it happened, but it's also such a strange thing to be like, yep, that's what they do, just because somebody did it once, therefore all of them, that's what they do. That's not how it works. There we go. All right. I think I got it. I got it all. New tally coming in. Oh, I need to update the. It didn't sum them correctly. 88. There we go. And is this summing them? 43. Oh no, not at all. 69. All right. I might have to update my spreadsheet a tiny bit here. I'll get that. All right, new tally. There it is, 17,768. Awesome. Thank you for that. Okay, some super chats here. See how people are doing. Got a few that came in. Wow, a bunch that came in during the debate. We got Lord Illuminous Pooh. Oh, I already read this, but I love it. Doritos implies the existence of large Doro. Dr. Nimrod says, I do hope you get to Antarctica so badly. It would be interesting if you had to share a tent with Whitsit. So I think it's going to be Whitsit and Jaren. I'm not certain who I will be in a tent with, but there's two people in a tent, so whatever there. We got Lord Illuminous Pooh says, oh no, I was watching the stream and I just hit a kid carrying symbols, but I already apologized for that. Then a Lord Illuminous Pooh says, I'm really sorry, but it will probably happen again. Apologizing for the joke I just told a second time. Then Lord Illuminous Pooh says, the bad joke's not running over the kid. M2M says, Rossa told me he would not partner up with a flat earther. Well, okay then. The Rossa versus Kyle stuff. I mean, Rossa's like wanted to, but didn't want to, and wanted to. It was great. It was so funny. Like, he doesn't like flat earthers, and he's paired up with, and Kyle, Rossa had to be like, Kyle, dang it, why are you so dumb? Art, Peria, sorry, for 99 or 100 ZARs, whatever that is. Says, just came back from playing drums at a Metallica tribute show, stopping over to say hi. That's not Metallica. I was wearing Metallica earlier. A Metallica tribute show. I've never seen a Metallica tribute band. I would love to. Hey, people, watch. When one comes through Minneapolis, let me know. But that's awesome, Art. Send me videos. I want to watch. Icy Spin says, when you forgot today was show and tell. Oh, is this going back to no, this was at 729. 723. I don't know. Dicey Spin again says, Toon, this is so stupid, so beautifully stupid. That was during the debate. I mean, Kyle, oh gosh. Atlas 6355 says, don't have kids with your siblings. That's what I learned from Flat Earth. Seriously, he's like, aluminum will instantly sublimate in 10 to the negative 6 pressure. That was it. How did you know? I asked ChatGPT. That was his preparation for this. His whole preparation was he asked ChatGPT something. Oh, what an insult to the entire concept of debate. Icy Spin says, you can melt a car with a mini Bic lighter. Takes 8 years. Probably. Samaya, if I got that right, for 11 euros says, let's get you to Antarctica. Thank you. I hope so. Icy Spin says, back on topic, please. Doc was showing how lasso works. That lasso thing was ridiculous. I got that same photo up in Photoshop and I was ready to show it, but it never came back to that topic. I don't know how. He's so. Rick says, coming this holiday season, Kyle 2, wrong harder. Oh, hashtag Mars says crabs from Icy Spin, and Icy Spin again says fave visual effect dolly zoom first use in Jaws. Yeah, that's where the camera physically moves while the zoom changes. So like the person that you're looking at stays mostly the same in the frame, but the background all changes. It's a really cool effect. Icy Spin says height of stupidity, moon landing fake because Earth flat. I mean, that was his thing. Like it had to be fake because the Earth is flat. But really, if the Earth were flat, landing on the moon would be easier because it's closer. You could get there with an airplane depending on what flat earther you're talking to. So. Rick says weird watching someone get dumber in real time. Icy Spins his theme of this fundraiser. You're not tall enough to ride. It just keeps coming up. Lord Illuminous Pooh says point-to-point direct communication, focused beam broadcast to cast broadly, conical or circular. Kyle was so lost in that. Why bring up that topic? You have zero background in it. It was ridiculous, and he actually thought it was meaningful when we came back around to it. The poor guy. He should be embarrassed for himself, but he lacks that ability. Rodman, loving this teaching session about debates. Virillion says, like JM Truth, it's abandoned. The JM Truth sucked at debates, too. He didn't know when it was time to present evidence. Matthew Alat says, how's the stream going? Shout out from Australia. Good day, mate. It's going well. Icy Spin says, too dumb, 4 words, 2 Ds, 2. Too dumb for words. MF Jones says, Kyle, have you ever watched Dr. Wee Todd's channel? You remind me exactly of him. Dr. Wee Todd. He's so Wee Todd. PJ gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, PJ. NASA Security Force comes in and says the Masons I work with charge at least $20 an hour. So, I mean, yeah, Ross's friend got some sort of a bonus there. PhD Tony says, Kyle Adams has worked extremely hard to become the painfully obtuse idiot he is. Does he think there's some sort of prize for willful stupidity? I don't know. M2M says, buy yourself a bag of Mars crabs for £2. You can get Mars crabs for £2 now? Only on sale. Kango44 says, can I ask Peter if he worked on any shows doing CGI? We did ask. He has not. Angel Gamer says, did you ever eat that canned haggis? Could be fun. Oh my gosh, I still have it. It's in the drawer right there. I would probably eat canned haggis. I would need some severe motivation, but I would probably do it. How many years old is that can? Sea Lion Primes is hyped for some cool presentations tonight, and that's got me caught up. And so let me see here. I've got to hit the bathroom. So if you're here, Sea Lion Prime, that's where I'm going to go, and all of you can enjoy a little bit more of this guy.
You are a professor at the Flat Earth Institute of Science. So is that associated with the Flat Earth Community University?
No.
Are you?
Yeah.
You don't do any anything with the Flat Earth Community University? FECU, Flat Earth Community University. It was started by Flat Out. He's the dean of students.
Is this a YouTube channel? Or
Yeah.
Well,
Flat Out has a YouTube channel, and the Flat Earth Community University, FECU, is also a channel on their own on Facebook.
Thanks for letting me know about it. I haven't heard of it.
All right, so we've got Nerd Angle asked, is the what do you call it? Flat Earth Institute of Science an accredited institution?
No, it's not accredited.
No accreditation. Okay. So what about the athletics at the Flat Earth Institute of Science? Is it big? Do you have any spinning ball sports, or do you strictly stick to disc-based sports? You know, like this kind. Any athletics there?
No.
No.
Just,
What's
we
the
have an,
what's the mascot?
we don't have a mascot or anything like that.
Fecu
It's just-
has the Flurfers, the Fecu Flurfers. Let's see. Stringer News 1 is saying you neglected to talk about your teaching credentials, so we kind of missed that. What degrees do you hold, and what is the Accreditation Academy?
All right.
Our agency.
Okay. In order to become a professor, you really don't need any kind of degrees or anything like that.
All right, I'm sorry. That's enough torture. That's enough. All right, I'm jumping over to the Discord server here. That was Kyle. Poor Kyle. Like, he lives every day of his life like that. Have some sympathy for him. So
I got done making a test for my students that they get to take on Thursday. So
I think you need to make that quote sound a little more biblical.
Alrighty, it is time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hop over to the debate channel. There are going to be restricted speaking roles. We're going to start with Jaya's presentation. So let's just hop up there, and then if you want a speaking role, just request it, and you will likely receive it.
You do mine while I'm waiting, because I'm not on the keyboard at the moment.
I don't want to speak.
all right. They're moving us over right now. Getting the setup here.
All right, Jaya, are you all set up? You should have speaking perms. Oh, Jaya, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, just a little bit of background, Mike, just to give you a kind of rundown of the order of business and take any sort of feedback or thoughts on the agenda. But first, we're going to have a presentation from Jaya on discovering exoplanets. And then after that, Seafoam's going to come in to talk to us about CellNav and potentially also about amateur astrophotography. So I guess we can take it away unless there's any other things you want to talk about first. Perfect.
Well, one thing.
Eric,
did Brian Leakey respond at all? I was hoping he would.
You know, he did not. But I'll keep an eye on it.
All right.
Because I would love to hear his approach on CellNav from himself.
All right.
So. Alrighty, Jaya, go ahead and take it away.
Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. I'm working with coming over a cold, so my voice is kind of scratchy. No, not yet.
I don't see. Okay, I didn't see it sharing. Okay. Well, while you're working on that, I just came off of a modern day debate with Kyle Adams and Rossa, the not doctor, and it was I almost felt bad that just constantly beating that horse, almost, but I got over it.
It was pretty decisive.
Well, Peter and I prepared presentations, gave the presentations, and then Rossa didn't say anything. Kyle refused to talk about them. He just said, I don't believe it. You didn't convince me, therefore you didn't win.
Oh, yeah.
That was it.
So my response to that would be, I'm not here to convince anyone. Like, I'm here to, share my feelings, and if anybody feels the same, if anybody likes what I'm saying, fantastic. If you don't like it, that's also fantastic. If you can find contradictions in what I said, please go ahead. I'm here for my theory to be cross-examined. Whatever I have to say, please cross-examine it. Does it contradict? Like, find contradictions.
What are your qualifications? What are your qualifications for you to demand that we?
You what?
No, I don't demand anything. I'm opening the door. I believe in.
Oh, that was Mr. Slave. Yes, we've got Real Flat Earther and Mr. Slave. Both have been. We're talking, I think, and we're now not talking. So okay, but we've got Jaya is presenting. It looks like.
Yeah, I got it to work.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, good. Okay, so I just need to first set the record straight. My name is JCat, so just J is fine. Okay, so I created this for my Discord, and then I have a full video of it on my YouTube, so I'm not going to go through every single little thing. It's about 25 minutes, so I'm just going to shorten it up a tiny bit. So first I wanted to pose to everybody why we want to look for exoplanets, and the biggest reason is that Earth is not going to be around forever. And there's a couple different ways I'm going to go over that. And also, it's just nice to know. I mean, it's nice to know if there's other things out there or not. Okay, so I'm going to start with Earth. This is our home, and for MCToon out there, yes, it is a globe, not flat. But it will only last, for humanity it's a long time, but for the universe it's really not that long. So GY stands for gigayears, and the Earth will last about 5.5 before it is no longer in that little comfy green zone. And what's next is colonies, and I really like this artist's rendering of this possible Mars domes, I guess. Okay, so with Earth only lasting about 5.5 gigayears, we need to find other places. So what I will show in a simulation soon is that in about 6.5 gigayears, Mars will actually become habitable. Or it'll enter the green zone. And that gives if we get to Mars in my lifetime, it gives us a really long time to figure out what we're gonna do. Okay, so first I'm going to go through a simulation. I don't know if anybody has used the NAP Labs simulator from University of Nebraska-Lincoln, but they are really great. Yeah, on my YouTube video, edited out all of that loading time, so it actually would have been a lot longer. So if you notice, right, the mass of the sun is Earth's mass. The lumen all preset for our sun, except the Kelvin, which is 100 Kelvin less, but it's not really that big of a deal. So you see that's Earth in the middle of the habitable zone. That's our sun. Obviously, it's not scale. Earth is not bigger than the sun. But right down here, this is where you see the gigayears as it's showing when the Earth will become too hot and too cold. And then down here is I'm going to slow down the simulation a little bit because it'll give you a chance to actually see it a little bit. So you can see Earth leaving, and it's going to be too hot. And then you see Mars entering. And then it speeds up quite a bit. And the Earth is dead now. So you use that simulation a lot because, well, mostly just to teach my children, but it shows how long. I like to use the little slider to show. So right about at 11 or so, which would be right here, this is about when we'd have to be completely out of the solar system before, anybody left behind would die. Okay, so the questions that are asked a lot are, well, how do we know how long the sun's actually going to last? And we get this by viewing other data, and all the other astronomers out there will say the same thing. So what's after Mars? That's what we're going to have to find. We need to find what's habitable. We need to define what's habitable first. So, right here is our sun on this little HR graph. And when our sun dies, it'll pretty quickly, from a different diagram that I've seen, it'll go up into the giants and then fall straight down into a white dwarf. And that process is actually pretty quick. And for the Drake equation, which I think most people know about, but just to go over it anyway, we are just about at n sub e, and we are trying to find the fraction of life-supporting planets that could develop life by going over data within our own solar system, which would be the Europa Clipper, which I showed the, what's the word I'm looking for? Okay, sorry, I'm forgetting words right now. But the Europa Clipper is out to go see what life is capable of being outside of the green zone in what is essentially an ice world and next to a very large gas giant. There's also an Enceladus mission, but I don't actually have any information on that right now. So, exoplanets, anything beyond our solar system. This is another image of TRAPPIST-1. So, I like to use this as an example of planets that could be habitable. So we have the hot ones, the ones that could form water, and the icy ones. but it being a red dwarf, it actually forces the planets that could life to shed its atmosphere regularly, and I'm hoping that changes, but not from what I've seen. So I'm actually going to skip this part because I don't really have time to go over that. But radial velocity is if anybody wants to go over it, I will post wherever Sea Lion tells me to. But I do want to talk about transits. So transit simulators are good to use because then you can see, as this image shows right here, when a planet passes through its
Yeah, something's going on with her microphone, maybe gate. I don't know. I don't hear anything right now.
Jay, I think you might be having mic issues. Are you coming through?
I don't hear anything right now from Jaya. Some people are saying, Jaya, that your microphone might have some clipping, like it's a gate issue, like it's turning on, turning off too much. If you can just have it be solid on, maybe. I don't know exactly what you could do.
Within the sound of silence.
Yeah. I don't know. And Jay, if you're talking right now, I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, your audio is not coming through. I just pinged her in the chat. I'm not sure if her mic was cut out.
Okay.
Well, we're getting that. So let's see if she responds. Dr. Parks, are you there currently? I'm not sure if you're able to talk. Or Eric as well is here. We have two other astronomers. If it seems like she has maybe having some audio issues.
Need us to fill in while there's the audio issues.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she's maybe. I'm trying to get her attention, but I'm not sure that she's seeing that. There's no audio coming through.
Move her to another room and back, and it'll cancel her screen share.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, like she kept moving things. Like I don't think she knew even that we were talking to her. So, all right.
Hey, are you there now?
Being nervous is that correct?
Okay, hold on. Jay, are you there? Doesn't seem like it.
There she said something.
Is it back?
You're having mic issues. Like your mic seems to be clipping in and out, and then you just lost audio.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, but it's still pretty. Do you have an? I don't know if you can.
The thing you can try for if you go into settings and go to voice and video, change input sensitivity to manual, and then like move the slider down so then your mic's more sensitive and then it might not cut out.
Okay. Well, I'm working with this new mic that I got, and it's got this button. I think I accidentally hit it.
Oh.
That sounds better than it was.
Yeah, I put the volume up a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's better. That should be better. Yeah. No worries. Just yeah, I guess you cut out a couple slides back. So if you want to maybe just pick it up from there, you'll have to refresh the screen share.
Okay. Let me just say, did you guys see the transit one?
We saw it, but we couldn't hear you.
Okay, well, all I was really saying was that this is what we look for, and I'm just going to show based on this now. This is what we look for.
Jay, we're not seeing your screen, though. Sorry to interrupt, but you have to refresh your screen share.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it didn't tell me that it was doing that.
It might be some Discord issue.
Yeah, my computer and Discord do not get along.
Well, I think in general, like, because the other people were having issues as well. Okay, I can see now. Go ahead and yeah, it shows up for me. Mike, is it coming through on your side?
I got it.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. So, what I was trying to say was that when we look at their suns or other stars, well, they are suns. When we look for other stars, essentially we are trying to find ones that are more like ours that can last a bit longer. So between us and red dwarfs. And anytime that we're looking at stars, usually we are probably also trying to find this little transit right here. So anytime that you are monitoring a star and you see that dip, that usually means that there's a planet around it. That's all that slide was about. Okay. So now what? Okay, well, hypothetically, we found a planet. We found it near a star that we like. So now we have to determine whether it can hold its gases. So gas retention. These are also fun. I'm not going to do the simulator one. I'm just going to do the plot one. For gases that we need. So we know we need water. If we don't have water, you don't have life as far as we've seen. We also need nitrogen and oxygen. So and that shows you where they need to be. This little red thing is the planet that you're trying to find. So I'm gonna put the terrestrial planets in here. So you see Earth is well within the zone to have these gases, and you see Mars is not in the zone for water. So to play around with this, you can make its radius larger, which we know we would like a planet that's at least as large as ours. You could change the density, which Earth is 5.4, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, anybody. And so you see at 70K, which shows you, okay, so the 70K right here determines how close or far you are from your sun. So we can see 16 AU would be too far for it to be good. There's our giants. So we got to make it a little bit hotter. Oh, actually, we can see where say I'd say probably about there. About 3 AU away with this size and density. That would
Yeah, I think it honestly, I think it's a Discord, maybe a Discord issue.
Could be, yeah.
Because Carnivore was saying that it was showing as he was having trouble connecting to the voice chat as well.
Well, that's too bad. I just
Yeah,
in
Jay,
my
are you still there? Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
I just had somebody in my chat had to boot. Oh, there she dropped out. Why are flat earthers such horrible people? It's such a weird consistency to it.
Oh yeah, I mean that's like it's just what they do. You know, it's like the one in Earth Awakenings who implied something very nasty earlier.
Yeah.
Pathological liar.
I mean, Blatek here, he's like, just denying things. So I say, you must have amazingly powerful evidence to be saying these things, about Jaya's presentation there. Maybe you can do a presentation of this evidence. And his response, on topic, of course not. Nothing useful to say. So it really does educate us a lot on the harms of flat Earth. Right? That and I don't know if Blatek was a disgusting piece of garbage before flat Earth, or if flat Earth made Blatek a disgusting piece of garbage. Chicken or egg, potato, right? For some reason, I think it's both. I think flat Earth is a gill net for horrible people. And then when they get into their echo chambers, they just get more and more horrible. So,
yeah, echo chambers will do that to people. I've seen some pretty horrible Glovers too.
We got Blatek in the chat now. Should I let him off the leash, Mike?
Yeah, let's see what useful things he has to say about how horrible, or maybe he'll have another supporting evidence about how horrible flat earthers are. So let's hear.
Okay, tell us about the time you and I were having an argument and I called you a grifter and you responded, well, yes, I make a lot of money out of this, so what? And that's your quote, and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I do make money on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you for that. Be sure to like and subscribe and super chat, everybody. So I guess that depends on your definition of grifter.
You're not a scientist. You're not a scientist. You're not a geologist. You're not an astronomer. You're not even anything. So what qualifies you to have any comments at all on the topic?
Well, I'm a scientist.
Thank you very much.
Right? Scientists are generally people that do science. I'm not a professional scientist in it's my career. I suppose you could say I'm a professional
Enough said.
Computer scientist.
I've had enough of this bullshit. You're fucking muted. You're just a bullshit artist. See you later, dickhead.
I work professionally writing anti-spam software, and so that qualifies me as a scientist, I think. So, ooh, I got a kitty. Oh, meow. Yeah, listen to the cat.
If you want to have a conversation with Blatek, try not to interrupt, please.
Yeah, I think the cat has more intellect than Blatek. So,
what do you mean? He's a flat earther.
Blatek is a flat earther, yes.
No, Turtle is.
Oh, Turtle's not a flat earther. He's just a little derpy sometimes.
A little.
Mm-hmm. Right into the microphone. There we go. Good boy.
He does not like you for good reason.
Well, no, he loves it. Like if I sit on the couch, he lays on me.
He lays on everybody if they sit on the couch. You're not special.
Going to bed? All right. Love you. Good night. Sleep well. People were asking to have you come on to be interviewed.
No.
Oh, we got to know. We got to know on that. All right. Thank you. Sleep well. All right.
Okay, so I think Jay's still having some issues on her side. We're trying to get those worked out. Maybe we could jump into what Seafoam has prepared if you're ready. We could try going off with that, and then maybe we can come back and just finish the presentation.
Yeah.
Like almost done preparing it. Just give me like 1 more minute.
Okay, perfect. Insert the meme of Gromit is the dog, right? From Wallace and Gromit, laying down the train tracks in front of the train while he's riding on it. That's how I always feel when I'm making a presentation right before the presentation. But on that note, like we had after the stream we did yesterday, I went on the Flat Earth, well, simultaneously, yeah, that's the one, Carnivore. Simultaneously to the stream, Omnivore was on talking to Flat Earth Fridays, and because they were being, we talked about the Hobart incident and everything, and that Norwegian guy. Well, after that, they had, do you know Franco, the CERN physicist, Mike? Have you run into that guy at all?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, he's a former CERN physicist. He currently works as a physics professor, and he spent a fair amount of time engaging with Twitter flat earthers in their spaces. And yeah, they to me it was just very exemplary of the problem that I have with flat earthers. It's like the goal is never to actually learn from someone that has expertise in a field. It's to make them look smarter and to score points.
Yes. Which isn't how intelligent people act.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was, so I was very frustrated. So after Franco had left the space, I came in and, basically, and there was another one, there's this person, Taylor, who's part of their crew, who's saying that, oh, she's a flat earther, but she's just trying so hard to prove the globe and she just can't do it. Which is just total BS.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like that annoys me more, right? Where it's like, if you're going to be a flat earther, fine. Like if you want to have that philosophy, but don't tell me that you're trying to prove the globe and you just can't do it. It's such a transparent lie. And so it was funny because, I called her out and then called everyone out in the Twitter space and, was saying that, they basically use dishonesty as a defense mechanism and just use it to like score points over people. And then they're basically calling me mentally ill and all this. It's just like,
which is
just funny.
I mean, supporting your claim.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right. I mean,
as soon as I called them out, the host is like, you obviously are mentally, and they know that I have a mental health condition as well. So it was extra slimy. But apparently after I left, they kept going off on it and saying like, oh, he's just so mentally ill and he just needs help and this and that. And it's just like, man, they're just the worst.
Yeah. And in the debate I had earlier, and I don't know who was saying it, but I've never tried in a debate to convince the other person I'm debating with. I'm doing it for the audience. And I'm not really trying to convince the audience. If they're flat earthers, they're flat earthers because they have a mental issue already. I'm attempting to inoculate other people so that when they do run into flat earthers and are presented with the incredibly bad ideas, that they won't. Thank you. Can you take these? They won't fall for me because they've already seen how wrong flat earthers are, or as Blautek has just done so perfectly for us, show that flat earthers are horrible human beings. And so then their impression of flat earthers are, oh my goodness, they're terrible people. Why are they all such terrible people?
Yeah. Well, and it was really funny this morning because they were having this like religious prophet session with Witsit. I have to go and get the clip of it. It was just
gosh. Was he
funny.
like prophesying
was
things
talking
for
about-
real?
Oh yeah, he was saying God spoke to him and he knows that like he feels this like manifestation that like flat earth is it was really funny because first they started by saying that they need this list of PhDs and they just really need to get a list of PhDs and start getting on with people like Brian Cox and then Austin said something which was hilarious and obviously untrue, which was, yeah, when I have these one-on-one private conversations with PhDs, they just concede every point to me and they just say, oh, you make so much sense. I never thought about it that way.
Who said this?
Austin.
Oh my gosh.
Which is just...
We must have recordings. We must have recordings.
It's his.
Yeah, I'll get the recording for you guys.
It's his own personal reality distortion field, right? He lies to himself. He believes that when if you listen to what he says about his conversation with Rob Parks, it was if other people hear it, Rob Parks admitted the Earth is flat, basically. In that, I mean, not so much, but like. It was this completely different thing than what actually happened in that conversation.
Oh, he did that to me. For sure.
Yeah.
Oh, me too. Yeah. Last week when I talked to him, he said at the end of our conversation, he was like, I know, don't ask me how I know. I just know. I just know that deep down that geocentrism could be true. It's just like you know that it could work, and if someone had if you were betting your life against it, you wouldn't take that bet. I'm like, oh my god, dude.
I would.
Yeah. Yeah. Explain to me how.
Hey, Mike Toon.
Yes, Brenda.
Mr. Toon. I have a bone to pick, and I'm sorry. It's a nitpick. But I have to.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's about Occam's razor, and the people get this wrong, and maybe you know this and you just weren't being careful. But Occam's razor is about when you have two competing theories, and both theories explain all the data. The simpler one is to be preferred. So when you were having that debate with Kyle. And not Dr. Rossa, right?
Yep.
They don't have a theory that explains the data. So it's not Occam's, and it's not the simplest theory must be true. It's the simplest theory that explains all the data. And it has to have explanatory power. That means it has to make predictions, right? You have to be able to formulate a hypothesis based on the theory and make successful predictions.
That's a good point. I saw your comment, and
I suspect you know all those things. It is the power of science compels me.
I appreciate that. Those are the kinds of things that we certainly often in the brevity necessary in a debate get skipped. And sometimes I think about how to frame things so that I can say them quickly enough in a debate without being really wordy. And, I love Professor Parks, but brevity isn't his strength in that, right? Is he here? There he is. Yes. Professor Parks.
That was basically all I had to say.
Yeah. And I think I've talked with him about this. But yeah, it's, and also the other thing about Occam's razor is it's not, this is the one that's true. That's not what the conclusion is. The conclusion is this is the one that's preferred. So it's like a way to guide for, well, yes, all of these multiple different possibilities are equally valid. They all do, meet the criteria, but which is simpler? Okay, let's start with that one and test that or do whatever we're going to do with that one. So.
Also, when that gal was doing her presentation about planets, my mobile phone was going crazy. I don't know what it was, whether there was too much data or something, but there was something on my cell phone with the data or something. It was messing up full screen or something. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, I think
So I
Discord
think it was a hardware. Yeah, I think it was a hardware issue is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, gotcha.
You can mute me back up. I said what I wanted to say.
So
I'll trust you to mute yourself, Brenda.
Parks is here and he responded. And I would say in a debate, there's a whole different way you're communicating than when Professor Parks is educating people, right? You don't need to be, and you don't want to take those shortcuts when you're in a teaching situation. So, and that's what he does. So perfect. So, right?
Okay, we should be about ready. 1 second here.
Do I sound all right? I hope I do, because my microphone has always been a point of badness.
It's okay. It's not the greatest quality, but you are audible.
Well, it's just my phone microphone, so.
Yeah, as long as nobody else is talking, it'll work.
Alrighty.
And I did give your other account screen share permission, so you should be good to go. And take it away whenever you're ready.
All right. So my idea was to just do like a quick sort of introductory course to what exactly celestial navigation is. So I know in this circle it's thrown around a lot, but a lot of people don't really grasp fully what it is. There's quite a few people in here. I bet a bunch of them don't really know exactly what CellNav is. So I want to just go over that. So we can ignore the blender real quick. So this over here is some sextant data that I gathered from another Discord server where people just post sextant data that they have made. I don't really believe the index error was 0, just because my fix was off by quite a bit. But that's only on the person that posted it. So first off, the information here is we have the date, which is important for finding the GP of the stars. We have the height, which is 30 feet above sea level, and the index. So the index error is on a sextant. There is going to be some slight error in your measurements, and the index error shows you how much you should correct for that. And here the person said there was no correction. Other things is we have 3 stars. You need at least 3 stars to do a fix. You have the time of day that the measurements were taken, and you have their altitude angles. And the altitude angle is basically if perfectly horizontal from your eyes, that's 0 degrees. And perfectly above you is 90 degrees. So somewhere in there is where your star is going to lie. So it's almost as if you had a protractor, which is basically what a sextant is. It's a fancy protractor with a telescope on it. You can measure the altitude angle to the stars. Now, because this person was using a nautical sextant and not a bubble sextant, they had to take note of their height.
Oh, sorry. Do you just mind? I don't mean to interrupt, but could you explain the difference between a regular sextant and a bubble sextant for the sake of the audience?
Oh yeah, totally. So I wish I brought pictures and stuff. This was really a last minute thing. But a bubble sextant is, well, here, let's start with a nautical sextant because that's easier to explain. So a nautical sextant what it does is it measures the angle between your star and the actual visible horizon of the water, right? Whereas a bubble sextant literally has a bubble level inside of it, so you don't need a clear-cut, sea level horizon to get the angle to the stars, because you're referencing an already horizontal. You're referencing the horizontal through the bubble level. But with the nautical sextant, you're measuring to the horizon. But because, unless you're sitting in the water, which is usually not the case, you're going to be somewhat above the sea level. So your horizon is actually going to be slightly below your eye level, which means that when you take the measurement with your sextant, it's going to be larger than it should be. So because of that, we have to apply corrections. And this is after I've applied corrections, and I just did this so I could put it into a spreadsheet easier. But if you give me 1 second, I can show you guys just basically. I want to figure out the raw altitude, not in degrees, minutes, and seconds real quick, so you can see that after corrections, it's going to be a little bit smaller. Let's see here. Back. All right, so this is the raw angle that the sextant measured, and you can see it's 19.86 degrees, but after corrections, it's actually gone down a bit to 19.73, and that's because a nautical sextant will always measure an angle larger than the actual altitude angle to the star. So once you have the altitude angle without corrections, you want to find the GP. And the GP is the geographical position of the star. So if we go into Blender real quick. Let's see here. So if we imagine that this is a star, way, way out there, right? And we can do it at some degree. So right way out here. The GP is basically, if you go toward the Earth, it's going to be kind of like this point right here. If we extend it outward, where if you were standing right there, the star is going to be directly over your head. So at, let's see, so at, I don't know, military time, what would that be? 21, that would be like 9:59, right?
Yeah, 9:50.
Yeah. So at 9:59 in this time zone on July 23rd, 2023, this is the exact location on Earth you would see the star Spica at 90 degrees. All right. And that's all the GP is. That's where your specific celestial object is at 90 degrees to any observer that's there. And then the last thing you need to do is draw a circle around that point. So because Earth is a sphere, the calculation is super duper easy. So if you're doing miles, you want to do 69.048. So this is equal to 60 nautical miles. And on Earth, 60 nautical miles is actually exactly 1 degree of latitude or longitude. So if you travel 69 nautical miles in any direction, you're always going to be 1 degree away from where you were originally. So you want to do this multiplied by 90 minus your angle. And 90 minus your angle is called the zenith angle. Because, let's see here. If you imagine, this is really on the fly here, but if you imagine you're right here, and this is the angle that you see, the angle that you want is going to be this angle here from 90 degrees. And when you plot the circles of that specific size around their GPs, you're going to get something that looks like this. So this is Altair's circle, this is Antares circle, and this is Spica's circle. And you can see they all somewhat converged around this point. So I chose this point, right? And these are the numbers I got. And it was only 27 miles off, which is, not the greatest, but considering we have the entire Earth here, that's pretty darn good for just measuring 3 stars. And just for the fun of it, I also plotted it on a flat Earth, and you can see pretty clearly that none of the circles, the 3 circles don't all intersect at one point. So if anyone has any, well, I don't know if we can do like a question and answer sort of thing, but would that work, Sea Lion?
I've got one if there is.
Yeah, that's good with me. I think we have some of our friends from 24/7 here.
Yeah.
So let's see.
I'm glad he showed up.
Yeah.
Amazing.
In force.
Are they going to show
like
the right way maybe to them?
All right, so it looks like we have Quantum Eraser. Is Indio here as well?
I see Indio.
Go ahead and you are off mute, Mr. QE. Welcome to
welcome. Yeah, clown retards. How's it going, McBooger Eater?
Well, you've proved my point,
that's
QE.
cool, man.
Thank you very much for proving my point.
Fucking retard.
Yeah, so QE, how about we're going to have civil conversation back and forth, but if you can't, not just the first thing you do is call people retards, you're probably not going to be on. There you go.
No, he proved my point. Flat Earthers, you are horrible people. Quantum Eraser is your king horrible person. You proved me right. And the Flat Earthers that sit there and let him say these things and act like this without calling him out, you are just letting Flat Earthers propagate the reputation that you've earned that you are horrible, disgusting people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for letting him do that.
You have the moral character to make that evaluation. You have 0 moral character, which is why he treated you like that. You have no character.
Super. Thank you, Indio, for proving the point also.
Why do you talk about his girl? Why do you talk about his kids? Why do you do that?
Who?
I think the problem here is that these guys know they can't do the celestial navigation.
Yeah, I mean, the point of this is to do celestial navigation, and the fact that they are refusing to talk about it is them admitting that celestial navigation only works on a globe. So this is amazing.
Give us the proof of that.
He just
walked you through it.
Yeah, just went through it.
I want the actual geometric proof of that. The actual proof. Like a
Just
mathematical proof that you would read in a paper. Like an actual proof. Not just saying it's just impossible because I said so.
Awesome.
Well,
Just
went
because
over.
it works on the globe, that's not an exclusionary proof, right? You need to have an exclusionary proof.
Well, you could prove me wrong by doing it. So
No. No, see, you're trying to flip the burden of proof. I didn't say that it was possible on a problem. You're claiming it's impossible. So if you're claiming it's impossible, then you would need an exclusionary proof.
Awesome.
So let's see it.
Wave that white flag, loser.
No, let's see the exclusionary proof.
Okay, so
so I can prove that a straight line is not impossible on the surface of a sphere, right? I can prove that.
Wave that white flag, Indio. Just wave it away. Waving the white flag, Indio.
Are you going to overtalk me?
No, this is about you showing how to do celestial navigation using flat Earth. Can you do it? No? Then you wave the white flag.
Can I use spherical coordinates?
Of course not.
No,
Why would you use spherical coordinates
not.
on flat Earth if you think it's flat? Exactly.
Because latitude and longitude
There's
are spherical
the
coordinates,
admission.
right?
Thank you for admission.
No, listen. A straight line is not expressible in spherical coordinates. Because a sphere
seems that you don't understand geometry well enough.
You're gonna keep talking me over.
You've made a false claim about geometry,
so
Indio.
what's the definition of a sphere, dumb fuck?
No, you've made an assertion that there's no such thing as a straight line on a sphere. That's incorrect.
And I'm gonna prove it. Equidistant from the center. That cannot be a straight line.
Equidistant from the center on a sphere? Cannot be a straight line.
A sphere is a sphere or a circle is equidistant. All the points on a circle are equidistant from the center. All the points on a sphere are equidistant to a center. You cannot maintain equidistance from the center and have a straight line from a point.
Oh my gosh.
The points on those lines cannot be equidistant from some other point. It's not possible. Okay, you know it's not possible.
Indio.
So don't tell me what I don't fucking know. The equation for a sphere is x squared plus y squared plus z squared, right? So all those points are equidistant from the center.
So as the definition of a sphere,
now repeat what I said.
Yeah, certainly. The definition of a sphere, between 2 points, a great circle is a straight line between 2 points.
It's not the definition of a sphere. Where'd you get that from?
Using within the definition of a sphere.
Where did you get the definition from?
A great circle.
Where did you get the definition from? I don't want the fucking pseudoscience definition. I want the actual definition.
Well, let's back everything up to where you started making assertions, and I'll have you cite your stuff first.
Prove my assertion.
No, you made claims.
So
go ahead. Cite your source. Cite the geometric proof. That's what you're expecting from me. But after you made a whole bunch of assertions about it, I'm not arguing them. I'm just applying your standard of evidence to you. So could you please cite, as you've requested of me, cite your sources. You're the one in the front there making these assertions. So go right ahead.
You're not going to jump the shark. When I asked you for a citation, you just pretend I didn't say that, and then you ask me if there's a citation.
Indio,
okay?
You provided 0 citations for your claims. So if you won't provide citations for your claim, then you asking me to provide citations for my claim simply highlights your hypocrisy.
Yeah, fantastic. Are we here to highlight hypocrisy?
That's what you are doing. Yep, Indio, that is 100% what you're doing so far.
Are you disputing? I don't care about your social fucking narrative. You're fucking scum to me.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I embarrass you every day, Indio. That's what you are. You are a piece of filth to be embarrassed. That's your function in life, Indio.
No, you're always talking about flat earthers. You have nothing of substance. Nothing ever of substance.
I can do celestial navigation. You can't.
Talk about my motives. You want to talk about the way I argue. You want to talk about my hypocrisy. You want to talk anything about the substance. Tell me, yes or no? Are all points on the sphere equidistant from the center?
I just need you to meet your own standard. Your own standard of evidence. Just provide the citation for that, Indio.
You got one more chance.
I don't need any chances from you, Indio. No chances are needed from you, Indio. If you can't meet your own standard of evidence, then you can't expect it from me, Indio.
I'm not the subject.
You certainly are. I am mocking you. I am shining a spotlight on your failures. That's what I'm doing, Indio. That is your function here tonight, is to be embarrassed.
MCToon has said that I am the subject of the inquiry, not celestial navigation, but me.
No, flat earthers in general, I want to make it a little more broad, right? Flat earthers are getting destroyed every day. The fact that you can't do celestial navigation is absolute demolition of flat earth. You know, it's been how many years since you've been able to, you know, the challenge has been out there waiting for you, the first flat earther who thinks that celestial navigation works on flat earth, to just do it, and none of you can. Thank you. You prove my point every time. All right. Did India leave?
Okay, and did you leave?
He's gone.
I think he left.
All right.
He's gone after interrupting Seafoam's presentation. God, what a rude piece of shit.
So let me just give a little feedback here. This is part of the reason why I do what I do. Flat earthers, this is who are people that are not flat earthers. Listen up. That's who flat earthers are. So we were having a presentation on how to do celestial navigation using the globe. Flat earthers come in. QE can't do anything but insult. That's his only function in life. Indio can't do celestial navigation using flat earth, and instead tries to wrap everything around in some other diversionary tactics by saying that somehow people need to provide a mathematical proof. Well, I did prove that flat earth that celestial navigation doesn't work in flat earth. I offered $10,000 to a flat earther to do it. None did it, proving undeniably that flat earth, that celestial navigation does not work on flat earth. Okay. Thank you.
Well, Seafoam just said something like, are we going to do a Q&A to Sea Lion? Is that cool? Can I give you a little quick question, Seafoam, if everyone doesn't mind?
Sure. I'm just bear in mind I'm not like a professor of celestial navigation, so.
Of course not, Seafoam. I know you don't need to. Just when you said you get 60 miles in a degree, is that going due south? Like if you're going, west or east? Because if you're going a little bit off, is that less? 1 degree would be more than 60 nautical miles, wouldn't it?
All right. Well, I mean, like, technically, if you want to get really nitty gritty, Earth is kind of bulgy in the middle, so it's
okay.
It's sort of like 60 nautical miles is sort of like an average over the surface of Earth, because sometimes it's going to be a little bit less, sometimes it's going to be a little bit more, but basically. If you like, can you see my thing right here?
No, that's okay. No, what I meant was if you go at 45 degrees, you go northwest or northeast. Is it still 1 degree? Is 60 miles there? Yeah, like when you have a square and it's different along.
No, it's as long as you move
across the triangle. Oh, that's all I was more asking. If it's.
Yeah, so as long as you move like 60 nautical miles in any direction, you will have moved 1 degree from your location.
Okay, all right, thanks. Cool. I know it was a dumb question, but I just wanted to clear that one up. All right, cheers, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just more useful if it's, north and south, because that's really what gives us like latitude and stuff like that. But that's the reason we use circles of equal altitude here. Hold on 1 second.
I see spin. Just a second. I see spin as a diagram with Indio there at the top of Mount Stupid. The problem with that diagram is that the peak isn't nearly high enough. Just maybe could you correct that? I don't know. Maybe 2-3 times higher. Anyway, continue. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. So that's the reason why we use, circles of equal altitude. It's just because everywhere around the GP of the star that's, such and such miles away, all the points around there are going to see the star at that specific angle because they're all that specific angle away from the GP.
Can I ask a question about that, please?
Sure.
One of the things I've noticed about flat earthers is that they hear the words a circle of equal altitude, and they think that within the borders of that circle, all of the sea and land is flat. They think that equal altitude means flat.
The altitude of the circle is what they think it means.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so I wanted to raise that. I wanted to raise that to point out it isn't that the land or the sea is all flat or of an equal altitude. It is that the celestial object observed from within that circle is always of the same altitude by any observer within that area.
Yeah, so the way, at least when I talk about it, I really like analogies and stuff. So the way I like to do it is to think of a flagpole, right? And let's say Johnny here is, so he's X feet away from the flagpole. And when he looks all the way at the top, right, Johnny sees it at this angle theta, right? But if, let's say his friend Billy comes along, right? So his friend Billy is over here. And as Billy's walking up, at some point, he's also going to be, oh, I never changed my color here. Billy is also going to be X feet away, and he's going to see the flagpole at that same exact angle, right? So no matter how many people you have away from this flagpole, they're all going to see it at that angle theta. So this kind of circle here around the base of the flagpole, that's its circle of equal altitude. Now, of course, when you're talking about, Earth and stars being trillions of miles away, it's a little bit different of a concept. But the basic idea is that as long as you're X miles away from the GP right here, you're going to see the star at that specific altitude angle. Not that everywhere on the circle is going to be like 42 feet above sea level. You know what I mean? Anyone else questioning anything?
I liked that you showed the circle of equal altitude on a flat Earth and how they didn't intersect at a single point. And I think Brenda's distinction is good. One thing that often happens when you're, in the jargon of a topic is that adjectives get dropped sometimes. So circle of equal altitude, people come to think, what is the word altitude meaning? If you haven't actually learned celestial navigation, you are unaware that there's an adjective in front of altitude that's not being set. And the word is angular. So it's a circle of angular altitude. So it's actually on the line, not within the circle, but on the line of that circle. The angular elevation to the sun, or not the sun, the star, is the same everywhere on that line.
Yeah, and I also made a mistake in saying that it was inside of the area of the circle. That's incorrect. It's on the circle, on the line. And my understanding is historically they had ships go around and measure those angles.
Oh, that's interesting.
But, well, I mean, I read it somewhere.
Okay.
So, my memory, take my memory with a grain of salt.
All right.
Anyone else questioning anything? Notes?
By the way, yes, you showed X in red. There is a straight line. Welcome to Flat Earth, Glober.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That's exactly where my analogy breaks down, just because it's a flat ground. But at the same time, it doesn't break down because when I use that same principle on the flat Earth, none of the circles have a common intersection point. These two literally don't even touch. which is a real big problem.
Any flat earthers in here dispute this? Because this is a big talking point in flat earth. A lot of flat earthers say circles of equal altitude are flat.
I mean, if you guys are going to be honest and like unmute people, then maybe we can get a debate going, right? Like,
you're unmuted.
Am I unmuted?
You got something to say high up? You got to actually hold a position?
I mean, yeah. Am I going to not get cut off or what?
Up to you.
Just speak with honor, and if someone wants to cut you off, then that's on them.
There you go.
We'll do our best. We'll do our best to be good to you high up, but if you're going to go on about fallacies, it becomes very hard to listen to. So as long as you get on point, that's all you got to do. But as soon as you start saying that's an anti-fallacy like you do, that gets really hard to listen to, mate. So good luck and go for it. Unless, of course, Seafoam's still going somewhere with this, because you are sort of in the middle of a presentation high up. So
it's not my
no,
fault.
I'm doing Q&A now.
It's not my fault. You know what a fallacy is. So yeah.
Just cut it out, all right? Because it's a bullshit tactic of yours, and we don't want to hear.
It's not a tactic. I'm doing a logical fallacy. I have to call that out.
I'm not even going to debate.
All right, let's not have a meta debate about the meta debate. Stop right now.
Cool.
This is done.
Who do you think you are?
I think I'm telling you to stop having a meta debate about this. Just get to your point.
You just got cooked by Indio, bro. You can't say anything.
No. You idiot.
Does anyone have a substantive point to make about celestial navigation? Scooter or Adam or anyone else that came over here?
I'm here to learn. So if anyone's willing to educate somebody who doesn't know about what your viewpoint and significance about celestial navigation is. I mean, from my understanding, it's using the celestial bodies, the moon, the sun, the stars at nighttime to navigate yourself off of the oceans, right? Back before we had, accurate maps and the like.
Yeah.
Did you see the presentation?
No, I haven't seen the presentation. I've only just came in here.
Okay.
I followed the 24/7 group in here, but it turned into a shit show, and I like to listen to both sides. That's how I get the best perspective to understand.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I would definitely say is, in this sort of circle, when people say celestial navigation, they really mean a 3-star position fix.
Is that like a triangulation in a way?
So can you see my sort of screen here that I'm sharing?
I see. Hold on. I see Seafoam has a stream to share. Is it the whiteboard activity, or is it Seafoam?
Yeah, it's Seafoam.
Okay, sorry. I'm not the best. Okay, yeah, I see this globe model.
So basically, what it is I'll just go over it really quickly because I don't want to waste anyone's time redoing the whole thing. But
please do your best to teach me as best as you can. I mean, I'm sorry if anyone else gets bored here, but I mean, I'm trying to learn.
Yeah. So what it is you take your sextant and you measure the angle to 3 different stars. So here,
can we pause for a second?
Don't forget to presuppose a ball. Don't forget that.
The sextant is what?
So a sextant is, I'll try to draw it here. So it's basically like, it's like, so down here you have a protractor and you have all the angles on it, right?
Yeah.
And here you have like a telescope, and somewhere you have like an arm with a mirror. I'm not really familiar with like actually using them.
I put a picture in the chat.
There you go.
The live stream chat?
Live stream chat, yeah.
All right. Hold on, I want to catch up. Okay, I see it. So this is the instrument used to measure a sextant. And what, you line this up with a celestial body and you...
Yeah, so So what you do is I have a picture that I drew real quick. So what it does is the sextant measures the angle between the horizon, which is the blue line here, and the star, which is the green line. And because nautical sextants measure to the horizon, you have to do something called dip correction because the horizon is always a little bit below eye level.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I'm caught up here. Are you still on the seafoam visual? Why am I not seeing that? I don't see the blue line and the green line you were talking about.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I posted it in the live stream chat.
Okay, we're still on the live stream chat. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm slow. Oh, there it is.
No,
okay.
it's all right. Yeah.
So where is the point of view where you're taking at the white dot?
Yeah, so the white dot is going to be like you, and the blue line and the green line are what the sextant is going to measure.
Okay, so I don't understand how does that work if the white dot's off of the surface of the Earth? Because your point of view is always going to be on the surface, right? Like I can see the blue line where it connects to. I mean, the light blue is the planet, right?
Yes.
So how does the white dot represent your actual position of information? Because I mean, it's off of the surface.
Yeah, and that's what dip correction is for. So the red line.
Wait, hold on. You're starting initially from a point of not accurately defining where you are. You have to immediately correct yourself based on, like, what are you immediately correcting your position off of?
Yeah. So this really is mainly for nautical sextants. So for nautical sextants, you're always going to be measuring from above the surface of the Earth, correct? You're not going to be, swimming.
Well, I mean, why would you measure for above the surface of the Earth if you're on the surface of the Earth?
You're standing on a boat. The boat is not half submerged in the water. So you're 10, 15, 100 feet above the surface of the water.
100 feet above the surface. Wait, how are you 100 feet above the surface of the water if you're on a boat? I mean, that's like maximum.
Big boat.
10 feet above.
Big boat.
Back then when these were being used,
today, big boats exist.
Yeah, but
on the Queen Mary, they were 200 feet above the water.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not using sextants nowadays. They got much more accurate
Well, no,
stuff.
not nowadays. Yeah, the Queen Mary, go back about 1950, 1940, 1930. The Queen Mary, 200. The observation deck was 200 feet above the water, and sextants work on land. You could be on the shore, and you could be on a ridge or whatever. So there's a lot of reason that you could be anywhere from 8 feet, 20, 100, 200 feet. You could use it from a mountaintop. I mean, so the height is variable.
I understand that, but sextants aged back to like much older time, right? So you got to be able to, like, you don't have to use the correction of height if you're. I mean, it's a proportional thing, right? You're 200 feet.
I thought you were asking instead of educating.
Wait, this might be easier if we.
Well, let's just try to keep it to a few people at a time here.
If you'd like, we can forget the sextant. We could imagine like a theodolite. Would that be easier for you?
A theodolite? What's that?
A theodolite is basically it measures. It has like its own level inside of it, so it measures from horizontal to the star, and you don't need to do dip correction with one.
Okay, I've never heard of this.
Yeah, it's a more modern tool.
Okay.
But if you go back to my stream inside the VC now.
Okay, streaming the VC. Yeah, I see you have your globe model now.
Mm-hmm. So these are the measurements that I used. So you can see this is the date, this is the time, and this is the angle they got, right?
Date, time, angle. Okay. Yeah,
All right.
19 degree, 52 degree?
52 minutes.
50. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I totally get that.
Yeah.
That
And then Antares was
that this guy is just trolling, right? He's trying to figure out how he can score points on him. So it's getting a little stupid because it's clear that what he's doing, and it's not going. He's not interested in learning.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, just following along.
Yeah. So what you do is the reason that time is important, because on July 23rd, 2023 at 9:59 and 17 seconds p.m. in the UTC -2 time zone, right? All that information together gives us the GP of Spica at that second. Do you know what a GP is?
A GP.
Yeah. So it's going to be the geographical position of the star.
Okay.
So it's
all right.
Yeah, that's where the star is at 90 degrees to you.
$90 degrees to you based on your position on the Earth, and that angle is always changing based on where you are on the Earth. But the Earth isn't a perfect ball in theory. It's wider around the equator.
It's not significantly wider enough to matter in this instance.
Okay. In theory.
Yeah. So with celestial navigation, a lot of it is.
I have a question, because obviously, maybe not obviously, but I'll say it now. I was born in the world, and I was raised to believe the Earth is a globe, and then I started looking at the ideas and the arguments for flat Earth, and I'm like, okay, these are pretty compelling. And now I'm looking at this, and one of the things that I've heard is that math can be set up to give you an answer that you want, depending on how you formulate it. You can start at a finish. So with that idea in mind, my question is could this math that you're using, could you make it work on a flat plane model in Blender? Are you taking this and seeing if it'll work on a flat plane too? Because if you go back when they didn't have these ideas, oh, look at you, you do have a little flat plane thing, huh?
Mm-hmm. And I could go 15 minutes over how I got this, but the basics of celestial navigation is, besides the terminology and yada yada. So this is the GP of Altair, and here's the circle around it where people would see it at 37.9422 yada yada degrees.
Saying that's the vision of the sun and its coverage?
No. So at this point, if you stood directly here in Africa,
yeah,
at that time, if you looked directly upward, then Altair would be there, right?
What is Altair to you?
It's a star.
Oh, okay. That's your reference point there you're using to measure off of.
Yeah, and if you were anywhere on Earth on top of that orange circle, you're going to see the star Altair at exactly 37.942232 degrees. Anywhere along
that angle from where you're at.
Yep. So if you were here, you would see it at that angle. Mm-hmm. If you were on the Horn of Africa right here, you would see it at that angle. If you were all the way up in what is this, Norway, Sweden? I'm not good at my geography. You would see it at that angle.
So is this still applicable on a flat plane if you were in that spot in the stars were in theory much more local? If they were much closer, would it still be possible to have the same observation?
Not really. I could go into it.
Well, I can answer that. I can answer that quickly.
Okay, let's hear it.
I had a $10,000 challenge for flat earthers to do celestial navigation for 2 years, and nobody could do it.
I'm not saying that I'm going to be able to do.
I'm saying all of the flat earthers that for years had been saying that celestial navigation works. They even said that it only works on flat Earth. Every one of them failed to do celestial navigation when I offered them $10,000 to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I know 100% proves that it's not possible. Yeah, it's not possible.
Let me just say that, like, Indio came in here with a hothead, and I don't know if it was you or someone else responded in a hothead manner, and it's no way to flesh out ideas, because when emotions get in the way, then that ties in the human element. And in my mind, whatever ideas hold water when they're tested against everything else the longest, that's what I believe in, because that's what is truth. That is what is reliable. That I'm not talking about relative truth. I'm talking about what works every fucking time. And I didn't like that. You know, everyone came, well, not everyone, but people came in here and they had this hothead and they were ready to say, fuck you guys first. Because at the end of the day, you are people, I'm a person, and we're not that fucking different. I mean, ideas are ideas, and ideas are mendable and changeable, and
we're different. We're not QE or Indio.
This whole topic is so fundamental, and I can understand how it gets people real worked up, but the hard thing is realizing that you can't be the one to change someone else's mind. Someone else has to take their own research and believe in it for themselves, because
all right, well,
this ain't the way.
Your question was, is it possible to do it on a flat plane? He showed you a little example of what happens when you do it on a flat plane. I had $10,000 to the flat earth leaders, specifically tailored to them, the ones that claimed it was possible, and then none of them could do it. I issued a second version of the challenge based on some feedback from Nathan Oakley, and he still couldn't do it when I loosened some of the rules. You have to think about that.
What is your challenge exactly?
It was do celestial navigation without using the globe, essentially. It's written up, but I'll paste in the chat the first set of angles that was part of the challenge. So the challenge was to, of course, use a process, to show the process to do it, and to use the same process twice. So there I just posted the first set of angles, and the first set of angles, then you do that, get a correct position fix, and then within 24 hours I'd give you another set of angles, and you have to use the same process to get the position fix for this new set of angles. But none could actually do it the first time using flat Earth and not the globe.
The flat Earth model.
Yeah, without using the globe. Yeah.
So is the question you're asking, is that possible to do in the real world today? Like, are you asking a question that is you're able to prove in the real world?
Oh,
or is this just
I can do celestial navigation using those numbers.
Using those numbers, but like, what's your method? Are you using a computer model like we're seeing on the live stream, or are you can you do it in the field? Like
I have the book. I can do it on paper. I'm not very good at it on paper. There's other people that are significantly better, but I actually issued a secondary challenge for $100 to everybody. You can use whatever method you want, including the globe, to do celestial navigation. And hold on, let me. This is very telling. Only $100. Okay. That was the motivation, and I had an answer in 4 minutes. And within the first day, I had 12 correct methods, and they were generally not the same. So if you know Bacon, if you know Nico from, he's French.
No, I
who
don't
else?
know a lot of these names.
Okay.
To be honest
Anyway,
with you guys.
the different Bacon is the one who did it in 4 minutes.
So, but he
using the globe,
the math,
of course.
He used the math on paper and used a globe, but he didn't go out into the field and practice it in the real world. He used a theoretical model in front of himself.
So the measurements that I posted are real measurements taken by a real person on a real boat with a real theodolite, or not theodolite, a sextant.
Okay.
And got the correct answer. Well, the challenge I did was actually my measurements using my cell phone to measure to stars using my cell phone. And nobody knew where I was, yet people got the right answer. Amazing.
If you let me just go back to what I was saying real quick. Basically, after you've plotted one of these circles, if you plot two more from two other stars that you observed, if your sextant isn't broken, they should align. You see how they come like really, really close together here?
Yeah, it's almost like a Venn diagram.
Yeah, and you, in a perfect world, they would like intersect at a single point, but I just kind of chose the center point. And then that was only 27 miles away from the actual location. So it wasn't perfect, but it was still pretty good considering I had the entire Earth to work with here. But if we go over to the flat one, is there something you notice about these circles that's different than the sphere?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have that center point of triangulation. That's
exactly.
For sure.
And that's the real problem with the flat
So wait,
Earth.
hold on. How do you get? Okay, so I see the intersections in the middle of each circle. How did you get from on a globe having all these points coming together, Venn diagram center that we just talked about, and how do you now have these three separate points that are so far from each other? I mean, if you're the one taking the measurements, then I mean, I'm sure you know generally, like, oh yeah, I'm not in Asia, I'm definitely not in South America, I'm in Africa, you know?
All right, so on this projection, this right here is the formula to find the latitude. So if you're at negative 90 degrees, right, then...
Where's negative 90 degrees on the map there?
All the way on the edge here.
Oh, I mean, how is that applicable?
What it is... Yeah, so what it is that this number shows you kind of like your radius. So if you're all the way here, you're going to be 1 unit away from the edge.
That's the extremity of your measurable area.
Well, yeah, you can't go to like 91 degrees south because that doesn't exist.
Yeah, okay. I mean, in this model.
No, in reality. In reality, there's no such thing as 91 degrees south.
On a globe.
No, just in reality. Because once you pass 90 degrees south, there's only the South Pole. The South Pole is 90 degrees south.
But you have
everywhere.
You have the flat Earth map up now, which kind of there is no South Pole. The South Pole is the entire outside circumference.
Yeah, that's
in this model.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, like, are we talking about globe or are we talking about flat Earth model right now? I just want to be clear.
On the flat, it's a problem because there is no South Pole. But I digress. I digress. I'm just trying to show you how I got this.
Yeah. I'm just trying to have you entertain the idea that the idea of a South Pole may be different than what you're used to. If you want to understand it, if you want to understand the other side and put your argument against it, you have to look at it very fairly and say, like, okay, this is what they believe. Why do they believe it? Let's entertain this idea. Then you weigh it against your idea and be like, well, which one makes more sense?
Well, my idea is that the South Pole can be defined as the GP of the South Celestial Pole. And because this is just a projection of the globe, that whole point is this exterior. But that's its whole own issue, right? What I'm saying is how I got the GPS was if I'm at 90 degrees north, I'm going to be at 0 degrees from the center because the center is 90 degrees north.
Yeah.
And if I'm at 90 degrees south, I'm going to be at unit 1. And if I'm at the equator, right, I'm going to be at 0.5. So I use this to get the latitude of the GPS, and then their longitudes are already in degrees, so I can just rotate it by 99 degrees and yada yada, right? And so to get the circles, what we have is, what was it? It was 69.05 times 90 minus A over 3959 times 2 pi, times pi. And what this gives me.
So can you do me a favor with that formula? So I'm making sure I'm following you. So the 69.05, what point is that on the map? That's the measurement of degrees, right?
Yeah, that 69.05 is the amount of miles you have to travel to walk 1 degree of Earth's surface.
Okay.
Right?
Okay,
And
so you take that and you times it by your 90 degree, which is the North Pole?
So the 90 minus A is going to be your zenith angle, which is the zenith angle is what you use to figure out the circles. And it's just 90 degrees minus the elevation angle you see.
And the circle, the end of the circle represents your furthest view of sight from where you're measuring from?
The edge of the circle is where you're going to see it. Like, if we imagine, like, let's see, this one is Antares. So everywhere along this circle is where you would see it at 21.134402 degrees. So here you would see it at that angle, here you would see it at that angle, here you'd see it at that angle. You get the picture?
Only along the edge, though, you'll see it at that angle, because at the center point is where that star is.
Is at 90 degrees, yes. So only on the very edge of that circle.
So you're measuring off the stars, right? Those stars, if you're going to measure off of them, they need to be consistently in the same spot, right?
Well, this is just assuming that 1 degree per 60 nautical miles would work on a flat plane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a heavy assumption. You're assuming that these stars that you're measuring off of will be always in the same spot. Otherwise, you wouldn't take that measurement because it's not going to be continuously accurate for you to do math on, right?
No, they're not. They're not assuming they're in the same spot.
Yeah. What you're assuming?
And how are you inputting them into the formula in the first place? I mean, if it's such a variable, it's not something you're going to use to do the math with, right?
Well, you see, on the sphere, right? On the sphere, walking 69.05 miles is gonna take you along 1 degree of Earth's surface, no matter what.
Yeah, and any direction. Yeah,
any direction, and because the starlight is hitting you parallel, that is also going to cause the star to move by 1 degree. So, if you're at the North Pole right here.
So wait, can you go back to the starlight hitting you parallel? But how can the light be parallel if you're on the outside of that edge and you're at a certain degree measure?
Because, well, let's see. So,
I mean, if you have a degree of measure, and then you take those degrees and you bring them back to their center point, that's not parallel. Those aren't parallel lines, right?
Basically, what it is let's see here. Let me just put this at the GP real quick.
So the light from the stars is coming from a distance that's so far away that while they're not technically parallel, they're close enough to parallel that you can use them as if they are without having any error in your measurement.
Okay. Well, I mean, I understand that idea, but I don't understand how you go from so far away and that they're essentially parallel, which I mean, less than a percentage of deviation to a 37 degree or 22 degree that we have in the formula, you know?
So,
like that,
yes.
That to me, objectively, walking into this without knowing any of this, that doesn't make sense to me. You know, it's either... Like I'm a builder, you know, I work with measurements all the time, and it's either parallel or it's not parallel, you know? Like how do you have that discrepancy?
So when you measure level on something, right?
Yeah.
What's the margin of error? What's the margin of error on that, on your device that you use? Do you know?
It's to scale, typically. I mean, it depends on the size of the instrument. You can get more and more accurate. But,
okay, but
I mean,
but if you're building whatever you're working on this week, and you're going to use level, what's the margin of error of your instrument? You probably don't know, right? You generally don't know.
If I'm using a laser level and I'm going over the span of a house, I mean, ideally, you want to start as level as possible. You want to be within a 64th of an inch to build initially, because everything you build on is based off of that. As you build off of that, with the level, you end up more at a square, more at a plumb. The structure of your building is more compromised.
Yeah. All right. So 64. Hold on, a 64th of an inch over how big of a house you're talking about here? 100 feet?
Yeah, I mean
200 feet?
Yeah, I understand you're getting to the point of the span of an entire planet, but the scale of the stars to the planet is less than that fraction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, much smaller than your measurement. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you look, the proportion of the stars to our planet Earth, in theory, are much further than the proportion that I'm using on a regular building, which is, you know, why all of our I mean, hopefully your buildings are well put together and they're keeping the roofs over your heads.
So if you look at my Blender file real quick, this line represents the starlight, because the orange light. Yeah. So, because the actual point is like way, way, way off in the distance, right?
Okay.
So what I'll do is I'll make a copy of it, right? So this one, I will rotate it to where it's just touching the tip of the Earth, right?
And there's a bit of an angle to that.
Well, let's see. So this one was rotated, but this one I'm just going to translate upward, and you can see like they are like pretty much parallel. You see that?
I mean, why wouldn't they be? They both have the same source, right?
Right, but one was rotated. So
wait, rotated or just pulled up, like just like lighting an array in a slightly different degree.
So we know the star is going to be like way out over this way, right?
Oh my God, so much further than that, way further. Based on the measurements that we're given, it's so far out there that you wouldn't even be able to see your blender at all.
Exactly. So what I'm showing you here is actually a more extreme example than reality.
Well, I mean, if you're zooming in, you're going to see a less representation of it, right? Because you're so well. Actually, no. If you are zoomed in, you will see more discrepancy.
Exactly. So this is rotation, right? So this line is actually changing its angle.
The fact that he's admitted that he's a flat earther and he's going through this really is seeming more and more disingenuous. Like, I do understand fully that flat earthers don't understand a damn thing about geometry. We saw that a minute ago. And the funny thing of Indio hates me. Indio demanding that I provide a reference. I did provide a reference that a straight line on the surface of a sphere is a great circle. So I asked him to provide a reference. I knew he could, right? Because I knew what he was saying was fine. But I was trying to hold him to his own standard, something flat earthers absolutely hate to do. They refuse to use their own standards on themselves. So I loved doing it to him. So I've posted on Twitter since then. If you want to go over there and look at what I've been posting, just poking in Indio's eye, because he's active on Twitter. So just saying, 100% unchallenged proof that the Earth is a globe is that $10,000 was offered to flat earthers to do celestial navigation, and they couldn't. But I can using the globe, and people that know celestial navigation can do it using the globe. Absolutely unchallenged proof that the Earth is a globe. You can't touch it. You disagree? Do celestial navigation. Prove me wrong. Go ahead. Doors open. They can't. I love it. All right. I'm gonna see if this guy's gonna move on to anything useful.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So
so far,
this angle right here.
It's just deathly
I mean,
boring.
if it were like perfectly where it would be, but this angle right here at the GP is going to be perfectly 90 degrees. Whereas this angle right here, where it's touching this.
Oh, okay. So this is the same argument as I think this is I can't remember the Egyptian guy who had maybe it was ancient Greeks. They had an obelisk in Alexandria and an obelisk in Greece, and they measured the angles between them at the same time of day, and then they used that to measure the surface curvature, right?
Yeah, it's like a similar principle, but basically, if you're standing anywhere along this circle.
So, and X solution X, strong evidence. You're right, but I love poking it in their eye because they like to talk about proof, right? Super common for what Kyle was talking about, right? To talk about proof, claims of proof, and so when I use that verbiage on them, they get so upset because they know they can't do anything. That's what's great about it. That's why I intentionally use it on them. It's 100% unchallenged proof that the Earth is a globe because celestial navigation works with the globe and not flat Earth. And what can they do? Nothing. Nothing. $10,000? 2 years? Nothing. They sat there. Stewing.
Possibility. I mean, like I have considered it before.
I have considered it, and here's where the problem lies. If you let's go back to Blender. If you have, right, let's say this cube.
What is this cube?
Let's say that's you. This cube is you.
I am a cube. I'm more of a rectangle, huh?
A little bit, okay. And let's say above you, right, is this star, right?
Straight
so
above.
right now you're seeing this star at 90 degrees, right?
I mean 90 degrees straight up above my head or 0 degrees straight above my head?
Well, 90 degrees is straight above your head because 0 degrees is
all right,
straight
yeah.
downward. All right, so let's say
the fact that he knows, he's just faking. Yeah, when's he going to break character?
Yeah,
Peter, this is live. So this is on the Discord server. This is a flat earther that's pretending to not know. I think he's just looking for a place where he can score some points.
5 from 90 degrees. I don't know what angle that is. I would say what it'd be like maybe let's say 15 degrees.
It depends on how high the star is above you, right?
Yeah. But basically you can see this changed it by about like 10-15 degrees, we can say.
Okay, yeah, okay. I mean, depending on your scale, it depends on when your scale ends, but okay.
Yeah. But let's pretend you started from over here, right?
Okay.
if you change yourself by 5, is that angle still changing by like 15 degrees, or is it changing like maybe 2 or 3? You know what I mean?
Yeah, the further you get away. No, and I understand how that applies to the.
All right. That was never going to end. It was fun having QE and Indio do exactly what I was just saying that flat earthers do. Right? Flat earthers are so often such horrible people. And QE sits there, Quantum Eraser, sits there right at the front, right at the forefront of it. And nobody is there calling him out, saying, why are you such a terrible piece of garbage? Nobody. And he is the absolute leader in being garbage. It's so interesting. And of course, the topic here was celestial navigation, and Quantum Eraser fancies himself to be knowledgeable in that topic. But you know what he can't do? He can't do celestial navigation. So let me, I don't know if you maybe are, maybe aren't up to speed on how they imagine celestial navigation works. So yeah, and Sea Lion Prime says, Kiwi made your point better than you ever could. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, thanks, Sea Lion. Yeah, Kiwi, what a I can't imagine living the life that he lives. It would be so sad. So, okay. Anyway, so we've got upcoming DRP. Craig is gonna, about an hour from now, when Craig gets up. So let me get the chat here a little more. Randy Lewis for $50 says, thanks for ending that. Yeah, that wasn't going very far, was it? I'm gonna get the I gotta get the correct one up here. Yeah, and what am I doing right now? I'm gonna work on a few things here. So I might do a little, look at some things here. Actually, I've got a really interesting thing to watch here. But yes, Randy Lewis, thank you very much for that. That's super generous for the $50 super chat. It's certainly, that was torture. And I mean, the guy doing the presentation probably hasn't done celestial navigation a ton, but really knows, geometry pretty well, clearly. So maybe it was, in one of his earlier presentations on it. So good for him. Chance for him to do that and to build up a little bit of background in his ability to present and to do it himself using that process. There's an interesting study there. The guy who was just trying to do points or whatever, I don't know what he really was trying to get at. He's like, does it work in the field? Of course it works in the field. People have for centuries been doing celestial navigation. There isn't a question about this. Like, you're not getting anywhere, and he knows. He wasn't actually unaware that people have done celestial navigation in the field for real for centuries. Why was he asking that? He didn't know. He wasn't aware of the path he was trying to drive. So yeah, 200 feet up, certainly you can do celestial navigation 200 feet up, on a large tanker, or not tanker, a cargo ship today. They're very high up. And, he's like, well, they, not back then. They can do it today. Celestial navigation is a backup to GPS navigation. Because if there's an issue with GPS and you don't know how to get your position any other way, then what? You're toast. We did cross 18. Oh. Real Cygnus, yep, he was all right. Just not great at explaining it and had no idea who he was dealing with. Yeah. Okay, so you said we crossed 18. Are you talking about the donations here? Donations. I keep saying that. I don't want to say that. the funding. So, all right, got an update there. There we go, and then jump over to PayPal, and I'll check. I'll check here on CashApp, make sure I'm up to date there. Oh, I got another there. Like I'm going to cross halfway pretty soon. That's super exciting. All right, let's get this here. I got PayPal coming in. Nigel. All right, sorry I'm not talking a whole lot. And I was working on, I have got a little bit of graphic to work on for D or P, but we're going to watch something. So if you were here when I had Sly on, and he was talking about GeoStreamer or GeoStreamer. So Geo, I'll just call him Geo, not the flat earther Geo that runs the Discord server. He's German. So Geo had a bunch of videos from Sleeping Warrior. And I had asked, I asked a couple people about some old Sleeping Warrior videos because I was curious about them. And okay, Pat in the chat, Rafael Viego. So I'd asked Slides, asked somebody else, and then they're like, both the people are like, you need to talk to GeoStreamer. So GeoStreamer sent me, oh my goodness, Raphael, thank you very much, $100. And then there's that one, 20. Thank you very much, Christopher. I'm always super sensitive. I want to make sure that you're all okay with me saying your names. 288, okay. Total edit that minus, what is that? 89 minus 90. What is that? What is that? Oh, I don't, yeah. Okay, that's right. Okay. We did. All right, here comes the new number. Yeah, I was just saying your name because I saw it on the screen there. So, okay, here's the new number. Was 17,768. New number. $18,089.10. Just almost to 20,000, almost to halfway. That's super cool. Thank you so much. So if you can, I would appreciate it very much. I will put it to good use, as good as I can, in crushing the dreams of flat earthers in Antarctica. It won't be, we can joke about, listening into the tent while they're sitting there crying, but I don't know. But the fact that Whitsitt was making some sort of prophecies, that's weird, right? To come from somebody that's so horribly racist, such a gross display of racism that he had. Barbsy did it. So, all right. The ones that recently sent stuff in, I'll read them off. I don't want to say anything, but I'm always all right. We've got just coming in recently. We got Justin Todd. We got Mark Woodward. We got Gerald Grote, Nigel Corey, $100 there. Ferran Salas for 40. We got Rafael Viego for 100 and Christopher Hoffman for 20. So thank you for that. Bringing them up to 18. So which one are you, Barbsy? One of those, or was it on? Oh, the GoFundMe was it? So I haven't been reading the GoFundMe. So yeah, let's see here. We got recent ones: Ronald Barber, Victor Cazeta, Kyle Neff, Luis Torres, Fia Schutz, Rod Ransom, Bob X, Anonymous. Ooh, it's a cop. That's a popular name. Richard Vine, Stephen Jarvis, Anonymous again, John Canam. We got Salim. We got Jane Rafferty. We got Anonymous, Kevin Dawson, Christina Freight Hernandez, Kirk Keys. There you go. Janish, I like this, keeps coming in with 318 people should give $69 each to complete the goal. Sea Lion, did we find I'll clip the bit where Witsit said God spoke to him. Says Sea Lion, I can't. Well, if you have the video or whatever. So, and then Kango44 said, did Geo give you his pyramid debate he had with Leaky Warrior? It's amazing. He might have. So GeoStreamer gave me all of the Sleeping Warrior videos he had. Every one of them. So I have them all, and they're not the new ones. These are the old ones. These are the old ones. So I have in this folder here 89, and then another folder that has another 10, 28. But they're duplicate files. Like there's an HDP file, which is a JPEG-like image file, which I looked for a way to open an HDP file, and I was unable to find a way. I quit looking, but I wasn't able to get it. So, all right, this one here. This is the one we're going to watch. My dog's barking. What is that? All right. This is nuts. So if you know, tomorrow, 7 a.m., what's launching 7 a.m. tomorrow? I'll be watching. What is launching? Starship 5. I'm going to make sure that it's still scheduled. Starship Integrated Flight Test 5 is launching tomorrow. Well, this thing that we're about to watch from Sleeping Warrior could not be possible if... Anyway, let's just watch. It's nuts.
Call me cynical and call me crazy, paranoid, tinfoil hat man.
Yeah, Sleeping Warrior, you're crazy, paranoid, tinfoil hat man. You're welcome.
I've got a feeling that Elon Musk is probably going to be the next major celebrity, if loosely said, to be killed off. It wouldn't surprise me if this guy's involved in some kind of fatal accident in the next 12 months or so. Why? Well, if you look at what's going on in the oil market at the moment, people are doing less of this and buying more of these because these don't use that to work. And what Musk has done is targeted the rich and luxury market first. And the reason why he's done this is because if it costs 100 quid or $150 to fill this car with petrol, that 150 quid pretty much goes to the government. Alright, not all of it. Some of it does go to the petrochemical industry, but it mainly goes to the government. Now, when you're poor, or you're living day to day, you're living day by day, which is what most of us do, it doesn't really matter where the money goes, because you need your car to move. So you've got to get your car to go to and from work, get the shopping, pick the kids up. So you're not really bothered about where the 100 quid goes. You're more bothered about going shopping. But when you're rich and you have millions in the bank, where your money goes is important, because you don't want to spend money where you don't want to spend it. So you don't really have much choice on petrol or diesel. It goes to the government. And people that are rich don't want their money going to the government. And that's the reason why people that are rich are buying these cars. Because the $150 or the £100 that gets put into the fuel tank of that car no longer gets put into the government's coffers. So the £100 is still in your pocket, and it's not in the government's pocket. Now what that means is you've still got your £100, but your car's been refueled. The government don't have your £100. Okay? You've still got your £100 and your car's been refueled. You can spend that £100 on something else that's not going to
That's it. It ends early. Yes, Sleeping Warrior in 2015, 2016 thought that Elon Musk would not survive the year. And here we are, 2024, and IFT 5 is going tomorrow. And then, yeah, he went on about taxes. You know, I don't know exactly how the fuel taxes work in the UK. But, yep, didn't work. I love it when people make prophecies like Witsit. His Witsit's humble prophecies. Also, you know, Austin says this, at least it's true.
I'm a stupid flat earther, right? And I'm just a loser.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you're right. Anyway, Sleeping Warrior, that was a good one. I have all of these. I don't know what he predicted. What did Austin predict? I don't know. He made some prophecies according to Sea Lion, so I don't know any details until Sea Lion has something. So, why did that? Oh, it didn't. Okay, so let's see. This is not the real Musk, says Steele. Yeah, because that is actually what happens. What was the debate you were saying, GeoStreamer? Debate. I don't want to watch like fumble through a 2-hour debate. That's the problem. And I haven't watched these, so I don't really know. Let's see. I want to find something that might be kind of on the smaller side. That might look interesting. All right, let's see here. See, I don't want just. I like to see his dumb face there. All right, Sea Lion Prime says, our model, although not even specifically claimed or defined, is far superior to yours because it's limited and falsified. Let me clip that. I have it right here.
Our model, although not even specifically claimed or defined, is far superior to yours because it's limited and falsified.
That's not how science works. It's definitely not. All right. So who was it that was saying what does user bin file say about HTTP file? Well, that's a good question. File HTTP file. It says RIF data, RIFF, little endian data. So it's a raster image file format. I knew that. I knew it was a raster file format, somehow using JPEG. So yeah, I don't know the process to. I haven't found anything to convert them. So maybe I think it's maybe a more complex format. I don't know. I didn't look too deeply into it. So let's see. Now, Sleeping Warrior is one of his most famous things is that he predicted that there would be an eclipse every month, but just over the ocean, without having a real understanding of where the shadow would be. Of course, there's always a shadow behind the moon. When does it intersect the Earth? when we know that there's an eclipse happening. That's when, because people have plotted out when there's the shadow's actually going to intersect the Earth. So his weird, he's such a strange person. But the reason, it was, he was talking smack about the final experiment. So, all right. This is his final video. It's just, right. He's deleting it 10 hours from now, but here's what's funny. This is his final video. But then, oops, hold on. This one came later. Another video called "This is my final video, I lied." Don't really care, Sleeping Warrior. Oh wait, I didn't even show you. Hold on, I'm sorry. This is his first version of his thing here. Only Big Indian is allowed in this chat, says Lisa. Slithery says yes or no for the catch. What catch? Oh, will they do the catch tomorrow morning? I think they're going to try the catch. So if you don't know, anyway, there's his second final video. The catch is that they have Starship. This is the 5th time they're launching a Starship. It's incredibly huge, and the the previous 4, they did not try to catch it, and they want to do like they have been doing on the other rockets, the smaller rockets, where the legs fold out and then it lands either on land or on a drone ship. They don't want to have it, just crash into the ocean or get destroyed. They want to reuse them. So they're trying to figure out ways to do that. And so we could put legs on it, but the legs cost weight. On a rocket, you want to reduce weight. So that's your capital is weight. You don't want to spend it if you don't have to. So rather than build legs into it, they're like, well, let's just put pegs out the side and then have it come into a catch platform and just come down and land on the platform by getting caught between these two, they call them chopsticks or arms. But you need pretty significant precision in order to do that. So that's the real challenge. Of course, what do you have coming down in the form of a rocket? You have a bunch of fuel. So you want to have basically zero fuel when you get there, but there's going to be some. And if everything really goes wrong and you don't come in slowly, you come in fast, well, that's a disaster. So they actually have it initially. So if they're going to land here, they initially have it coming down over the water. And then when everything's looking good, they shift it over to land to the actual catch area. So I think for tomorrow, there's basically a button that a person will be in charge of to say, everything looks good, land on the catch tower. And then it'll do the shift over. And if they don't hit that button, then it'll hit the water. So does anybody have any speculation, says Ashton Richards. I wonder why Ashton is wondering what DRP is. Oh, yeah. So, okay. Let's see. I want to see if there's, I don't know if there's anything else. It's the real challenge of this. All right, let's see if this is anything. I mean, look at this. Look at this big goof. This is...
Okay, it's 22nd of March 2016. Today I've had a Usual working day. Quite busy.
All right. Not very loud. I mean, I could fix that. I'm not gonna, I don't care. I've watched that one. It's not anything. That's the problem. There's so much non-good stuff. A 2.5 hour live stream discussion where they're talking about Soundly. Sly Sparkane bum sacked for the 4th time today. Sly Sparkane misrepresenting again. 7 minutes. I don't know.
Excuse me. Are you Runway Tony?
Yeah?
Sly Sparkane has said that you failed your challenge. What have you got to say about that? Speaking to the microphone.
Sly Sparkane has said that I've what?
You failed to complete your challenge.
I've given him 3 challenges. Which challenge are you on about?
He says that you've used third-party information.
There's 3 challenges outstanding for Sly Sparkane. I did use third-party material, but because third-party material, everything that I create myself, he has a problem with. I thought I'd use third-party material because it was straightforward, he could check it himself, and I didn't have to get my own credibility or validation process challenged by a retard. Anything else?
Well, I thought it was appropriate today to use a dildo, seeing that Sly Sparkane is a bit of a cock.
I have no idea the context of this, but that's amazing. Purple dildo attacks are the worst. What a surprise. I had
Anthony Riley
no idea.
Has decided that he was going to take up my challenge. This is what he presented first. Okay, this was his response to my challenge. And he even read through the rules on it. You can't use they lie as evidence. You can't use any third-party material. You can't use any third-party research. You can't use any experiments which you have not performed as evidence. This exercise is only to determine the physical shape of the Earth. This exercise can only contain evidence observed with the unaided eye. Okay? All good? All cool? Anyway, he looks up on Google Images. Now remember, first-person observations. But you know what? I'm going to let this slide. I'm going to let this slide because, you know, otherwise you'd be standing out there for days. You know what? I'm going to let this slide. You know what? I'm going to let this slide. You know what? I'm going to let this slide. You know what? I'm going to let this slide.
He's not very good at making a compelling video, is he? Like, oh my gosh. I have a feeling the good part is done. All right. Yeah. All right. The good part of that video is past. I don't know if good. Good isn't really the word that I was looking for. Having him talk into that was funny. Yeah. All right. Talking Pac-Man with Rich, Mr. Thrive and Survive. Oh my gosh, 3.5 hours.
Force of gravity does not exist. Most don't know why, but they just believe that it doesn't exist. And basically, they just pass it off as density and buoyancy, making things fall down.
Well, I think it's fair to say that most flat earthers know exactly the reason why gravity doesn't exist, and it's because it doesn't exist. We don't know why. I don't think that's a true statement at all. It's ridiculous to suggest that we don't know why. The reason why we don't know why is because it doesn't exist. There is no evidence to show that gravity exists. Cavendish does not do what they say it does. Foucault's pendulum does not do what they say it does.
It's interesting how he's like. I mean, their arguments haven't changed. This is 2015, 2016. Of course, Cavendish type experiments completely confirm that gravity exists, that mass attracts mass. Why not? Why is it something they reject? They just usually have some hocus pocus in it.
I wasn't going to even reference this video because I thought, because of where it's come from, essentially. I don't believe for a moment that this guy really does believe the Earth is a ball. He must have worked it out that it can't be. Yet he still puts out this ridiculous drivel. I don't even want to credit the guy, because the guy is essentially dishonest. He knows. There's no way this guy does not know that we don't live on a plane. There's no way he believes that we live on a ball. Yet he comes out with this bullshit. Well, let's go through the video and see what he says about gravity. It is ridiculous.
Did you know that if density alone were responsible for an object's weight, then the weightless experience on the zero-G aircraft, previously known as the Vomit Comet, would not occur the way it does? Let me hit this a little closer. If density alone were somehow responsible for weight, absent any force, then only certain objects would be weightless at certain times, or more specifically, falling at certain speeds. We all know how the zero-G aircraft works. It flies in a parabola, and as it's going down, everything inside of it is basically in a state of free fall. So if the zero-G aircraft dove at one speed, then light enough objects like water would float, but the people would still be on the floor. If it dove faster, so the water would rush to the roof, and then lighter people would begin to float. And then if it dove even faster, the poor light people would get squished up against the roof, just like the water, and then the heavier folks could have a turn. This would be the observation that you have on the zero-G aircraft if gravity didn't exist. If any of this sounds absurd to you, well, that would be the observations of your claim. Let's try some comparisons.
No, let's not. Let's look at what your claim is. Your claim is that if gravity was not responsible, then objects would fall at different rates. So what you're essentially saying is that in a contained environment where air resistance is negated, which is what the Vomit Comet is, you're saying that objects would fall at different rates. Dude, the reason why objects fall at different rates in the real world is to do with air resistance. It's to do with aerodynamics. It's to do with mass.
But things that, when you control for those confounding variables, they fall at the same rate. They don't like that one, though.
Why would you say that it's got anything to do with this observation whatsoever? This observation that you're comparing it with controls the resistance of the air, i.e. it removes it. It makes the resistance of air, the aerodynamics of the object, it makes that a state of equilibrium. That means that you're not going to see the results that you claim, because they're not free falling through the sky with air resistance as an issue. But don't worry, we know what we can do to test this theory, because we know what happens when we use a vacuum chamber. We can test a feather against a cube of metal, for example, and a small cube of metal against a feather in a vacuum is going to give you the same exact results as what we see in the comet.
This is an aesthetically pleasing dark-haired female human of presumably Asian descent.
I have no idea what this is about.
Nice hotspot you got there from your 93 million mile away sun. I mean, how can that happen?
Oh my gosh, it's a reflection.
How that went.
Oh my gosh.
See, all we're seeing here is the object and the person next to it is doing the same thing. I mean, this is directly comparable to what we see when we look inside a vacuum chamber, when, again, air is no effect. Air is not influencing that which we see. How is this any different? It really isn't. It's exactly the same observation. You negate the air, and that's the way it is.
I don't know what's going on. The only thing being shown here is that air resistance is a thing, and by controlling it allows the dishonest to claim gravity is a real thing. What caused it to go down? I don't think. How is this helping Sleeping Warrior? This weird kind of this mental issue that they have. How is it they think that this is that they can, by not having an answer for it, that they can actually think they're making sense? I think that's all he has, probably. We're getting towards the end. Yeah, all right. It's such a stereotypical thing. In the end, he just said, it's not gravity because it's not gravity. The end. And yeah, the music really, really drives it in. So, I don't know. Sea Lion. I would love to get that little clip from Sea Lion. I really want to analyze that, but you know what I can do? I can play. I think this might be an interesting thing to do here. Boy, tell you that Java guy, that Javier, he was a terrible debater. Wow, what an awful debater he was. All right, here we go. This is Dearth.
Total life devastation. And I believe that's what the situation that Will is in. And I also believe he's into some other really dark shit, but, I have no proof of that.
Isn't that interesting? All right, so Dearth is threatened. His app that he's built up here, and it's his cash cow, is going to be shown to not work in December. And Dearth knows it. He 100% knows it. So he's scrambling hard, doing whatever he can to cover his tracks here, to protect it. So is it late enough for Witsit? No, I don't want to have it on my channel. Icy Spin. So anyway, so Dearth is working hard to make sure that he's trying to just do whatever he can. Right. So he's saying that he's making these claims about Will, but where is any of this evidence? He's like, he doesn't have any evidence. Then why would you even hold that position? Just because he doesn't like Will. That's it.
Dave, if you was given a chance to go up into space, would you go? And if you was proven wrong, we do live on a globe, would you be honest?
Are you asking me, would I take a trip to space?
Yep.
Well, let me ask you a question. If I put you
He won't answer. Yes or no, will you go to space? No answer.
in a Bugs Bunny cartoon, would you confirm Roadrunner exists?
Please answer my question.
Space doesn't exist. I can't answer your question.
Isn't that interesting? That's affirming the consequent, a perfect example of affirming the consequent, right? He holds the position of space not existing. Obviously, rockets go up all the time. So what if, and people are in them all the time. So what if you were offered an opportunity to do that? Answer is no answer, space no exist. That's not an answer.
We'll never get a rocket ship to put a person into space. So it's a stupid question.
Bro, I love this guy. You gotta love Dave.
Bro.
He's on a roll. I am so honored
I love
to
Dave,
meet you,
bro. I met Dave.
And all of that ridiculousness, and then they just lap up. They're just like, they can't get enough of just kissing his butt. Gross.
A ton of times.
Let me tell you something.
A ton of times in person, and he's that
And what the voice you're hearing is Nathan Thompson.
way in person too. He's the real deal.
I have to tell you something else. Also, Nathan, you don't even know this. Nathan Thompson is literally one of my most favorite flat earthers of all time.
Nathan Thompson, who stole money from Austin, is one of Dirth's favorite flat earthers. Think about this. Where is Dirth placing his cards right now? Dirth knows Austin is going to Antarctica. This is after Austin agreed to go. Dirth knows that Austin is going to come back with evidence that destroys his app. He knows that Austin has to pivot. So he's like, screw that. I'm going to partner up with Nathan Thompson, because Nathan and Austin aren't going to be buddies, right? But Dirt's like, well, I'm out with Austin. Might as well go in with Nathan. Look how it's such a weird thing to just. I mean, Nathan is a turd, and all flat earthers know it. Like, it's not something that they're like, oh, maybe he's okay. Like, QE did what he did, and the people are scared to confront him. But Nathan Thompson's on the other side of the afraid to confront him. He's had his status stripped away. So people, other flat earthers, aren't afraid to confront him. He doesn't have that street cred anymore. But Dave is like, oh, well, okay, I'll do that. Really? Yeah, remember, Icy Spin, remember that time Dirth gave Jaren the $200 We Good Bro super chat?
He's the fucking best.
You know how I know, Dave? Because when you came in that day and asked Nathan, I have never been more Nathan, I don't mean it in the wrong way, bro. But honestly, for someone like Dave, and look, if it was Witsit that gave you that, respectfully, I don't mean any disrespect, Flutter Dave, but personally, when I see Witsit, and I met Witsit even before, but honestly, the recognition that Flutter Dave gave you earned more respect from me, if that makes sense, because for someone like that to give you that much respect says more than I could imagine, if that makes sense.
Listen,
I wish he was speaking
everyone
about me.
in
So
here
I'm
is
jealous.
awesome.
And
Everyone except the Globers. They're little less than awesome. Okay, they're just a little confused. They're just a little
You're
confused.
awesome,
They're still
Dave. You're
awesome. They're just confused. All right. So, and Will Duffy, Dave Weiss turned down a free. I don't take free stuff from devils. He is a devil. He's a devil.
Isn't
Mark
it
my words.
interesting?
Wait until you see what comes out of this.
What's going to come out of it, and what he's scared of is flat earthers will be done. That's what he doesn't. That's what's going to come out of it. And he's talking to other flat earthers, right? Because they'll give him a little sympathy. They're with him, and the fact that flat Earth will be toast, he knows that he can say that because he knows that they'll agree with him afterwards. What will come out of the final experiment? Flat Earth disproof. And just like Joe Hill, he said, just because what I presented was anti-flat Earth, that he thought it was evil, that it was devil worship. Dirth is the same here, saying it's devil worship because it doesn't agree with him. So I'm working on something here while I'm talking. So, all right.
Well, by the way, everything that the Globe side has tried to do in the past, from faking their Antarctica sun videos, right, which is interesting that they faked them, right, to everything else, it always backfires. They literally either screw.
They weren't faked. They just need them to be faked, so they say they're fake. It's such a desperation move.
Up on purpose, or they're really that stupid. I think whatever is planned here is going to backfire, but it's still a false premise on the bringing people there. he's not neutral. He admits he's not neutral, but he's deceptive, and that's the problem.
Is the guy a pastor?
He does these sermons in this little crappy little church. But check this out, Joe Hill, Effed Up World on YouTube. He's a great guy, and I wouldn't say he's the greatest debater, but he's a strong Christian, and he knows his flat earth stuff pretty well. And so he agreed to go there to debate MCToon. So they did this debate. The debate was kind of like stupid with normal MCToon nonsense. But then the next day,
Translation: Joe Hill did terrible. I haven't mirrored that debate. I probably will, but I was not trying to be really aggressive with Joe, right? I was trying to be, you have a good debate, but I wasn't just going for the jugular. I'll just say that, right? Right. I'm almost ready. I'm working on something for D or P. That's what I'm working on. So, here we go. All right. We'll play a little more.
MCToon led the church sermon. He did the eulogy. Is it the eulogy? Is that what it's called?
A eulogy is for when somebody dies. So yeah, I guess Flat Earth died a little bit that day.
He did
What the hell?
He did it, and Will Duffy films these things, right? And Joe said it was the most satanic, crazy thing he's ever heard. And he's like, I'm wondering if Will's going to air it, and Will never aired it. And he said it was like the most, like it was literally like devil worship, and he couldn't. And he's like,
so who in the chat has watched any of the four? Yes, I did debate him at Will's church. Man, it was kind of, I don't know, it was a nothing burger. He had nothing. Like, I presented evidence and he's like, like he got flown out. Will paid for the flight, paid for the hotel, paid for his food, everything. Joe paid for nothing. He got a free trip, right? Transportation. Will picked him up at the airport. They got him dropped. They got him an Uber back to the airport. Like, and what? So how did he? It was such a lame. I mean, Kyle was worse tonight, but it was not a whole lot better. Anyway, we can watch it anyway. So who was there? Who watched it? Give me a 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the chat, or all 4 of them, if you've seen them that I published this last week here. Okay, this is the final. It's so dumb. This thing I'm doing is so dumb. Oh my gosh. Oh, an absolute hilarious idea. Ashton, this is all right. It's such a silly thing. Oh, why did it do that? Crikey. I hear my kid in the other room there. So, geez, that's not working right. Why is that not going correctly? Oh, I know why. Okay. So I know I need to play this.
Like, I'm in this church and he's doing this in front of me, he said. Yeah, anyone talk to Joe Hill?
You probably can't.
I know Joe. Ask him about it, dude. When he told me the story, my hair is standing up on my arms. It gives me chills.
Hey, Flat Earth.
Yeah.
I bet $40,000 he's a Freemason.
Okay. I mean,
but I know Joe. Joe's a good guy.
Yeah, I know Freemasons. I know Freemasons that are good people.
Truly in trouble for.
So, this was interesting. what he just said. So there are accusations that Dearth is a Freemason. And the guys from Awake Souls, those two horrible Awake Souls and Limitless, they have some video of him doing some Freemason thing, right? Like it I don't care. I don't think it's a thing, but whatever. And okay, is that what I need right there? Anyway, so there's some videos of him doing some sort of a Freemason ceremony. And so is Dearth a Freemason? I don't know. I don't care, but flat earthers care.
Hey, why? What is all his debt and why is he in trouble? Like, why is he trying to like crowdsource all this money and do? What's the initial problem that he's having?
So he was a financial advisor, and he gave some really, really, really bad investment advice. And
so her question was, why is he doing the fundraising? And Dearth goes into Will's background here. So anyway, I don't think that's important.
I said, I'll give you a Zoom. I will update you. I will show you all the arguments, and I'll let you make up your own mind. But she hasn't gotten back to me on that.
Oh, who's that?
End the debate. I just want to end the debate. I'm a good person.
Oh, yeah, he's talking about Lisbeth. And yeah, he's just trashing her.
Flat earther, because it's going to cost me $40,000, right? But when this was brought up, he ignored it, and he brought it up once. He says, "Oh, this is just, lots of times there's some investments go bad, and then these ambulance chasing lawyers come on, and they try to round up everybody that was affected by this. It's just a normal thing." That's bullcrap. But even if it's not, even if that is the case, he still has to pay the money if he loses, and he's lost 2 already. So
I don't know all the details, but the amounts are not all that big of a deal, I don't think. But I'm going to try where he's talking about Lisbeth here.
Instead of, I just want to end the debate. I'm a good person. And
so this is Lisbeth that he's trashing right now.
Anybody that can't see through this is blinded by his, watch his videos, him rocking back and forth in his chair. The way he speaks, and he goes, and wait to the end of this video. And tomorrow I'm going to tell you this. You know what he said? He said,
Dave's so jealous.
Candace Owens, in 3 or 4 of his videos, Candace Owens is now considering going, right? Candace Owens is considering.
What, though? She wasn't?
She never considered going. Let me show you. Let me play for you a clip she sent me. Listen to this.
Aren't all freakers in it for the money?
Ready?
Ooh, so funny. I just answered him. So I was never considering going. I told him right away. He messaged me here that I couldn't go. But I told.
So there you go. I was never considering going, but in 3 or 4 of his videos, he teased everybody for weeks on end that Candace Owens might be coming.
So what did he say? He's like, is Candace going considering? Like he just gave these typical, Will gave these typical like teaser things. It was great. But Dearth, so sad.
Well, he said yesterday on the live that she wasn't going, but somebody from her team was going.
Yes,
So
her producer. She's at her now. That could be true. That's probably that is true. She likes the idea, but the problem is Candace hasn't looked into this. She's like, hey, this final experiment really seems final. She hasn't thought it through. She doesn't know enough about flat Earth. She really has no idea how the sun sets on a flat Earth. She is.
It can't. It requires magic.
Brand new to this, but she does understand if there's a physical sun and the flat Earth is, has a physical sun and it circles around the Earth like it does, that the sun could not circle around Antarctica. That's a logical understanding with a physical sky. We don't live in a world with a physical sky.
But his app suggests that you do. How's that? That seems a bit strange. Let me see if. I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding his app. Let me see here if I can pull up his app and All right, there we go. Yeah, it turns out, confirmed. His app does show a physical map with the physical sky. Here it is. This is his app. So, what are you going to do, Dearth? Your app is contradicting your claims here.
So she doesn't understand that yet. I offered to talk to her. I said, I'll give you a Zoom. I will update you. I will show you all the arguments and I'll let you make up your own mind. But she hasn't gotten.
Yeah, good. Don't talk to Dearth. Dearth is a turd wrangler. All right. So we're getting Craig in here. All right, we got that. Got this. All right. There you go. We'll get a little more of the Dearth action going here.
Back to me on that.
So aren't all preachers doing it for the money? And he proved by standing up and telling lies, he proves who he serves right there.
Wow. All right. So this is Slayer. And if he calls himself God Slayer. He is Flat Earth. What do we call him? Dollar Store Jesus. If you've seen my older TikTok responses to him, he's another example of an absolute disgusting piece of crap human, just trash of a human. And here he's I don't know, he hates everybody that has a brain. So
he's been lying from day one.
About what?
And if you're in lies, you're not of good. So therefore, anything that derives from him is nothing but negative and evil.
And did you guys watch? You guys know who Joe Hanvey is? The guy that's been doing the models with the glow.
Those models are so
bad. The guy
bad.
spent like $50,000 already on domes and filming. For years he's been doing this. He actually has been debating Will Duffy for like 3 years.
It's so dumb. Nothing Dearth says is true.
He interviewed live on Will's channel 2 days ago and kind of held Will. Joe is so nice. It's too nice, but he did the right thing. But he held Will's feet to the fire about the shape of the sky. The motion of the lights in the sky doesn't prove the shape of the earth. It was really good. I recommend.
So this is the double speak from Dearth, right? So he's talking about Joe Hanvey and saying Joe Hanvey has this model and everything, that it's awesome and all that. But then he also says the stuff in the sky doesn't prove the shape of the earth. Well, which is it, Dearth? It can't be both. All right. Craig, you here yet? I'll get this set up here. One minute, he says. Okay.
Recommend anyone watching it if you can stand looking at Duffy for that long.
Dearth. Have you seen Dearth? Have any of you seen what Dearth looks like? And here Dearth is critiquing somebody else's looks? Seriously. Dearth is critiquing somebody else's looks. Wow.
It's good. Joe Hanvey did a great job on that interview, so I highly recommend it.
Dave, have you seen this yet?
What am I looking at? Oh, what is that?
This is pitch data from a United Airlines flight 777, and
there we go, Craig. All right, so they're going into this pitch data. It gets increasingly stupider from there. I'm not going to keep playing it. So, Craig, how you doing? I can hear you. Yes, I'm super. Not yet. Last night I had to fight a little bit to stay up, but tonight I'm going to review quick here. Let me see. So there's a Starship launch. coming up, and it's supposed to be 7 p.m. Is it still? Yeah. It must be. It's a helium-filled balloon with a rocket on the bottom. Oh.
Tell me specifically that it's just like a charade.
Could be. Yeah, I've heard people say that.
Yeah.
All right. You're here, and you know what that means? That means I gotta hit the bathroom quick. So give me a minute.
How you doing?
I'll be good.
So Toon and I are supposed to be friends, right? But he decides to get me on his stream at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. I mean, you know, I thought the guy liked me. I hope you guys have been very kind to Toon with donations, because currently we've only got enough to send him there and not bring him back. So unfortunately, if you don't donate more towards Toon, then he doesn't get to come back from Antarctica. We have to leave him there. Because the rules are that it's free to go to Antarctica, but you got payloads to get back. So if I look at the stream now, what do we see? What's that? About 18,000. So yeah, we need at least another 10 grand if we want to bring Toon back, guys. So yeah, that's brilliant. I hope you have been enjoying Toon. You know, Toon's Day, and then Toon's Day, and then Toon's Day. Clive Wells says, shouldn't Craig be getting ready to go to church? Yeah, my Sunday worship for the spaghetti monster. I'm missing that today. I did ask the spaghetti monster specifically, and he gave me his noodly blessing to miss church today to come and speak to Toon instead. Icy Spin says, Toon says I can't beat him in an IQ test. Well, I mean, if Toon says that, then it's probably true. Mark Beiser says, FTFE, no, he gets to leave Antarctica, but he gets abandoned on the shore of Lake Titicaca on the way back. Oh. Yep, just pour me coffee because, you know, like I said, Toon, pretending to be my friend, decides to get me on his stream at 7 a.m. on a Sunday. You know, it's not like I, you know, stay up all night streaming sometimes anyway, is it? Oh. Right, so what we got, I see we've been looking at Dearth. What stupid has Dearth been doing here? Someone tell me. Lisa says that their version of Spaghetti Monster has meatballs in it. Yeah, that's a particular sect of this flying spaghetti meatball religion. Sim Class says, dude, are you going to deny those NASA... Something that went away. Pan Chat says he's just shitting on Duffy. Oh, of course he is, because, you know, Duffy's about to ruin his grift. I just can't wait to see the fallout between Jeranism and Dearth after this. It's going to be amazing. Because Dearth's already thrown Jeranism under the bus, you know, right? On X, basically... someone was talking about the final experiment, and Dearth was saying, oh, Jeranism knows that it doesn't mean anything and that you can't tell the shape of the ground from the sky. Oh, blah, blah, blah. He just totally threw Jeranism under the bus, basically saying anyone that believes that is an idiot, etc., etc., etc. And then he went on his show. Dearth went on Jeranism's show, and instead of being sorry and saying sorry, he just threw money at Jeranism to make him kind of forget that he'd been slagging him off for the past fortnight. Just reminiscing how Dearth and Jeranism were friends and how I'm sure that's going to end.
It can't. Because Jaren's going to be the one that brings back the flat Earth destruction.
Yeah, I know. It makes me laugh that Dearth is slagging the whole thing off behind his back, but the second he talks to Jeranism about it, he's like, oh, it's a good idea. Yeah, you go there and do the experiments. Not as soon as he's not talking to Jeranism. This is the dumbest thing ever. Will Duffy's a scammer and a demon.
Yep. All right. Let me.
Steve Bowman says that since it's 7 a.m. for me, can I tell you Americans what happens in 5 hours? No, the Time Variance Authority tell me that that's against the rules. I'm not allowed to do that. Do you not think I would have warned you guys about, like, you know, hurricanes and you know, like shootings and stuff? If I was allowed to, I'm just not. I get in trouble.
All right. Let me catch up on a couple things. I've got, we've got
there. Someone's saying that NASA's not real in the chat. That sounds fun.
What? Oh, who's this?
Dude, people wonder why NASA reels are seriously tainted with BS. So is SpaceX.
Sim Kia. Oh, yeah. Sim Kia's been constant in the chat here, not understanding physics. So.
Oh, yeah. That's all right. Yeah. We don't think dumb people. They make us money.
So
thanks.
While you were sleeping, Peter Markley, I did a little bit as Peter, absolutely humiliated Kyle Adams.
When was that?
Modern day debate.
Ooh, always fun. Yeah. Kyle Adams won't talk to me. We had one debate, and then he watched my review of the debate where I called him stupid, and he said that he'd never talk to me again because I'm such a horrible person.
Kyle is so dumb. He's so dumb. Because you can't put it nice.
No,
he's just dumb.
Well, I covered a video of his once where him and his partner, wife, whatever, were going over Google Earth and zooming in, and at the point where it transitions from a satellite picture to like a low airplane picture, they're like, see, it's fake, as though they thought that Google Earth was like a live satellite you're supposed to be able to zoom in on.
Okay, Brenda sent me.
Is Candy Sowen going to Antarctica?
Candace is not. Her producer is.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yep. All right, Brenda, thank you for that.
I see.
Let's see. So Sim Kia is, listen to this. FTP, I told Sim Kia that gravity does not affect conservation of momentum and tells me I don't understand physics. That's right, you don't. If it doesn't, how do you get a solar system? Does that question even make sense? Does that even qualify as a question?
Well, there's no questions there, but he's put 3 question marks.
Yeah.
Oh, well, if it doesn't, how do you get... So, that's, okay, so there's 1 question, but 3 question marks. How do you get a solar system? Well, gravity and conservation of momentum both exist.
Mm-hmm.
They're not mutually exclusive. You don't like have one and the other turns off. You know, both can be a thing. Gravity and conservation of momentum are partly responsible for us having a solar system.
It's a common flat Earth trope that they can't understand 2 things simultaneously.
Oh yeah, no, you can't have 2 forces existing at the same time. Look at the helium balloon destroying gravity. No, that's called another force as well. You know,
or they're like magnetic levitation. Yeah, that exists.
Oh,
it contradicts. It's another force that works against gravity, up instead of down. So yeah, conservation of momentum and gravity work fine together. They interact with each other. They can both act on an object simultaneously. But doesn't get it. Okay.
So, why is he saying that you told him that it goes against gravity?
That gravity is not affected by, like, they're separate things. That's.
Yeah. You one doesn't turn off the other. Is that so he's thinking that because we've got gravity, then conservation of momentum should go away, and because you said they don't.
Yeah.
Therefore,
something like that.
Literally, on air, gravity has no effect on conservation of momentum.
Correct. Yeah.
They can interact with each other.
Sure.
The 2 forces.
They're separate things.
At the same time. Yeah.
That's like, let's say a person had a dog and had a cat. Is it possible for somebody to have a dog and a cat? Of course it is. But here's what Sim Kia is saying. You said it's possible to have a dog and a cat, therefore it's not possible that airplanes exist.
Yeah. Also, that cabbage is yellow for some reason. It's just as much sense as they make.
Yeah. Okay. So are you ready for D or P?
You told me I was coming for some DP?
No.
Oh, was that the other stream?
It's a different platform.
Yeah. Okay, right. So what are we doing?
All right. So there's a theme song for D or P, and you're going to have to watch it on the stream. You can even listen to it on the stream if you want. This is, I have to say, so this is from Ashton's idea. And I put way more time and effort into making this intro than I could possibly ever get out of it as far as the time invested. But the fun, I absolutely love this intro, and the whole idea, absolutely genius. So if you're ready.
All right, I will unmute the stream and listen to it on there.
All right, here we go.
Pick it up. Is it dirt? Is it potato? Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it dirt or a potato? Check it out. Dirt or potato? Yes, I'm right, let's go. Dirt or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? Right on! Yo, can you tell what's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it dirt for a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Dirt for potato, let's go. Skank it out. Is it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking around? Dirt or potato, where will it be found? Could it be smooth or full of lumps? Maybe it's grown on someone's big rump. Get your guess in, let's see what's true. Dirt or potato, it's all up to you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? A pile of soil or a starchy friend? Guess it right and you'll ascend. Look real close, don't let it slide. Is it dirt or a potato waiting inside? Let's go, rude boys. The garden patch or a silly trick? Will you pick the right one or end up quick? Whether it's dirt or a golden spud, dirt or potato, here comes the flood. A mystery unfolds, what will it be? A lovely spot or dirt, can't you see? With every reveal, we're in for a laugh. Dirt or potato, it's the ultimate craft. Dirt or potato, guess it right, let's go. Dirt or potato, it's the game that steals the show. Beneath the earth or just pretend, a lump of soil or some dumb trend. Pick your choice, don't hesitate. Dirt or potato, now seal your fate. What's in the box, what will appear? A mash of dirt or something unclear. Make your move, we're almost through. Dirt or potato, it's all on you. Will it be fries or a dirty pile? Guess it wrong and we'll laugh for a while. Test your luck, it's time to go. Dirt or potato, let the guessing flow.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can play this game because there's absolutely no way I can tell the difference between a potato and dirt. Did you know, right, that dirt has a before head, a forehead, and an after head?
So the game is, I will show you a picture. And you need to determine which one is dirt and which one's a potato.
That's an impossible task, Toon. What are you doing? So we'll start out with an easy. I quickly need to go and do a pee because I've just woke up and the coffee's going straight through me. So I'll be back in just 2 seconds, okay?
Okay. Oh, I hope you enjoy dirt or potato. Okay, Ashton, absolutely. Yeah, such a great idea. All right, let me read it. Go. Tim Davidson says, which came first, the dick or the dump? Oh, that's from a way back one. Sea Lion Prime says, shout out to Gia for a presentation and going live on the stream. Cool stuff and good presentation. I'm way behind on these. Tim Davidson says, hard candy is just flavoring your own spit. It is. Gross. Zoomeray says, for the flirts who don't know, the distance between lines of longitude gets smaller the further south you go from the equator. Not possible on flat Earth. Okay, here we go. We got Zoomeray again says, celestial navigation was done on the SR-71. I did not know that, but it sounds quite reasonable. My guess is also that my audio is out of sync because there's 2 copies of me. So deal with it till Craig gets back. Sea Lion Prime says, at a later date, I'm planning sessions on cell nav and inertial nav with some subject matter experts. That'd be cool to get people with a bit more depth in that. Bob says, I'm Bob X on GoFundMe. How much does YouTube take from Super Chats? 30%. Bob again says, MCToon is going to Antarctica this December to destroy Flat Earth, but needs your help to get there. Fund him now using the link to the right. Down there.
And remember, please give enough so we can actually bring him back.
Yes. You know what? I don't know. I don't know if you've gotten used to it. When I said to the right, I took my right hand and I pointed to the left because I've done this enough that I know to swap things.
Yeah.
So if I get the left and right wrong in real life, it's because of this. All right, I got a couple more.
For me, I prefer port and starboard. Sometimes I'm like left and right. Port and starboard works better in my brain.
All right. Barbsy says, MC, what will you be doing once Flat Earth is toast after the final experiment? Sorry if you already answered this. Well, it is a target-rich environment. It's
not going to be toast. Unfortunately, too much stupid.
There
will be is more people to laugh at going, it's fake. There's a simulator. It doesn't prove we've got 2 suns. It's it's a Pac-Man. What's going to happen is the real flat earthers are going to disappear, but the liars and scammers are going to come up with a bunch of stupid lies to give us content.
Oh.
Hey, do you know I found out something about Arctic and Antarctic yesterday? Do you know what they mean?
Cold and really cold.
No, Arctic literally means place with bears, and Antarctic means place without bears.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Apparently, Arctic is like a derivative of bear from a certain language, and so they named Arctic place with bears and Antarctic place with no bears. I mean, it's good. You're not going to get that wrong, right?
That's cool. If you know that language. Janusz Takis. Well, how do you say his last name?
I say Tacos.
Tacos. I think between the two of us, we've got it wrong. Guaranteed. Anyway, says for 1,024 huffs. That would be 1K huffs. Says, I was hoping to see an actual devil worship where a demon is summoned because I'm probably doing it wrong. Where I was talking about the...
I watched your thing for instructions to devil worship, and it didn't work.
Sorry.
And now apparently I have to give my soul to somebody. I'm not sure. So could you please write the instructions out a bit clearer next time?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't. I did what I could, you know. Scott Rogers says, want you to go to Antarctica so bad. Here's my small part to the final experiment. Thank you very much, Scott Rogers. Just think of this. I have 77,000 subscribers on my Conspiracy Tunes channel. If everybody gave 50 cents, I'd be good. Almost. Now, so your $5 better than that 50 cents. So thank you very much. Ashton Richards, who is the evil mind behind, or the incredibly funny mind behind Dearth or Potato. So someone needs to buy you a more comfortable chair. My lumbar and ass hurt just looking at yours. So yeah, all right. This is a chair that was at, my kid worked at Famous Dave's, and they're like, we're gonna swap out all our chairs. So he's like, I'll take some. I've had this chair the whole time I've been at this particular desk, and I don't mind it. I don't sit right on the wood. I have a little pad that I use, but it keeps I don't lean back too often. So I actually have a little better posture on this chair. So I don't know. I have another chair at work. I have several chairs at work I could bring, but I don't know if I even want that chair. It's the same chair I have at work. We've got 3 spares that are identical, and I love the chair at work. So I don't know. I don't mind this chair. So anyway.
It doesn't look like a comfortable chair to sit in for 50 hours, though.
It's okay. Totally fine.
Look, do you want me to speak to, I think it's Jessica she's the one that gives out all the equipment in the office. I'm sure I can get you one of the new chairs.
Yeah, I'm good. Do you have?
No, right. You're having the argument with Jessica, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's
well, yeah. I sent out a fake email when she wasn't at her desk.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think you took too many of the pens. You're only supposed to take 4 a month, and you took 6, and she's like, mad.
Oh. Hey, do you have Zoom's touch-up feature on? Nobody's buying it.
No. This is just how I look. Honest. I'm a young face. And
okay.
They both help.
Definitely. Okay. Monkey Cat Pat Pat. I got a couple more and we're done. We can go on to the actual game show. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, I want to see a debate between Rossa and Kyle on the shape of the earth. How do we make that happen? I think that would be great. I can contact both of them and see if we can make it happen.
The fake doctor versus the guy with a fake school.
The fake professor versus the fake doctor. Icy Spins is best part of
the there as well.
Oh yeah. And Hovind, best part of the debate so far, of the fundraiser so far, and it's a potato, but it's also dirt. Pat in the chat says not all potatoes are dearths, but all dearths are potatoes. Kango44 says a potato is smarter and lies less. And then Rick says potato could score higher on a physics test. Okay. I will share my screen to you. All right, here we go. So we start out easy. So one of those is a dearth, and
come on. Why did you show me the same picture twice?
And the other is a potato. I need to
look at this. Look, Toon's trying to trick me by giving me 2 of the same picture. I mean, you're supposed to. I'm supposed to find the difference between these. Right. I'm going to take a wild guess, right? But I'm pretty sure the one on the left has a little less hair than the homunculus that Davis. So the one on the left is a potato.
All right. And here we go.
Yeah. I mean, let's. Wait,
right.
No, I'm not sure now. Did I get it right?
You got it right. All right.
Are you sure? No, hold on. Are you
Hold
sure I got that right? Because the one on the right looks very much like a potato to me.
All right. I'm scoring you on this.
Oh, crap. I mean, that's a... I don't know if I got that one right. They're the same picture.
All right. You've got one.
Rev MSJ in the chat's right. The potato on the right is moldy, though. That's the difference.
All right. Here's number 2.
Oh, God. No, we're getting...
Remember, this is for posterity.
This now, see, the one on the left looks like a potato that's been left for like a week or so, and it started to grow those roots. But again, the one on the right looks like a potato as well that's maybe been cut off and used to rub on. So difficult. Right, I'm going to take a while. This is 50-50 because they're so similar, but Dearth is on the right. Oh, I got it wrong again.
Nailed it. 2 points.
Oh, did I?
Yep, there you go. 2 points.
So that's Dearth, not a potato.
Yep. All right. Next one.
It's just sunglasses on a potato there. Oh, God. They both look as dirty as each other. Now, what I'm trying to do is imagine the intelligence coming out of each of these things. And what I'm getting is a lot more intelligence from the one on the left. So I'm going to say the one on the left is a potato.
Nailed it. Nailed it. 3 points.
No, I did.
3 points.
Oh. I don't know if I'm getting... I think you're...
The one on the left does have better skin.
Yeah, better teeth as well somehow.
Yeah. All right. Here you go.
Oh, my God. You know, sometimes after you leave the potato and it gets like that little bit of a fuzz on it. I mean, the one on the right maybe could be Dearth after he's had a haircut. Or maybe just he's got the beanie on. That just looks like the beanie on the top there. The one on the left is... I don't know, chat, what do you reckon? Can I take a 50-50?
No, you can't. You gotta put your commitment to it.
Right, give me a sec. Right. Dearth on the left.
Close.
Oh.
It's the Crypt Keeper.
Wait, are you sure that's not Dearth?
I'll give you a point.
Bro, still showing me pictures of Dearth here. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Oh, God. Oh, no. I have no idea with this one. I mean, I've seen Dearth try to think before, and the one on the right looks very similar to when Dearth thinks. You know, you ask him a maths question like, what's 1 add 1? And that's exactly what happens. Right, chat, I'm going to hand you this one. Right. Let's get a 1 for the left is Dearth. Let's get a 2 for the right is Dearth, because I don't know.
It's a tough one.
This is 2. Yeah, chat saying that the one on the right is Dearth. I'm gonna have to go with chat on this one to be sure.
So I just want to review the video as played. Dearth was insulting other people's looks, and on Twitter, I won't even justify anything other than on Twitter he also has insulted people's looks. Dearth has insulted people's looks. Okay, all right.
Well, I'm going to have to go with the chat on this one, and clearly Dearth is on the right.
All right. Oh, you got that one wrong. You got that one wrong. Dearth is on the left.
That's pretty Dearth on the right.
Yeah, close. Very close.
That's a really bad potato on the left. God, why would you let a potato go that moldy? That's just gross.
All right, here you go.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting serious now.
I've seen Dave's skin, so I mean they both look like Dave's skin. This one's difficult. Now the right look quite potatoey. Like the top of it could actually be a potato, but then the left looks wrinkly. I don't know. Oh my goodness, this is a difficult one. I'm going to say that Dearth is on the right.
All right, final answer, Dearth on the right?
Final answer, Dearth is on the right.
And you're right, correct. That is Dearth on the right. There you go, 5 points.
Hey, how did Dearth get has he done like a professional photograph set there? Because that's like a really good picture of Dearth. I've never seen Dearth look that good, frankly. I mean, looking at this picture, I can understand why Dearth's making fun of other people's looks. That is the best Dearth has ever looked. He must have spent thousands like preparing for this picture with makeup. Wow. Well done, Dearth. Fair play, man. If you're gonna, you should use this as like your app because that's a perfect picture of you. Amazing.
All right. Final one. Are you ready?
No, I'm not. I haven't. Toon, you've done it again, mate. You've just copy and pasted the same picture. See, now on the left, I'm pretty sure that that's a portion of the moon. Oh no! You know what you've done here? You've given us proof that there's a dome.
So dumb.
Right. Okay. Clearly, the potato's on the left.
Wrong. They're both a potato. They're both a potato.
Told you keep showing me the same pictures. Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's so dumb.
Good job, buddy.
Well, everybody, thank you very much for don't tell Dave McKeegan because he's coming on and he might get to play Dearth or Potato, so don't tell him.
It's a hard game, man, because Dearth is a potato. So what you're asking us to do is just choose between a potato or a potato, right?
All right. Well, before the game show and after the game show, you have to have the theme song.
Pick it up. Is it Dearth? Is it potato? Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it Dearth or a potato? Check it out. Dearth or potato? Yes, I'm right, let's go. Dearth or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dearth or potato, what will you find? Right on! Yo, can you tell what's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it Dearth or a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Dearth or potato, let's go. Skank it out, skank it out. Is it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking around? Dearth or potato, where will it be found? Could it be smooth or full of lumps? Maybe it's grown on someone's big rump. Get your guess in, let's see what's true. Dearth or potato, it's all up to you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dearth or potato, what will you find? A pile of soil or a starchy friend? Guess it right and you'll ascend. Look real close, don't let it slide. Is it Dearth or a potato waiting inside? Let's go, rude boys. A garden patch or a silly trick, will you pick the right one or end up quick? Whether it's dirt or a golden spud, dirt or potato, here comes the flood. A mystery unfolds, what will it be? A lovely spot or dirt, can't you see? With every reveal, we're in for a laugh. Dirt or potato, it's the ultimate craft. Dirt or potato, guess it right, let's go. Dirt or potato, it's the game that steals the show. Beneath the earth or just pretend, a lump of soil or some dumb trend. Pick your choice, don't hesitate. Dirt or potato, now seal your fate. What's in the box, what will appear? A mash of dirt or something unclear. Make your move, we're almost through. Dirt or potato, it's all on you. Will it be fries or a dirty pile? Guess it wrong and we'll laugh for a while. Test your luck, it's time to go. Dirt or potato, let the guessing flow.
All right. So, how did he do, people? Oh, I got it. I got it.
So, in honor of me taking part in this game show, Toon has decided to release some limited edition Durf dolls for you to buy. I've got myself one here. An exact replica of Durf's face. If you donate, you are able to get your own Durf. You can find it in your local supermarket. It's actually a promotion that Durf has made with every supermarket in the world. That if you donate to him going to Antarctica, you can go to a supermarket and buy a Durf doll. Here you are. Frankly, I feel a bit weird holding a Durf head, but it's exactly. They did a good job, haven't they? Made it look really quite realistic.
Yep. It's they made the skin tone a little better.
Yeah. No, they had to. But I mean, they've got like the brown bits right, and the shape is perfect. It's exactly. Oh wait, it's upside down. Hold on, there we go. There we go. That's exactly Durf, 100%. Wow. I'll put that next to my Riley doll.
So anyway, you got 5 points.
What do I get? Do I get a prize?
I don't know.
Prizes, right?
You get to go to the supermarket and buy your own Durf doll. Icy Spin says, what role did Ashton Richards play? Yeah, that was his idea. That was totally his idea. And I gave him, I sent him the song with the video about half done, and I sent him two of. I sent him the first one, and then I sent him the Crypt Keeper one.
Casper Vassal says he's donated $4, but he doesn't want the potato. You don't get a potato, you get a Durf.
Durf.
Every supermarket.
All right. I'm prepping the playlist. Tell you, this playlist, it's awesome. I had it playing while I was falling asleep and while I'm in the morning. I really like this playlist. So I don't know.
Playlist of awesome people.
It was, yeah. I mean, this one. So I'm prepping the next playlist. It's got Greater Sapien.
Why can't I draw on a potato?
Why can't you draw on a potato?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
I made it more like Durf.
Oh my gosh. Do you remember, not D Marble, what was his name?
I know you mean Ben something.
I don't know. That guy, he left smartly. All right. I'm just making sure the audio is
dead.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. All right, I've made it more like Durf.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, exact replica of Dearth. You have to finish it off yourself, but there we go.
All right.
That's what took me about a minute to draw, guys, just so you know.
All right. It's rendering. So
Ben, I'm trying to remember his name. Ben something.
He was a nice guy, though. Just dumb.
Yeah. I actually ended up following his channel because he turned his channel into a DC review channel. He used to review some DC shows, and then he started doing reviews of cameras and stuff. So, yeah. Generally shady. You poke a dirt seed into a potato and it grows.
So, I took the Toonies logo from my shirt and I made letters for it as emojis, and
it was a mistake.
People, I didn't really think that people would spell so many different words with it. No, it was not a mistake.
You gave people the ability to spell tits on your channel. It was a mistake.
What's wrong with that? Somebody wrote sentient stone with a picture of dirt with the dirt emoji on it.
Bob.
It's perfect. It's perfect. I'm like, should I make more? Nope. That's all you get. That's all you get. Yeah, Rev MSJ, nothing wrong with tits. I don't know why there you go. Oh, so yeah.
Real Sickness says Dirt is a dirty baking potato, not a boiling spud. No, Derp's one of those potatoes that you've left in your cupboard for like a month too long, and it's just gone weird and started growing strange things out of it, and
so
you have to throw it away.
All right, so typically there's a frost before now in Minnesota, but there hasn't been yet, and so we put off harvesting thing as long as we can. So just this last week, I actually harvested our potatoes. And I'm serious, I'm working on this song. And I'm out there digging in the dirt, and the song Dirt or Potatoes going through my head.
So in Fife, where I live at the moment, it's school holidays. But Fife is the only place in Scotland that gets 2 weeks of school holidays in October. The reason why people in Fife get an extra week is because that was the week where everyone used to go and pick all the potatoes, and it's just carried over.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so this is potato picking week in Scotland.
And how many?
I'm just Durf Day.
Durf Day. So Steve Bauman says, I love that you dug up Spuds McKenzie for that video. I also, did you see the superstar that was in there?
Yeah.
For the Yo? Who was it?
Okay.
Who was it? One of my favorite rappers. I don't know if I've ever heard a song by him, but I love his character. Yep, you are Victoria.
Saves the Irish family.
It's Flava Flav.
Flava Flav with the big clock.
I love that. He's so goofy.
Thank you, Casual.
All right. Let's see. So at 7 o'clock Central Time is when the window opens that Starship might launch. It's coming up on 2 right now.
What's the weather looking like?
All right. How's it going?
I read yesterday that Elon was concerned about the weather patterns moving in.
Oh. Did Arwen go to Amsterdam?
No, Arwen did
did that speech.
Yeah, he was the fourth person in line to go on the stage and do a speech at the Netherlands Flat Earth Conference that by all accounts had about 18 people in attendance that weren't speaking.
Yeah. But Did so Charlie
growing, right?
Charlie Welch sent pictures of the venue to
Yeah, someone sent me some videos that were taken by someone inside, and there was just not many people.
Well, that makes sense.
Liquid Flame says, aren't you doing a booster catch this time? I believe they're attempting to use the chopsticks for the first time.
Yep. To catch. Yep.
We're all Goga Frinchians, £5, and it's their first super chat on the
Oh,
Toon channel
right.
because that just popped someone's cherry. Says that good job. You can't see the eyes in the game, or it'd be too easy. The potato isn't dead behind the eyes. You're right. Much more lively looking than Dearth ever could be. This is the intelligence version of Dearth.
It's such a dumb game. It was so funny.
No, we need to do that regularly.
Yes, of course.
Dave's like a sniper's dream. Dave's literally a sniper's dream with that forehead. Did you know when you're watching a Dearth video, you can still see the comments? You can still see his forehead with the comments open.
You could what?
You can still see Dave's forehead when you've got the comments open.
Oh, when you're watching a video. Oh my gosh.
Dave, he can remember what happens tomorrow.
Dave, all right.
He's been told to hold that thought all his life. General E. Shady says, Tits is Toon's...
Tits is...
There's the word tit, and I got confused.
Yeah, I don't know what's after that. Hold on, I need to hold up...
Tits is Toon nonsense.
Nonsense gets out... Oh my gosh.
Wow, it's like playing Scrabble.
Yeah. All right, Dave Kircher says titty hand Artemis. I don't know.
Clive Wells says that he hopes Thunderfoot covers the launch. I've kind of gone off Thunderfoot lately because he's got a real Elon hate boner. And don't get me wrong, Elon has said a bunch of dumb stuff that's never going to happen, but Thunderfoot has a massive Elon hate boner that is creating a bias in everything he does.
Yeah,
so I'm not enjoying it.
It's the only thing, it seems. And yeah, so when there was satellites that are going to be mirrors and reflect down to the Earth so that you can have light anywhere on the Earth anytime you want, that thing, I saw that, I'm like, oh, this is the type of thing that the old Thunderfoot would do. And turns out he did do it. I didn't watch it, but I'm like, well, good. That's awesome. I love Thunderfoot's treatment of obviously destined to fail, things like that.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I did miss a few. Hold on, I missed a few super chats. I gotta catch up here. Generally Shady says Dearth's ears grow potatoes. Never eat at McDonald's. Never eat McDonald's. My Bum Bakes Cake says, can you play some Iggy, please?
You just said my bum bakes cakes. You do realize that? Are you tired?
I'm a bit.
Yeah, because you just said my bum bakes cakes.
Hold on. I gotta get a little water.
Oh, I see you requisitioning for the super mason jar. Nice.
It's the gallon size mason jar. Okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, my bum makes cakes. The Alejandro Vallejo says for 50 Mexican dollars, says, I got a strategy to automatically win every time. Just ask yourself which doesn't make you want to vomit. That one is the potato.
Dearth or potato.
one of those scenes, one of those people doing things, was a concert I was at.
Oh, nice.
Can you guess? Can you guess which one?
I didn't see. Was Less Than Jake playing? Maybe.
No, it was. Yeah, it was the people doing the. It wasn't really a skank pit. I could. All right. Here's the challenge I had.
I just saw your leg.
That was.
Had leg.
I do. Look at this right here. There's my leg.
Ah! Don't. Oh my god.
Right there.
That's a foot.
I have feet too. So
just wait. I'm just going to start a Foot Finder's account. I'm going to take a screenshot.
I'm hitting the end here. So where was I at? Okay. So ska music exists, but only in memories, right? There isn't any current ska, right?
Less Than Jake released a new album last year.
Is it a ska band?
Less Than Jake is ska, yeah.
But is that album? I'm sorry, is that album ska or is it some other?
It's not as ska as like their old stuff, to be fair.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like ska goes in waves, so it'll come back. It'll be the same ska as it was before. The ska bands that stuck around and kind of varied their style a little bit will be like, hey.
Well, Curtis, where did you see Less Than Jake in 2005? Because I think I saw them around then as well.
Wow. Okay. It was so it's difficult to find an actual skank pit video. So I've been
no, you just watch a video with a flat earther panel. Isn't
yes,
that a skank pit?
different skank. So I've been at many concerts where people were skanking. And I'm like, oh, I'll just pull up a video of people skanking. The most recent one of those is 15 years old, so the quality is terrible. So I had to kind of dig to find people skanking, but I did find people that were doing hardcore dancing in a mosh pit. So that was the one. It was August Burns Red. I was not in that pit. I'll tell you that. So, so anyway, oh my gosh, I'm digging. Hold on. How's this doing here? 34%. All right.
Just had someone join Sheldon Cooper.
All right, Sheldon Cooper. Now Darkstar 4400 can use the Toonies emojis. Anyway, so I had to dig around for that. I did find the concert that I was at. I wasn't in it. I did find that guy that was on top, that was in like a bookstore in the middle of the veranda there. Is it veranda? I don't know if it's the right word. It's a video of him going into public places and skanking. And then he was on top of a building skanking, same guy. And then a bunch of people doing, swing dancing and Lindy and shuffle. So, okay, let me catch up on these.
So, before you do, I do need to ask you a question. I thought you and I were friends, Toon. Why did you plan for me to come on your thing at 7 a.m. in the morning on a Sunday?
Well, I asked you, do you want to come on then? I said it's flexible, and you're like, I'm always up at 7 a.m. on Sunday because I got to get to see the vicar. Right? You're going down.
You heard me wrong. I said I go to see Vic to get my wheat.
Oh, not the vicar. Oh.
No.
All right.
And you should know that the Flying Spaghetti Monster Church only goes on a Tuesday.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Now
ramen.
Unless you show me your driver's license with the mandatory colander on your head, I'm not buying it.
I can't show my driving license on screen. I can't do that. But obviously, I am wearing that. Yeah.
Sounds like an excuse. All right. I've heard them before. I've debated flat earthers. Generally, Shady says, which one is asking for money? That's how you know which is the dearth.
Funnily enough, a bag of potatoes costs less than Durf's app.
It is more useful. Icy Spin says, I'd love to see Tracation explain turbo encabulator. All right. Darkstar's a new member. Nerd Pedantic Alert for €5 says the game is too easy. Often there's a little bit of dirt on the potato, but dearth is mostly dirt and just a little bit of H to throw you off.
So talking about Durf's app, right? I did pay for it because I'm putting it in a video that I'm doing, which has obviously given me the ability to leave reviews. And I keep editing the review, and Durf keeps responding, and it's hilarious. So I wrote, this app is a security risk. Do not install. Even though the developer responded, they are lying. This harvests your data and is made by scammers. Do not buy. You are funding a pathological liar. Yes, I use Starting. Look how the developers respond, people. This app is a scam. The person that pushes it is a scammer. And he's like, thanks, Craig. How's your life going? Do you need a hug? Do you still believe in Starlink? You mean the thing I'm able to talk to you guys right now? And then he lies and says this app takes zero data and the calculator app is more of a security risk, which is a lie because it harvests your data so that they can put it in the find a friend section.
The calculator doesn't take your location.
You know it's a scam because when, it's a bad app because I had to give it permission to see a bunch of stuff so that I could actually turn on the app.
Yeah.
And a calculator doesn't do that. A calculator doesn't ask for permission to see your contacts and your location.
Does it ask your contacts?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Because then what it does, and asks your contacts and your location, because then if you pay the extra for the friend finder section, it uses that data to show you what flat earthers are using the app that are near you.
Yeah. Well, so I debated Vince, as he described himself, the gay French painter, who's actually Persian and lives in Sweden. So he said he's got the app and he uses it to see what other flat earthers are in Sweden. And I'm like, oh, so you pay the annual fee? He goes, no. Well, how do you see the other people in Sweden? The friend finder part is the annual payment part. You have to pay, as far as I know. Right? I don't pay for it. I have tried to see other people in there, and it says you got to pay, which I'm not, wasn't going to do. So yeah, I think I caught him.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Gosh.
So
you better read that.
Every now and then, right, guys. Right now that we're live, why don't you tell me? I'll edit the comment. I'll edit my review. Tell me what I should say.
Oh, that's good. All right, Mr.
Oh no, he's turned off my ability to edit my comment.
How can he do that?
Don't know. I can't. It says you cannot edit this anymore.
Oh, that's dumb.
Oh, wait, no. Okay, I'll go for a different section. It's fine. Right, guys, tell me what I should say. Tell me what I should put in the app, and I will.
Oh, that's... All right, 49%. 49%. All right, let me read this. We got Mr. Crow says, FARC. For 10 Australians says, we want Toon in Antarctica. We use super chats. You tight ass Globy Fs. Darkstar 4400 for $5 says, be warned. After hanging out in the shadows for a couple years, I have finally joined.
Nice.
Darkstar 4400.
Richard says he got the Durf app and it caused his hair to fall out and it made his penis stop working. Yeah, the Durf app is dangerous. I had to. Luckily, I get NASA protection, so that doesn't happen to me. That's how I'm able to watch flat. Same as Toon. We've been specially trained. We've got the NASA protection.
I got that.
Yeah, you guys shouldn't watch Flat Earth videos or look at Flat Earth stuff unprotected, and never download a Flat Earth app because you see what happened to Ashton. Right, Dearth is a potato. Okay, I'm doing that. Dearth is a. No. There you go. Leaving that as a review. Dearth is a potato. Post.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. What was you pronounce this guy's name? The guy that just did the super chat. You pronounced his. We're all
Golgafrinchians. Golgafrinchians. That the ship that left Earth. The two of them.
No.
The Ark ship of the Golgafrinchians.
No. What universe is this in?
This is a book by Douglas Adams, I think, based on something from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, okay. I've started watching The Color of Magic.
It's all right. It's an okay adaptation. It's low. You want the Color of Magic? So what are you watching? Are you watching the cartoon or are you watching the TV series with David Jason?
The one that has Samwise Gamgee's in it.
Oh, I didn't know there was that one.
Right?
There was a British version of it, but yeah, read the books. The books are better.
Is it Samwise? Yeah, it's Sam. Okay. Anyway,
Well
so
said I should only install this app if you're mentally defective. Okay, I'll add that.
what? Oh, what is a video with Dearth and Witsit? Potato salad. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's so perfect. Oh, potato salad.
Only install if you are mentally, no, not detective phone. Stop changing the word detective to defective to detective. There we go. Did anyone else actually have to fight with autocorrect sometimes?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, let's see. I picked up a Durf from the supermarket. We put it in the microwave. Now it's all soft and squishy.
That's just that's how Durf became a flat earther. Someone put him in the microwave and his brain got soft and squishy.
Soft and squishy. Thank you, Neil. Neil, for sending that message. That's so good. That's so funny. Okay. Let's see. I need to make sure part 4. I might have to look at my schedule here because I scheduled out when I switch.
Streams.
Oh, I was supposed to switch already. Okay.
Oh, you going over the 12 hours?
No, but I will if I don't. Hold on, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that by accident in my stream. I think I went 20 minutes over on one of them.
What happened?
It just saves up to the 12 hours.
Okay, yeah. So you get it still live, but they don't see the replay. Is that what happens?
Yeah, well, so I went for 12 hours and 20 minutes, and the replay is just for 11 hours and 59 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
So they've just got like 25 minutes of it.
All right, so I'm currently streaming to episode 4. I made a separate I made a separate thumbnail for each one. So there's
Dearth and Potato song in my head now.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll switch to the next stream and then we can enjoy a little more of that song. So, all right, here we go. Switching now.